Hearing the report, Jia opened his eyes. His slanting eyes seemed very indifferent. He said, "All buried underground. Why has it come to this?" The person opposite didn't speak, only beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Jia continued, "It's been quite some time since my teacher defected and left. It's also been a while since we decided to abandon it. So why, even today, has everything not been moved away?" "Sorry, Chairman." The researcher's body was already trembling. "The benevolent Father never uses punishment to teach the world," Jia said. "The benevolent Father always takes upon himself the sins of all things. When we do not perform well enough, the benevolent Father bestows more blessings to help his followers grow, in the hope that they may succeed next time." Upon hearing this, the researcher trembled even more intensely. But in the end, he didn't dare to say any more and instead bowed deeply. "I will heed your teachings." Jia waved his hand, signaling the other to leave. Just a few dozen seconds later, low, pained, yet mixed with a sense of pleasure, inhuman howls came from outside. Jia closed his eyes once more amidst the growling sounds, entering a trance-like state. His consciousness arrived in a thick void. Voices of grandeur, benevolence, or cruelty whispered continuously in his ears. And now, he didn't carefully distinguish what those whispers from heaven were about like he had done at first. He only felt an entirety, eagerly absorbing all the information contained within. He only worried that his own wisdom and spiritual perception weren't enough, unable to fully comprehend every piece of teaching from heaven, understanding just a tiny bit. While he was experiencing the gospel from heaven, a noisy voice rose from deep within his heart. "Don't believe, don't listen. Be cautious, they are deceiving you, they are the demons." Jia furrowed his brows, harshly suppressing those words rising from the depths of his heart. The whispers from heaven became clearer and more profound at that moment. One voice directed him to dedicate that thing, which always contradicted, to the benevolent Father. It was a very tempting offer. Every time that voice rang out, many painful memories from the past would surge forth. At this moment, that's what was happening. In those memories, it seemed he was a war hero. He was one of the Rage Owl Star people, having the good fortune to follow a prophet named Hu K, working and learning by his side. And then, the war broke out. First, it was said that there were major accidents in the exploitation of the spiritualized gas fields on the other two continents, followed by a massive low-energy storm that swept over those continents. It even crossed oceans, bringing tsunamis along with it to assault the main continent. It was a scene like the sky and the earth were breaking apart. However, after the natural disasters, on the Rage Owl Star's two subsidiary continents, several enormous abyssal rifts appeared. Hordes of demons emerged, crossing the ocean in fleets, igniting two main fronts, setting the main continent's battlefield ablaze. Jia remembered, at that time he abandoned his studies to join the army, using what he had learned from his teacher to fight for the survival of humanity. Their efforts were effective. The planetary defense force was far from a match for the demons that crossed the veil of reality, but with noble sacrifices, they fought without yielding an inch in incredibly disadvantageous battles. Under layers of interception, the demons always maintained a great advantage in battle, but their advance was anything but easy. Eventually, they held off the demons' onslaught, and received reinforcements from the Star Realm's empire. But the arrival of Starfleet, Star Realm Army, didn't save this world. Jia, as a person who had personally experienced that prolonged war, thought just that. Originally, he was overjoyed at the arrival of the Empire's reinforcements and boldly accepted the Star Realm Army commander's reorganization of the Planetary Defense Force to continue fighting those creatures. But what did he witness? To strike against the demons, to prevent more people from falling, orbital bombardments were conducted without hesitation. One after another, cities that hadn't completed evacuation or hadn't even begun to evacuate were destroyed by their own. To stop more abyssal rifts, more psychic energy fields were destroyed, bringing about even greater climatic disasters. These actions are hard to say were wrong. But looking at it from an objective point of view, did the Empire's army save Rage Owl Star? No, it did not. Throughout the decades of a drawn-out war, both sides used extreme measures. Various weapons of the Extinction Order were unleashed, then counteracted by both parties. During this process, countless people were sacrificed, and Rage Owl Star, once beautiful and fertile, became incredibly desolate. In the end, humanity achieved victory. All the demons on the planet were eradicated. But was this a victory for the Rage Owl Star people? 99.5% of the Rage Owl Star people died in the war. Was this the victory they wished for? After the victory of the war, Jay Wijia, who had aged significantly, fell into deep befuddlement. It was also since this time that he gradually began to hear some strange whispers in his ears. He was very cautious about this. Having fought against demons for many years, he was acutely aware that such inexplicable whispers appearing by one's ear were very dangerous things. Even though the voices he heard were so gentle, so kind, he still dared not take them lightly. Fortunately, after having battled for so long, his own level had reached that of an engine prophet, with sufficient technical ability to solve problems. He did not report the matter. Members of the tribunal accompanying the army would have been extremely nervous about it. He did not want to trouble others, nor did he wish, after the victory of the war, to have to visit the dark cells of the tribunal. He had more important things to do. He simply made a device and implanted it into his brain to block the mysterious whispers. After the war was won, the Star Realm army left. A colonel brigade commander felt that he was capable and invited him to leave together. But he refused. He said he wanted to stay and rebuild his homeland. He spent several years wandering the entire planet, establishing the Nature Salvation Society. With his proficiency in technology, he slowly and diligently restored the ecology of this world and healed the sick. During that time, he helped many people. Rebuilding the entire world might have seemed far-fetched and was not something he could achieve alone, as he approached the limit of his lifespan. He just hoped that his actions could make the world a little bit better. Even a little bit would be enough. When the rebuilding teams finally arrived, the foundations of Rage Owl Star might be a bit better, which could save a bit of effort for the new imperial governor in rebuilding the world. And then he waited and waited, but the expected rebuilding fleet never came. During that period, occasionally a few spacecraft would come from beyond the skies, carrying Rage Owl Star people who had once left this place, to take some of their old friends away. This was also the only method of communication with the outside world for Rage Owl Star at that time. It was for this reason that he heard the news that the Empire had abandoned Rage Owl Star, designating it as a wasteland planet with no value for reconstruction. The Empire would not spend a great deal of effort to recolonize it. What did Jay Wijia feel when he first heard this news? He was somewhat unclear. He only remembered that a long-standing doubt that had always revolved around him seemed to unravel. Did the Empire come to save Rage Owl Star? It did not. Before the war, the Empire was only interested in the resources on Rage Owl Star, constantly demanding from it, regardless of the risks that extracting the psychic energy fields posed to the entire world. They merely wanted energy. During the war, they merely used the entire planet as a chessboard, as a battlefield, as part of the endless war that had been going on in the vast star sea between the power known as the Empire and the power known as the Abyss. A war that persisted for tens of thousands of years. Within this, the fate of Rage Owl Star and its people were insignificant. Even the victory or defeat of this war was not all that important. It was just one of many wars taking place at any given moment in the Empire's boundless territories. What difference does a single victory or defeat make to the overall situation? After the war, they coldly calculated the cost of reconstruction versus the benefits of recolonization. When the cost exceeded the benefits, they naturally chose to give up. As for the remaining 0.5% of the population on Rage Owl Star, they would find their own way to live in their world. In summary, there was no talk of rescue or not rescuing. The Empire did not care about Rage Owl Star, nor did it care about the people on it. In that indifference, he impulsively removed the blocker he had created and implanted in his brain. At that moment, the gospel of heaven, countless times greater than the faint whispers he had heard before, flooded into his mind, flooded into his soul. He prayed to heaven, hoping to save this world. If the Empire won't save it, I'll save it myself. The Heavenly Father, as he wished, bestowed his grace. From that time on, he was completely transformed. The Father has treated this world with gentleness. I shall become the agent of the Father, spreading his gentleness throughout the world. Only in this way can Rage Owl Star receive the salvation it deserves. The roaring outside had stopped, leaving only heavy panting. And Jay Wijia had finished his meditation. He was not too happy, as a dissenting voice emerging from the depths of his heart had disturbed his listening to the gospel of heaven. He whispered, "Next time you make a sound, I'll sacrifice you." There was no response. That was as it should be, he didn't mind. The celestial kingdom was about to descend, and he would keep that faint notion in his heart, to witness with his own eyes the wondrous place Raj-Al's star would become after the descent of the celestial kingdom. It would be more wonderful than before the onset of war. He firmly believed in the promise the loving Father had made to him. His attention returned to Chanter Town. In fact, he didn't need anyone to report to him. His consciousness extended outward, and those plants that had received the grace of the celestial kingdom had all become his eyes. However, he saw something that made him even unhappier. The Alliance dogs, the very ones that the researcher had reported would be buried underground, were now charging out. Behind them were many of the celestial kingdom's genetic servants in pursuit, but they were dying in large numbers under the concentrated firepower. Even the defense layers constructed by spiritual energy could not completely withstand the damage from laser guns. He also saw that among those Alliance dogs, the leader had installed a thermobaric bomb and detonated it as the celestial kingdom's servants attacked, causing massive casualties. The remaining individuals were struggling to move some materials they had snatched to the Wind Falcon rapid attack vessel that was stationary on the ground. 2 more Wind Falcons also reappeared in the sky, launching a missile each. The missiles drilled into the Research Institute's entrance and exploded inside, eliminating even more of the celestial kingdom's servants. Jay Wijia could no longer bear the sight of this continuing. He stepped out of his hiding place, looking out. Chanter Town was not far from his sight. The researcher who had just received the blessing was panting heavily on the ground, and beside him, there were dozens of celestial kingdom servants resembling the lizard men from underneath the Research Institute. Jay Wijia said, "You will receive more blessings. Now is the time for you to show loyalty to the loving Father." The researcher stood up. His stature had grown much larger than before, his body beginning to show pustules, and even maggots were crawling in and out of these pustules. That man simply nodded slightly and led his team towards Chanter Town. Jay Wijia followed closely behind, his slender, indifferent eyes fixed on the 2 circling Wind Falcons. "Our weapon systems have malfunctioned. Damn, why is this happening? The servo skull has lost connection with the main system. No, this is bad. The fire control is targeting friendly forces." The 2 Wind Falcons in the sky were in total chaos at this moment. Lieutenant Kuchi, upon hearing the frantic voices of his comrades over the communicator, seemed a bit frustrated, shut down the servo skull's control over the Wind Falcon's fire control system, switched to manual operation. "But, that's an order. Execute it immediately. If a single bullet falls on our own forces, you'll be explaining it to the discipline committee when we return." The pilot of another Wind Falcon finally carried out his orders. But this triggered quite severe consequences. The Alliance's pilots hadn't spent enough time flying, their training was also insufficient, and they were rushed onto the battlefield. Relying on the assistance of the servo skull, they were barely competent in performing tasks that didn't require too much difficult maneuvering. But now, having severed the connection with the servo skull and switching to full manual operation, they immediately showed their lack of skill. But at least, there was no longer the danger of striking friendly forces. Lieutenant Kuchi also shut down the servo skull's assistance, but he performed much better than his comrades. Without the servo skull, although his control over the aircraft was still affected, at least he wouldn't be like the guy next to him, barely maintaining altitude. "Let me show you what an ace pilot can do," Kuchi roared, turning the nose of the aircraft, targeting the dozens of lizard-man mutants rushing out from the edge of Chanter Town. Die! He pulled the trigger. Kuchi's strike was effective. The enemies seemed not to have expected that one of the Wind Falcons, which had just been flailing around in the sky headlessly, could turn around so quickly and launch an attack. The machine gun and laser cannon fired simultaneously, and within a few seconds, the street where the band of monsters had been charging was plowed through. The effect was still very good. Those monsters still possessed some sort of spiritual energy trait, allowing them to activate a self-protection around themselves when under attack. However, how could such protection withstand the Wind Falcon, when it could be breached with a single overcharged shot from a laser rifle, or several intensive shots in a short time? A 40mm caliber could already be considered a cannon, let alone the laser cannon. Either of these weapons, if they hit their target, would cause a devastating blow to the creature's body. The 3-meter-tall lizard monster was no exception. The self-protective spiritual energy would be penetrated. The 40mm kinetic cannon could directly obliterate half of its body. The laser cannon would simply dissolve its torso. After a rapid burst, a third of the monsters charging had fallen to the ground, becoming piles of mangled flesh. Kuchi was not yet satisfied and wanted to fire another round. Although those still alive were no longer foolish enough to continue sprinting down the wide open and unsheltered street, instead they took cover behind the whitewashed houses on either side, moving forward step by step. But those brick wood structures, pretty as they were, could not withstand the machine gun fire or the laser beams. Even though the results wouldn't be as exaggerated as before, a little was still something. What's more, he was covering his ground comrades in this manner. LaCroix and others, carrying a large amount of data and materials, were moving to the other Wind Falcon that was still on the ground. The situation was urgent. Even though many seemingly less valuable and hard-to-transport items had already been abandoned, the remaining stuff was still not insignificant, and they would probably need a few more minutes. Without intervention, those monsters could reach them in a minute or two. Under the suppression of firepower, not to mention the casualties, at least those monsters wouldn't be able to reach the battlefield quickly. He was using this method to buy time for the special forces below. However, things were not going to be that easy. Suddenly, he felt that the Wind Falcon he was piloting had gone out of control. The nose of the craft started to turn involuntarily, making flight extremely difficult. Every maneuver he made was either amplified or minimized, and the Wind Falcon became very unstable. At such a moment, he still had the leisure to complain to himself, "Good thing I didn't have automatic fire on, or else I'd have to send myself to the discipline committee." In such a situation, any member of the Allied Air Force would have been unable to escape a crash. Without their servo skulls, those pilots about to enter the fray were barely able to perform, let alone now when the entire aircraft's controls were experiencing problems. But wasn't he claimed to be some ace pilot? Even in these circumstances, although he couldn't continue providing fire support to his comrades on the ground to help them suppress those charging monsters, he hadn't succumbed to a crash. The Wind Falcon was spinning in the sky, but not falling down was good enough. Moreover, the special forces led by LaCroix weren't pushovers either. Taking advantage of the little time Lieutenant Kuchi had bought for them, LaCroix had led a team to form a makeshift blocking position to buy time for their comrades behind. Their shooting skills were exceptionally strong, and they had already been tipped off about the special aspects of those lizard monsters. They would use concentrated fire and, when necessary, overcharge their LR-5 laser rifles at critical moments, even if it meant using up a high-energy battery in one go. One after another, the monsters were annihilated during their charge. LaCroix was the one with the most kills. The power crystal he had equipped in his exoskeleton armor was too luxurious to be used on individual equipment but provided him with outstanding combat capabilities. Each shot was an overcharged blast, with a high frequency, and key to this was his ability to nearly always hit the target. His fire alone was as effective as all the others combined. Given enough time and the right distance, LaCroix alone might have had a chance to shoot down all those lizard monsters during their charge. Unfortunately, there was no time. Even though the monsters had already been hit by an aerial cannon barrage, there were still upwards of 50 of them. The distance between them wasn't that great to begin with, and under the command of a huge one wearing a vague white lab coat that seemed to be the leader, they charged ferociously and fearlessly, consistently closing the gap to the blocking position. And the good news was that the Wind Falcon behind them had finally finished loading the cargo. Everything else was left behind. LaCroix called out, instructing his comrades to fight while retreating. As for himself, he stood at the very end of the group, providing stable and precise strikes, time after time. Moreover, he targeted that particularly distinctive enemy. The intelligence level of that guy is not on the same scale as the other monsters. Although he was also charging with the main force, he always kept his body behind at least one lizard man, never carelessly exposing himself to the firing line. But, was this foolproof? LaCroix had been watching him for a long time. And now, there was an opportunity. When he saw that the Special Forces soldiers had a chance to retreat, the creature seemed to grow anxious. It let out a long howl to the sky, calling on its subordinate lizard men to launch an even more fierce assault. They were now within arm's reach, and every human must be stopped from boarding the aircraft. The lizard men, indeed, accelerated their advance as commanded. However, in that instant, a very slight gap appeared between LaCroix and him. And this gap was tightly seized by the Alliance soldier king. He pulled the trigger, and the overloaded, dark red laser beam shot past the ears of many lizard men, hitting its mark on the guy's head through that slight gap. He, too, possessed some sort of spiritual energy protection, which was much stronger than that of ordinary lizardmen. Even when hit by the laser, a yellow-green energy shield visibly appeared. Even an overloaded shot couldn't immediately break through the spiritual energy protection. But this was already within LaCroix's expectations. What followed was a second shot, then a third. After that, there were no more windows to shoot through. But it didn't matter, those 3 shots were enough. The second shot broke the yellow-green shield, and with the third shot, the creature's head was pierced through. The remaining lizardmen, suddenly leaderless, fell into chaos. Taking this opportunity, the last soldier, besides LaCroix, had already boarded the Wind Falcon. Even then, the Wind Falcon had begun to take off, already almost a meter from the ground. It was at that moment that LaCroix finally stopped shooting. He first tossed his overheated rifle, probably unusable without major repairs after this, onto the aircraft, then took a high jump, grabbing onto the edge of the open hatch. With the help of a comrade's hand, he heaved himself onto the plane. Immediately afterward, he turned around, took the rifle handed to him by a comrade, connected it to his own energy crystal power supply, and leaned against the edge of the Wind Falcon's cabin, starting to shoot downward. He hadn't forgotten that these lizard creatures had a special ability. As they neared their target, the spiritual energy talent they possessed could cause a delay in the target's movements. He wasn't sure about the range at which this ability could be triggered, nor could he guarantee that when multiple lizardmen were present, their spiritual energy talents wouldn't resonate with each other, leading to a more pronounced effect. For others, it might be fine, but if the pilot of the Wind Falcon they were boarding were to be delayed, with the servo skull forced offline, they might truly be unable to fly. After all, not everyone was on the level of Lieutenant Cucci. With this in mind, shooting downward to reduce the numbers of lizard creatures was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. Killing a few extra enemies was never a loss. All things considered, things had been relatively smooth up to now. The anti-gravity engine of the Wind Falcon roared as the aircraft began to accelerate for a vertical ascent. In a few more seconds, once they picked up speed, they could soar hundreds of meters above the ground in the blink of an eye. At that height, they were almost out of danger. Once the thrusters kicked in, they could reach, or even break, the sound barrier in an instant, flying off into the distance, leaving the enemy troops on the ground, no matter their number or capability, as no threat at all. But just then, the fast attack craft they were on suddenly swayed violently. The Wind Falcon was losing control. What's going on? Why won't the machine respond? The pilot's cries of alarm kept coming. Clearly, he had encountered a situation like Cucci's before. A mysterious force was throwing off the precision of mechanical controls. Each operation was exaggerated or diminished. Even Cucci, relying on manual control in such a situation, could barely keep the Wind Falcon from falling, not to mention the one LaCroix and the others were on now. LaCroix's powerful arms gripped the side of the hatch, forcibly steadying his body. At this moment, he felt incredibly calm. Now, they were nearly 100 meters above the ground. Falling from this height, relying on his exoskeleton, relying on his body's strength that had mysteriously become many times stronger recently, perhaps he himself could survive. But the others on the plane would probably suffer heavy losses. What's worse, all the precious materials loaded onto the craft would no longer have a chance to be taken away again. They had to solve the problem. In the blink of an eye, he noticed a tiny figure slowly rising in the distance, nearly 2,000 meters away. To the average person, a target at this distance was just a dot. However, with his eyesight and the display inside his full-coverage tactical helmet, he could still make out that it seemed to be a bald man wearing a dark green robe. The air around him was constantly distorting. Some magical power was emanating from his body. LaCroix judged that this was very likely the culprit affecting both Wind Falcons. In the split second, he raised his LR-5 laser rifle to overload mode. A red beam streaked across the sky. That shot hit dead center. Jay Wijia lowered his head, looking at the penetrating wound that had appeared in his chest, astonishment showing on his indifferent face. He could interfere with 2 Wind Falcons from a distance of 2 kilometers, thanks to the power of spiritual energy, a grace from the benevolent Father. He, of course, also possessed the ability to protect himself with spiritual energy, which, if fully activated, wouldn't be so easily penetrated, even by an overloaded laser rifle. However, he had not actively activated his spiritual energy defense earlier. He was an old warrior, yet he hadn't personally experienced the battlefield and the threat of life and death for many years. He never imagined that after throwing that adept pilot's Wind Falcon into turmoil, anything could still harm him. But that soldier managed it. A laser rifle in overload mode could maintain tremendous lethality over a distance of 2 kilometers, which was not surprising, but how could he hit the target? A distance of 2,000 meters was something only a super sniper could achieve, wasn't it? It needed a fine weapon, a steady mind, ample time for calculation, aiming. And yet that Alliance soldier, in the heat of the moment, on a wildly swaying plane, one hand on the hatch and the other aimed at Jia, took a shot from 2 kilometers away. And he hit the target. A stream of fresh blood coughed out from the corner of his mouth. He was floating about 10 meters above the ground, but now he couldn't maintain his position and began to uncontrollably descend. But it wasn't over yet. After Lacroix's shot, both the Wind Falcons teetering on the edge of control regained stability. The Wind Falcon carrying the spoils and soldiers immediately started to climb, eager to avoid any further mishaps and get away quickly. The other Wind Falcon, piloted by Kuchi, didn't just climb. It viciously turned its nose toward Jia and fired a dense barrage of bullets. Kuchi had also seen Lacroix's shot, though he found it just as unbelievable. As soon as the plane returned to normal, he immediately understood that Lacroix had hit a critical target, saving everyone. There was little else he could do at this time, but to lay into the beaten dog. To give it another vicious blow was only right. What if he wasn't dead? If worse came to worst, they'd whip the corpse too. The first battle after the establishment of the Special Combat Brigade was something Ji Hang still cared about. He read the complete battle report and felt quite emotional. A combat team of 30 people, 6 died, but they completed the mission and possibly eliminated a high-value enemy target. What more was there to fuss over? Especially for Lacroix and Kuchi, Ji Hang personally issued commendations. The former goes without saying, he was a hero, activated by Ji Hang with favor points, the currently unique character specialized in combat on the system interface. What's restricting his combat power now is his equipment. If given even better gear, like upgrading the LR5 laser rifle to a Hellgun, bomb launcher, plasma or thermite weapon, he might even be able to match up with a Rage Owl Star Warrior. Still, comparing to Rage Owl Star Warriors, if instead of the Special Combat Brigade, it was Phoenix fighters deployed for this mission, the completion would indeed have been smoother. But now, there are only 4 Rage Owl Star Warriors left, irreplaceable resources. Whereas the soldiers of the Special Combat Brigade, although it sounds a bit harsh to say, they indeed qualify as consumables. Despite the sacrifices, even with a soldier king like Lacroix leading, and the mission's rough completion, as long as they can accomplish similar special operations, that was already very good. How much is a Rage Owl Star Warrior worth, and how much is a Special Forces soldier? Ji Hang did not like to measure the lives of warriors in cold numbers. However, as a leader, as a ruler, sometimes he had no choice but to make such cold calculations. Of course, the compensation for the 6 fallen soldiers would not be short. Those who lived and completed the mission should get enough combat allowances and bonuses, as well as honor. These matters would be handled by Tadius's military administration department, so Ji Hang didn't need to worry too much about them. His attention returned to the report submitted by researcher Hu Ke. The engine prophet had inspected the spoils brought back by Wind Falcon and submitted a report. He said the materials picked up this time were of great value, and there was a chance to decipher some important information from them. For example, to verify whether the Nature Salvation Society really found a complete, undamaged spiritualized gas field as he had previously guessed. To check what they were actually using the spiritualized gas field for. To attempt to calculate the location of the spiritualized gas field. Hearing this statement, Ji Hang felt a surge of great expectation. Ji Hang greatly cared about the deranged cult and the spiritualized gas field. Dealing with the cult was greatly linked to solving the problems of the Green Valley region. However, it seemed that relying solely on the military would be difficult. Once the Nature Salvation Society concealed themselves in the jungle, what could the military do to them? The Central Group Army claimed to have approximately 60,000 troops, with over 100,000 militia available for deployment. But such numbers tossed into the jungle would not even make a splash. Rather, it depended on precise intelligence, special operations teams for accurate strikes, guiding the orbital fire support from the sky for bombing, or at worst, dispatching the globally deployable Wind Falcon for bombing. Of course, this didn't mean that the current strategy for Green Valley was to be abandoned. As for the jungle, Ji Hang had already made up his mind to eradicate it completely. But he also had no intention of trapping his main forces there for a long time. Total eradication was possible, but it would take too long. He ordered the Central Group Army to completely stabilize the situation in the Biqing Valley region, then proceed south along the established roads, helping as many survivors from the South Green Valley region to move north as possible, and set up a defensive line between Biqing Valley and South Green Valley. With that, their mission would be considered complete. In the meantime, the militia would receive more effective training and better equipment. Subsequently, the task of maintaining the defense line between Biqing and South Green Valley would be handed over to the local militia, and the main forces would withdraw. Indeed, according to Ji Hang's strategy, he was prepared to relinquish control of the South Green Valley land. It wasn't necessary. Even if it was conquered, there wasn't enough population to develop it. As long as the remaining few million people in the direction of South Green Valley could be brought back, that was enough. The Biqing Valley region, with its estimated 2 to 3 million square kilometers of land, mostly fertile arable land, could not only feed 10 million people, but the grain produced here alone would suffice for the entire population of Rajal Star, with surplus for grain exports. Truth be told, the 10 million people might struggle to properly develop Biqing Valley. So, let the South Green Valley region remain as is for now. Wait until the future, when Rajal Star's population grows significantly and there is greater demand for land and food. Ji Hang now realized more profoundly that Rajal Star didn't lack land, it lacked population. His pace of unification wasn't for those many worthless lands, it was meaningless. Expanding the ruling population was the core matter. If the 10 million people of the Green Valley region could be incorporated into his rule, then he would have achieved his desired Green Valley strategy. Ji Hang gave Yan Fangshu 6 months for this process. As for the Nature Salvation Society, Ji Hang needed to treat it as another separate issue. He hoped that Hu Ke could decipher more information. He hoped for Wind Falcon's normalized patrols and airstrikes. He hoped for the Special Combat Brigade's special warfare operations in the south. Capture the living, probe for clues. Seek, discover, exterminate. Continue this process relentlessly until every last one of those cultists is annihilated. If the clues decoded by Hu Ke are sufficiently detailed, they could help him deliver a fatal blow, wiping out the cultists in one fell swoop. That, of course, would be ideal. If not, Ji Hang was not afraid to turn this into a long-term battle. The only concern was the complete spiritualized gas field that the cultists had discovered. That was an exceedingly advanced energy source, and Ji Hang wasn't sure what they would do with it. However, considering the history of Rajal Star, the source of the demonic disaster here was the excessive exploitation of the spiritualized gas field, leading to the thinning of the veil between reality and the abyss. Add some human activity and cult infection factors to the mix, and it ultimately led to a demonic invasion. Now that a complete spiritualized gas field was in the hands of the cultists, who were intent on summoning demons and calling upon evil gods, the situation, when combined, was deeply troubling. However, looking on the bright side, once Wind Falcon's patrols in the south become routine, there were certain scenarios Ji Hang would be able to scout ahead of time. If the worst scenario unfolded and the cultists tore open a new chasm into the abyss, the disturbance would surely not be minor. Early detection would give Ji Hang a chance to handle the situation before it became unmanageable. Of course, it would be best if he could discover it even earlier. For this reason, he was very much looking forward to the results of Hu Ke's work. However, he waited for over a month without any results. To be honest, Ji Hang was anxious. Because an important event would happen this month. The beautiful lady convoy and the quintet would both depart during this time. They needed to repair their ships. Though his cousin had left, Yelicia would remain, and an escort ship named the Blade Tiger had arrived here. The captain of the Blade Tiger, named Du Zhicheng, was a lieutenant colonel in the Imperial Navy. His rank was significantly lower than Yelicia's, though, theoretically, as the captain and commander, the ship was his to command. With Yelicia present, the command would undoubtedly fall into the hands of the female brigadier general without any surprises. It's likely that Du Zhicheng had anticipated this, and perhaps had even communicated early on with the Fufana family, deeply embedded within the Tianma Star Sector naval system, fully understanding his mission for the coming year and would likely be cooperative. But no matter what, swapping a main strike cruiser for an escort ship. was like trading a cannon for a bird gun. Ji Hang had hoped that Hu Ke would complete the decoding and reconstruction of the trophy information within this month, locate the spiritualized gas field, and send people to scout the area immediately, so that they would be ready to call in an orbital strike if necessary for a fierce attack. No matter how many schemes those Chaos Cult members had, they couldn't withstand a shot of divine justice from the Wrath of Loyalty macro cannon. But now, oops, the Wrath of Loyalty was gone. How about a scalpel missile instead? Yelisia had described to Ji Hang the weapons configuration on the Blade Tiger, which was embarrassingly inferior compared to the Quintet. Just 30 S-type weapons, and that's it. 10 reflector, interception lasers, 10 defender, rapid-fire cannons, and 10 scalpel, missile launch platforms. That's all. Reflectors can't hit the ground. To attempt it, they would lose a significant amount of energy passing through the atmosphere and would not be able to carry out an orbital strike mission. The defender rapid-fire cannons would barely be suitable, the scalpel missiles would work. But obviously, compared to a full barrage from the Quintet, with 200 scalpel missiles, 20 heat hammer macro cannons, and 2 loyal rage macro cannons, there was simply no contest. It was just better than nothing. If only the Allied Air Force could expand further, having 100 planes all equipped with missiles, the power of a full air raid would be roughly comparable to 10 scalpel missiles. Ji Hang could only heave a sigh, but there was no helping it. Hu Ke had even come to offer an uneasy apology to the governor, but what could be done? No one else on the entire planet could probably do that, so being anxious was useless. Ji Hang had no choice but to accept the reality. After tearfully watching Quintet depart, Ji Hang could only return to his office and figure out how to use the grace points at hand. The fixed income for the new month had arrived. This month's grace points totaled 1307 points. Compared to last month's 1022, there was once again a significant increase. This increase mainly came from the Biqing Valley region, where the Mutual Aid Society had effectively been incorporated into the rule of the Alliance, adding 4 million people to the population. Although the productive capacity of the Biqing Valley region was currently terrible, and a considerable portion of the population consisted of refugees and purely a burden, the sheer number of 4 million meant that the grace points increased by a sizable amount. As for other increases, they came from the twin cities absorbing more population and experiencing further growth in productive capacity. Order in the central 3 provinces had been restored, with a slight increase in their monthly income as well. After receiving this sum of grace points, Ji Hang now had 1708 points in hand. He considered for a moment and allocated 700 grace points for soldier training. He planned to recruit 70,000 soldiers from the Biqing Valley region and establish 11 garrison divisions, numbered 15 to 25, all under the command of the Central Group Army. By that time, combined with the existing militia of the Green Valley region and the freshly reorganized 13th Mechanized Brigade and 14th Motorized Infantry Division, which had been rapidly dispatched to the south, Commander Yan Fangshu would have over 200,000 troops at his disposal. With this scale, the question of military strength should largely be resolved. The source of these 70,000 soldiers was not a major issue, as refugees could be enlisted. The training was not a major issue, as the soldier tag system could solve it. The issue of weapons and equipment was a bit more significant, as producing equipment for 70,000 individuals, along with the corresponding artillery and trucks, might take 2 to 3 months to complete. But Ji Hang had time to wait. With the remaining 1,000 grace points, Ji Hang thought it over and decided to build a comprehensive academy. With that, of the 3 types of academy buildings made available to him by the architectural system, he would have constructed them all. The earlier one invests in education, the higher the returns. The comprehensive academy would produce students specialized in trade, jurisprudence, administration, arts, and so forth. Compared to the technical academy, the comprehensive academy could be considered more of a social science institution. Science and technology might be the primary productive force, but as the lands governed by Ji Hang became increasingly vast and the population ever more immense, with the overall scale expanding by several millions in a matter of months, he needed a sufficient number of administrative talents to manage the planet as bureaucrats on his behalf. This was inevitable. Especially since he adopted a highly centralized political system, this was more the case. The Technical Academy provided technological talents, the Comprehensive Academy provided high-quality social science talents, and the Loyal Air Academy ensured the loyalty of the former two. This was the education system Gu Hang planned for the overall alliance. Further down the line, establishing a complete compulsory education phase would require longer-term investment, but that was something Gu Hang would not personally handle. The Department of Culture and Education under the alliance government would be responsible for this task. As a result, 1,700 grace points were spent to the last penny, leaving a mere 8 points in hand. To speak of it, receiving a fixed income of over 1,000 grace points every month seemed quite plentiful, but spending them was indeed very quick. Gu Hang was now just waiting for the Green Valley campaign to settle. According to the system's way of doing things, it would have to wait until the situation in the Green Valley region was settled and stabilized before giving a settlement, but it was uncertain when this judgment would be made. He was in urgent need of a large wave of grace points to fill his depleted pool of grace points. However, before the big wave Gu Hang was anticipating arrived, the Phoenix Battle Group gave him a big surprise. On the outskirts of Wying City, Phoenix Monastery. After more than half a year of construction, the Phoenix Monastery no longer looked like a major building site, at least, not in the core area. The main part of the chapel had been completed, and next to it, an even larger cathedral was under construction. The living quarters had been finished, and the training grounds had been mapped out. Apart from the larger and more majestic parts, the main practical buildings of the monastery were all done. Inside the chapel, there even stood a statue of the emperor, glittering with gold. Indeed, it was cast from gold. Currently, on Rage Owl Star, aside from a portion needed for industrial production, the value of precious metals lay only in their use as decorative items. They held no capacity for currency, savings, or circulation. Using them to decorate the chapel and the divine image of the emperor was just right. And before the divine image of the emperor, a figure, aged yet tall and robust, knelt on one knee, his eyes tightly closed, maintaining this posture for quite some time. Priest Rizzo was always like this. Even as a priest, he spent too long praying with his eyes closed. It hadn't always been this way. Only after coming to Rage Owl Star had his time spent in prayer and attempting to communicate with the Emperor grown longer and longer. The other two members of the Phoenix Battle Group had felt at a loss for some time now. After 3 consecutive failures of gene seed implant surgeries, their battle group leader had locked himself in the confessional and had not come out since, and their battle group priest was in this state. The atmosphere was oppressive, and anguish and confusion filled their hearts as well. But today seemed a little different. Although the head priest still knelt in prayer before the emperor's statue, the confessional door nearby opened. The battle group leader finally emerged, but this did not bring any reassurance. They could see that Madden's massive frame was stooped, weary, hiding despair. When an ordinary person despairs and acts recklessly, they can cause considerable destruction, let alone a star-faring warrior. They watched the battle group leader with considerable concern as he approached the head priest step by step. They felt that what was about to happen would determine the future destiny of the battle group, but they did not know what it would be. Madden stood behind the head priest, gazing for a long time. During this, his fists clenched several times, only to relax again. Eventually, he let out a deep breath, and like Rizzo, knelt before the emperor's statue, murmuring a prayer before speaking in a disheartened voice. Priest, over half a year ago, you said you had foreseen that the battle group's lifeline resided on this star named Rage Owl Star. Madden's voice was hoarse and grating. In recent times, he had barely drunk any water, leaving his throat very dry. Priest Rizzo, being questioned, opened his eyes, a faint smile playing on his lips. Yes, I did have such a revelation. Do you still stand by your revelation? Of course, I've never doubted it. Even if. Madden took a deep breath. Even if the battle group has become what it is now. At this question, Priest Rizzo did not answer directly. He countered, are you blaming me? Madden was silent, but the bloodshot look in his eyes as he glared at Rizzo gave away the answer. Rizzo sighed, it seems you really do blame me, but do you remember exactly what I said at that time? You said the hope for saving the battle group lay on Rage Owl Star. No, that's not what I said. Madden was startled. A star-faring warrior has a good memory, and he immediately recounted the scene from that time, certain that he had not misremembered. What did the head priest mean? Rizzo continued, I said, the opportunity for the battle group's rebirth from the ashes lies there, in the person of the governor of that star. Is there any difference? Of course, there is. Rizzo's face broke into a smile once more. Hope has never been in a place, or on a star. It's always been upon a person. I made myself very clear. But, Maddens immediately started to speak. The governor has already done everything within his power to help the battle group, what more can he do? This indeed was Maddens' own thought, so he held no particular resentment toward Ji Hang. The Phoenix Battle Group and the governor of Rage Owl Star had always had an equal partnership. They executed commissions for the governor as they deemed fit, and of course, they could refuse if a mission was particularly preposterous. While sacrifices had been made, fighting the enemies of the Imperium, whether followers of the evil god or green-skinned orcs, was a matter of course. In this respect, Governor Ji Hang had never betrayed them. Any intelligence that needed to be clear was clear, any support that needed to be in place was in place. The losses of their battle brothers were caused by combat with the enemy, Mr. Ji could not be blamed for that. While they fulfilled missions for the governor, Rage Owl Star had reciprocated, building the monastery for the battle group, allowing them free choice among the planet's youth for candidates. When they needed surgical equipment, the latest was bought. They replenished their arsenal, and they were even gifted a precious set of Terminator power armor. What more was there to say? Ji Hang had done all that he could. What more could Rage Owl Star offer for the battle group's development? It's no use giving anything. What they're missing now, most of all, are people, fighting brothers, genetic seeds. Does Mr. Ji have any ways to help with this matter? At that moment, Priest Carrizo said, Mr. Ji has indeed done everything within his power to help the present Phoenix battle group. But for the future, for the group that will be saved, it is far from enough. He can do more. What are you implying? Maddens asked eagerly. Have you foreseen something else? There are only 4 of us left in the group. We must be united for the survival of the group. Why are you being so secretive at a time like this? I just don't know how to say it, Rizzo sighed. What is the most urgent help the group needs now? Is it genetic seeds? Maddens was so confused that even this answer was given hesitantly. Yes, now that we need genetic seeds, why shouldn't we seek help from Mr. Ji? Huh? Maddens was utterly bewildered. He might be able to help us in countless ways, but this one? I've said, I foresaw that the group's salvation would fall upon Mr. Ji. Since we're now at the brink of life and death, and we need genetic seeds to save our group, then let's go to him. You mean to say, Mr. Ji has our genetic seeds? Maddens' eyes narrowed as a myriad of thoughts raced through his mind. Rizzo once again did not answer directly but posed another question. Maddens, are you willing to pay any price for the survival of the group? Of course. Maddens replied firmly, but what does that have to do with? Rizzo waved his hand to prevent him from continuing and looked toward the other 2 parties present. And you? Certainly willing? The 2 veteran warriors were equally resolute. Rizzo nodded. He stood up, faced the 3 brothers, and said, Then let's go, let us meet His Excellency the Governor, see the savior of our group, and see how he will save our group. 4 interstellar warriors, visiting together, armed to the teeth, gave Ji Hang quite a fright. But after hearing the news, he still received them in his own office hall. The Ji Hang of today was no longer the one from before. In just half a year, not only had his power expanded rapidly, his personal strength had skyrocketed as well. In the system, on his personal character interface, he was a level 5 spiritual energy user. In the battle aboard the Quintet 3 months ago against the Beastman Fleet General, he even played a key role. He had assessed himself and concluded that, at this level, he might not even fear a one-on-one battle with Maddens, the leader of the battle group. Of course, being ganged up on by 4 interstellar warriors might still pose a problem, but who said he couldn't run if he couldn't fight? The city was full of his people. The reason Ji Hang thought of this first was mainly because the interstellar warriors came so aggressively and suddenly. Not knowing what had happened, he naturally considered the worst. Of course, when he actually met them, Ji Hang's face still beamed with a bright smile. He welcomed the interstellar warriors first, then without any further probing or beating around the bush, he got straight to the point and asked, I wonder what brings you here today? Is there anything specific you need my help with? The Phoenix Battle Group has made great efforts and sacrifices for the rebuilding and revitalization of Rage Owl Star, something I will never forget. Whatever you need, feel free to ask. I will fulfill it if I can. Facing Mr. Gu's question, the 4 formidable interstellar warriors, however, didn't open their mouths. They didn't know what to say. The 2 warriors didn't say much. They were just there to witness, Today they only brought eyes and ears, not mouths. As for the two leaders, Madden's gaze turned to Rizzo, only to find that the latter had no intention of speaking. This had always been Rizzo's stance. You're the group leader, so all decisions should rightfully be made by you. Was this a good thing? At least Madden's didn't think so. He only felt weighed down by the heavy burden. Sometimes he wished someone else could make some decisions for him, whether the decision was right or wrong. All he needed to do was follow, execute with all his might, and that would have been fine. It would certainly be countless times easier than now. Putting away his thoughts, he still had to shoulder the responsibility of the group leader and seek a way out for the survival of the group. Madden's was similarly not adept at beating around the bush, so he too spoke plainly. We are here for the survival of the Phoenix Battle Group, and we need your excellency's help. Oh, Yu Hang had already let go of most of his worries? Asking for help, huh? You should have started with that. With all the bluster, I thought there had been a leak and you were coming to finish me off. Hold on, no, there's no leak. I am a loyal subject of the Empire. However, Yu Hang was a bit puzzled again. He said, you need help, of course, there's no problem, but forgive my bluntness, I've always been grateful for your sacrifices and have been trying my best to help you. I don't know where else I can provide assistance. If there's anything I haven't done well, feel free to speak up, I'm all ears. Taking a deep breath, Madden said, we need a genetic seed. What? Genetic seed? To me? Lucky I wasn't drinking water just now, otherwise I wouldn't guarantee I wouldn't spit it out in one go. Clearing his throat twice to cover the shock in his eyes, he asked with feigned calm, this. I understand what a genetic seed is, but how can I help you? I don't understand. Madden's was somewhat deflated. Yeah, how could a military governor help with something related to genetic seeds? His gaze involuntarily drifted back to Priest Rizzo beside him. Priest Rizzo still had a silent demeanor. Anger rising in his heart, Madden's blurted out in frustration, 8 months ago, we were wandering through the stars. He talked about what happened then. About their plight, how Priest Rizzo had foreseen that the salvation of the battle group lay with Yu Hang, and their arrival on Rajoul Star. He even included the earlier conversation he had with Priest Rizzo inside the Phoenix Monastery, not sparing any details. Priest, weren't you all quiet? Then I'll lay it all out. Priest Rizzo's expression remained unchanged as he let Madden spill everything. Yu Hang looked at the High Priest of the Phoenix with disbelief, unable to comprehend the rationale behind all this. But in reality, his mind was swiftly calculating. 8 months ago, that must have been when he activated the Phoenix will die event. Was it the power of the system that mobilized Priest Rizzo to foresee certain events through prayer? What was the reasoning behind this? You, a priest, were led to Rajoul Star, led to me, during prayers to the Emperor. The implications hidden behind this entire event sent chills down Yu Hang's spine. However, an even more pressing issue was right before him. After Madden's had finished recounting everything, he looked at him with eyes full of expectation. Not just Madden's, the 2 star warriors behind him also shared the same demeanor. And how should he respond? Genetic seeds, huh? I could give them 100 grace points each, right? For him, who had just activated the event at that time, 100 grace points were impossible to come by. Even if he had them, it would have been exceedingly painful to part with. But for the him of now, with a fixed monthly income of 1,300, 100 points were nothing. But the question is, should he give them? If he admitted it, what risks would it bring, and what impact would it have? In an era beyond historical verification, the Emperor who walked among humans created the genetic seeds and the starfighters. Now, that technology has long been lost. In the current era, genetic seeds can only be born from the starfighters themselves. Moreover, due to long periods of separation, subtle differences have gradually emerged between the gene seeds of each ancient starfighter battle group, and after completing gene surgery to create new starfighters, their characteristics also differ to a certain extent. The Phoenix battle group's accumulation of gene seeds over many long years was destroyed. According to what Madden's once narrated about the history of the battle groups, in the last battle of their century-long penance expedition, their flagship, which carried both the battle group's armory and gene bank, ceased to exist completely in a massive explosion. Now, if one wishes to see the Phoenix's gene seeds again, apart from those that could be harvested after the death of the 7 living warriors, the only remaining source would be the Imperial Gene Bank. Starfighter battle groups too are required to pay taxes, known as the Gene Seed Levy, They need to regularly surrender 10% of the new seeds produced during this period, and the Mechanical Cult Guild and the Empire's state church check the purity of the battle group's gene seeds to ensure everything is in order. Those seeds that pass inspection are added to the Imperial Gene Bank, which are generally used to establish new battle groups. Thus, in theory, the Phoenix battle group could request assistance from the Empire to rebuild their ranks using the gene seeds they've surrendered as tax in the past. But in reality, this is impossible. Firstly, the Phoenix had submitted applications, but to no avail. The Empire had no such rule. There was never a regulation stating that a battle group suffering heavy losses could replenish from its past seed tax. The Empire also had no motivation to do this. Why strengthen an old battle group? From Ji Yu Heng's perspective, if he were a member of the Imperial Supreme Council, he wouldn't agree either. The starfighter battle groups within the Empire, according to sacred scripture, are similar to independent warlords. They mostly have their own mother planets, which do not pay taxes. Starfighter battle groups generally obey orders, but there are many who follow the directive rather than the proclamation. The Empire doesn't even have a dedicated authority with jurisdiction over starfighters, so mobilizing them is like how Ji Yu Heng interacts with Phoenix. Orders have to be issued, contracts made, and if they genuinely don't want to do it or don't commit fully, there are no conventional means to punish or restrict them unless they're branded as traitors after a fallout. And honestly, pinning a traitor label on someone isn't that easy. Which historic battle group doesn't have a band of comrades, good friends, planets they've saved, and so on? All are connections. All are political backers. It's not as simple as wanting to brand them and doing it. Afterward, if you do, the parent group and other allied groups will come forward to cry foul. If there's solid evidence, that's a different matter, but if there's even a slight controversy, it's not doable. Considering this, why support an old battle group? If there's a real need, just create a new one and it's done. The old groups can figure it out themselves. Especially the Phoenix battle group, a group with a past offense and who had actually been sentenced to a penance expedition, whose political connections were almost entirely wiped out, should not expect support. It's better to build a new group with the effort that would take to save the Phoenix. New groups won't come with a pile of historical issues that are difficult to resolve. Having lost hope of obtaining new seeds from the Empire, they could only rely on themselves. The sacrifice of 3 warriors yielded 3 seeds full of hope, but all surgeries failed. This means that the only seeds of the Phoenix battle group left are those contained within the 4 who are still alive. Theoretically, it shouldn't be possible to find them anywhere else. In this situation, Ji Yu Heng produced one. What did that mean? Was he in cahoots with someone high up and managed to acquire a genetic seed, or what? There was no excuse Ji Yu Heng could fabricate that would pass muster. He couldn't claim that the Imperial Gene Bank authorized him to have a batch of Phoenix seeds. That would be ludicrous, as nothing of the sort had ever happened in the Empire's history counted in millennia. But could he continue to feign ignorance and not acknowledge it? That didn't seem right either. Ji Yu Heng had been able to exchange for genetic seeds for half a year now. To say he wasn't eager to try it was impossible. He had been scheming for an opportunity to use his ability to exchange genetic seeds. If he hadn't been thinking about this, why would he have bought 20 sets of powered armor at a high price in the past when the beautiful lady convoy was present, if not for that day? According to Ji Yu Heng's original plan, he wanted to wait until Wu Jiarong managed to free some time so that this priestess from the Mechanical Cult Guild could research how to perform gene implantation surgery. This task doesn't necessarily require a starfighter. In fact, when the Empire wants to establish a new battle group, it's the Mechanical Cult Guild that operates. The only slight problem is that Wu Jiarong isn't specialized in genetic engineering. Compared to her, Hu Kei would be a better choice, but considering the issue of trust, Wu Jiarong still remains the best option. Once she had studied it, then Ji Yu Heng could find some young people with qualifications and potential, train them to T1 level using the soldier badge system, and then exchange for the genetic seeds. The total cost would add up to 211 points of blessing, plus the life of a promising youth as the price for Wu Jiarong to practice. Even if there were failures, after a few attempts, they should be able to succeed eventually. Anyway, the genetic seeds aren't precious to Ji Yu Heng, they're just 100 points of grace. Nowadays, to extract a technology requires far more than this amount of money. The only concern, in fact, is how to explain it after it's created. If now, taking advantage of this opportunity, and reaching an agreement with the Phoenix battle group, that would be almost a perfect situation. Moreover, they had come over, almost clearly stating the situation, and the room for feigning ignorance was already slim. Sitting upon his planetary governor's throne, Gu Hang looked down at the four-star warriors, his gaze especially focused on Mattins and Rizzo. He could see the relief and tension on Mattins's face. He could also see that Priest Rizzo had opened his eyes at some point, his expression now filled with anticipation and even a touch of zeal. Recalling what Mattins had described, how they were guided to Rage Owl Star by praying to the Emperor through Rizzo, he clenched his teeth, deciding to take a gamble. He had thought it through. In a desperate situation, these Phoenix individuals, whose minds were fully occupied with how to continue their battle group's existence, might really abandon their quest for the origins when faced with genetic seeds that, while of unknown provenance, were indeed related to the Phoenix descendants. They might focus solely on the survival of their battle group. The Star Warriors were called the Emperor's Death Angels, and this was true. They all valued loyalty highly. But, were there no rebellions among Star Warriors? That is not the case. Rebellious battle groups, the chaotic Starry Warriors gang, these were all tangible realities. Aren't they all factions that split off from the loyal Star Warriors? With the Phoenix now as they are, it's conceivable that to fulfill their wish of continuing the battle group's legacy, they would have a decent chance of agreeing to direct treason. Not to mention, what Gu Hang would ask them to do next was not even to betray anyone. Furthermore, as Gu Hang looked at Rizzo, he always felt that this priest might become key, and he might even become an inside supporter. With these thoughts, Gu Hang took a deep breath and spoke solemnly to the four-star warriors below. If that's what you say, I indeed have a potential solution that might help you. He made an opening statement but did not get into specifics, leaving room for negotiation. He spoke slowly, and did not forget to observe the expressions of Mattins and Rizzo. The yearning on Mattins's face instantly filled with hope. The commander looked up at him with eager eyes, full of anticipation for what he would say next. And the fervor on Rizzo's face became even more pronounced. The reactions of the two reassured Gu Hang somewhat. Their first concern was not, why can this planetary governor help us obtain genetic seeds, but, we can agree to any condition, which in itself explained a lot. He continued. But this matter is too significant and unique, involving some secrets. It will also cost me greatly, which exceeds my level of support for you. So, if you need this kind of special help, I need you to agree to a few conditions. Mattins eagerly interjected. Name it, I will agree, no matter what the conditions, I will agree. He indeed had prepared himself to make any sacrifice. Gu Hang raised a finger. First, the Phoenix battle group must pledge allegiance to me. Just the first condition, and Mattins was already stunned. A battle group pledging allegiance to a planetary governor? Had such a thing ever happened in the entire history of mankind? Weren't planetary governors civilians appointed by battle groups to manage their planets, at best serving as stewards, to be replaced if they weren't up to the task? Now, a battle group was to pledge allegiance to a planetary governor? He found it somewhat unacceptable. Gu Hang's expression became grave. I think I need to make myself clearer. This goes beyond the level of aid for allies. You should understand that. I can only pay the price for my own people, for my true own people. He paused, then leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Mattins. I'm ready to pay the price for the rejuvenation of the battle group, but the premise is, it must be, my battle group. So, Commander Mattins, you said you were willing to pay any price. Does that still stand? Mattins looked again towards Rizzo. All he saw was the encouraging look in Priest Rizzo's eyes. I agree, Mattins lowered his noble head. Then swear the oath, Gu Hang said. If he had already agreed, what more was there to say? Mattins knelt on one knee before Gu Hang, who was seated on the throne in front of the Emperor's golden statue, and also bowed his proud head. Following his lead, Rizzo and the two other Star Warriors also knelt. Next, it should be the oath-taking segment, but Commander Mattins pursed his lips tightly. He didn't know how to begin. At this moment, Priest Rizzo spoke, leading the battle group in the oath, chanting the prayer, is my duty. I'll do it. Mattins breathed a sigh of relief. At critical moments, the High Priest was somewhat useful, at least taking over the most awkward part for him. But soon, he couldn't muster a smile. From this day forth, I am of the Phoenix. The first sentence uttered by Rizzo made the DNA of all three stir. It was the oath of the Phoenix battle group, which every battle brother must recite by heart upon formally joining the group. swearing allegiance in front of all their battle brothers to the Emperor. And afterward, this oath would be the preface to almost every banquet, gathering, and prayer session of the battle group. They had long since learned it by heart. In the past, and including now, it was always Priest Rizzo who led such prayer activities. Everyone was very familiar with it, so the three of them almost instinctively started reciting it along with him. From this day forth, I am of the Phoenix. I am a sword of the Emperor and also a sword of Jiyu Hang. Their eyes went wide with disbelief, staring at Rizzo. What the hell? You just changed the battle group's oath. If you're going to swear allegiance, why mess with an oath that has been passed down for thousands of years? And hey, how about consulting us first? However, Priest Rizzo looked at them with a resolute and fervent expression, clearly prompting them to recite along with him. What could Matins and the remaining two warriors do? The situation had progressed this far. Was there still room to stand up and say they refused? They hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, stiff-necked, they continued to recite along with the high priest. I am a sword of the Emperor and also a sword of Jiyu Hang. I am a shield of the Emperor and also a shield of Jiyu Hang. I shall bring death to the enemies of humanity. I shall bring back glory for the Emperor and Jiyu Hang. I shall sacrifice and die for the Emperor, and be reborn of fire because of Jiyu Hang. From this day forth, I am the Phoenix, eternally warring on. Jiyu Hang felt awkward listening from above. Having his name forcefully added to the oath, it sounded cringeworthy no matter how he listened. Besides the awkwardness, a more core point was guilt. What merit did he have to be equated with the Emperor in an oath? If others heard this, wouldn't it provoke serious trouble? But he also couldn't bring himself to stop it, and he couldn't quite pinpoint his feelings about it. There was no way he didn't feel a bit of dark pleasure. A battle group was swearing allegiance to him, even changing the group's oath. How could he not be pleased? Although this battle group only had 4 people left, from this moment on, he could use the repeatable event to exchange genetic seeds without any reservations. With the seal broken, was there any concern about the speed of powering up troops for someone hanging by a thread? However, Jiyu Hang didn't let the euphoria cloud his judgment. He still remembered his priority. After the Phoenix battle group finished the oath, Jiyu Hang raised his second finger. When Jiyu Hang raised his second finger and proposed his second condition, Matins was already numb. Even the kind of oath that he had just taken, chanting along with the priest of the battle group, what other condition could there be that he couldn't agree to? And indeed, the second condition that followed, along with the third condition that came closely after, didn't seem too demanding and not from their post-oath perspective. Jiyu Hang's second condition was that the battle group must unconditionally obey all of his orders. No problem, obedience is obedience, what else does pledging loyalty mean? However, it was the third condition that gave them some worry. This condition stated that all future new members of the Phoenix battle group, from recruitment to training, would be handled solely by Jiyu Hang. Essentially, this was to take over the training of T1 level soldiers, as well as training political officers at Loyal Air Academy. The former was to raise the trainees' basic qualifications as much as possible because according to the traditional ways of cultivating interstellar warriors, bringing in a boy just over 10 years old would mean at least 5 to 6 years of training, or 7 to 8 years at most, to select the best out of the good ones upon reaching near adulthood. That was too slow. Jiyu Hang couldn't wait for such a slow nurturing process. He needed to produce soldiers rapidly. By directly spending gift points, he could bring talented boys up to the T1 level, which is a far more reliable method. Not everyone could be trained to the T1 level. During the times Jiyu Hang used the soldier card function for training, he had often come across situations where no further enhancement was possible. That was related to the soldier's innate potential. But that was also good, in a way. If out of 100 boys, there are those who could be raised to the T1 level by the soldier card, it would prove that their innate potential was quite impressive. If they didn't even possess the potential to endure the upgrade to T1 level by the soldier card, then there was no point wasting gene seeds on them, nor their own lives. This indirectly served as a rather useful selection feature. Those who were eliminated, those who couldn't be promoted to the T1 stage, wouldn't go to waste either. If they didn't have the aptitude to become interstellar warriors, they could well enter the 10th Special Warfare Brigade to become Special Forces. Being a stormtrooper was also quite honorable. As for the regular training, a visit to Loyal Air Academy was certainly necessary. Before those young men became interstellar warriors, they must first receive proper education in loyalty. Mattins had doubts about this, not because of ideological training. The entire battle group had already sworn allegiance to the military governor. What else was there to fret about? What worried him was whether the military governor knew how to train interstellar warriors. Jiyu Hang had no explanations for this, just as he wouldn't explain how he intended to obtain gene seeds. As for how to deal with Mattins' doubts, that was actually quite simple. Jiyu Hang said a few words to him. His speech was very tactful, but the meaning was very direct. Next month he planned to conduct the gene seed implantation surgery. Did Mattins have the capability with the regular methods of cultivating interstellar warriors to train a suitable candidate within a month? Even if picking from those more than 200 youths already undergoing training at the Phoenix Monastery, none suitable could be found. It's not that the training method for interstellar warriors was inadequate, but the problem was the scarcity of training time. The 3 consecutive failures of surgery in the past were not only due to the gene seeds not being properly preserved, resulting in decreased viability, but also another significant problem was the inadequate quality of the candidates. If you can't handle it, then I might as well do it myself. In the end, Mattins had no choice but to accept. After seeing off the 4 members of the Phoenix battle group, Jiyu Hang, left alone, unusually asked someone to bring him a glass of wine and sat drinking by himself. He did not show emotions like excitement or happiness on his face, but he was indeed very pleased. The complete allegiance of the Phoenix battle group was of great significance. The core point was certainly not those 4 veterans. If it were just about borrowing their strength, there was no need to insist on their allegiance. A normal mission commission would suffice. The greater value of this event was that Jiyu Hang could finally use the gene seed exchange function without too much concern to rapidly produce his own soldiers. Unleash the seal. Interstellar warriors are by no means a cost-effective type of soldier. The more than 200 gift points required to cultivate an interstellar warrior, plus the cost of a set of equipment, could arm 1 or 2 infantry divisions. And yet a single interstellar warrior might not be able to defeat an entire division. But that's not how it should be measured. Many problems that infantry divisions can't solve need top-tier solo combatants like interstellar warriors. In the battle at the Quintet, if it weren't for the efforts of Mattins and the other 3, giving Jiyu Hang 4 more infantry divisions wouldn't have mattered. They wouldn't have been able to prevent the Beastman Overlord from destroying the core engine room. However, as impatient as Jiyu Hang was, he couldn't immediately start producing soldiers. He had run out of gift points previously, but no matter, things could be prepared in advance. Selecting young teenagers with potential as reserve warriors, tossing them into Loyal Air Academy for learning, all these could be started in advance. A month quickly passed. The situation underwent many new changes. In the Beeching Valley region, a sizable battle erupted. The Central Group Army's efforts to cut through, compress, and eliminate the jungle were effective. The aberrant beasts hiding in the jungle became desperate. Oh, rather than saying the aberrant beasts panicked, it's more accurate to say that the puppeteers behind them tried to make a desperate last stand. They clearly knew that if things continued this way, the eradication operation involving 200,000 soldiers and millions of civilians would genuinely wipe out the jungles of the Beeching Valley region. It didn't mean that the vast jungles would be completely deforested, but at least they would be cut into fragments. In the areas where it was certain that there were no aberrant beast nests developing, they could be left alone after clearing the surroundings, and for the jungles where aberrant beasts existed, complete destruction awaited. The fully powered synthetic starch factories constructed one after another could digest the destroyed trees on the spot, transforming them into synthetic starch needed by refugees. This greatly relieved the pressure on food supplies. Furthermore, with the recent conclusion of the autumn harvest, the Alliance's food reserves were still in a healthy state. Unwilling to sit and wait for death, the Nature Salvation Society gathered nearly 500,000 monsters of various types from the jungles across the Beeching Valley region. But even so, they still suffered defeat. They knew that facing the enemy head-on, despite their vast numbers, they stood no chance. In war, quantity is clearly not the primary factor, firepower is. While fully evolved aberrant beasts had the pus spewers with a shooting range almost equal to firearms and there were bioartillery. Overall, the vast numbers were still made up of the ordinary aberrant beasts. Those ordinary ones could only fight in close combat, mere cannon fodder. A head-on attack was like serving themselves on a platter, but they had no other choice. A wave of aberrant beasts gathered and charged out of the jungle in vast numbers, attempting to draw the attention of the Central Group Army in this way. Immediately after, they launched multiple attacks from other areas of the woodland. However, the final result was still a failure. Almost all of the aberrant beasts that set out were wiped out in the end. At first, Yan Fangshu did have his attention diverted when he detected the massive wave of aberrant beasts. His main force confronted them head-on. But after realizing that the enemy was moving on all fronts, launching multiple attacks, his response was swift. Firstly, the forces at the front launched a fiercer attack, annihilating the enemy they faced. Secondly, the reserve troops mobilized extensively along the entire front, quickly providing support to multiple points of enemy attack. These troops were essentially the 15th to 25th Garrison Divisions trained up in the past month. Their equipment wasn't fully in place yet, but they were adequate for temporary use. Thirdly, the various militiamen and armed civilian self-defense forces had become quite outstanding. They resisted on the spot, waiting for reinforcements to arrive. And as a rule, the first reinforcement to arrive would be Air Force formations. Currently, the Alliance's Air Force had nearly 40 Wind Falcons in an aviation squadron. Formed in teams of 3, upon hearing the situation facing the Biqing Valley region, they all set off. They circled above the Biqing Valley, ready to move instantly wherever air support was needed. With the assistance of these aviation soldiers, who acted very swiftly and had a broad combat radius, the attacks launched by the mutant creatures hardly achieved any significant results. Of course, the Air Force was just the Air Force and couldn't produce a decisive effect. But as long as they could successfully delay the monsters' attack rhythm, that was enough. Once the Central Group Army on the ground was freed up, the rapid response units from various places could provide support along their route. The Green Valley region is a massive peninsula-shaped area, with its widest span being over 1,000 kilometers. It's impossible to cover everything merely with the manpower at hand. But there is no need to. With a population of only several million, it's enough to establish a few larger settlements. There's no need to stretch so far and create such a long defense line, unnecessarily increasing the difficulty of defense. A few targeted counter-offensive annihilation battles, and these aberrant beasts were almost completely exterminated. Subsequently, the Alliance Army, in accordance with the plan, divided part of the rapid deployment troops along the Green Valley region's own pathways to begin moving south. They would set up evacuation points along the way to help the civilians still stranded in the South Green Valley region migrate northward and flee. This migration was semi-coercive. Ordinary civilians were one thing, but the many plantation owners still in South Green Valley region were the biggest obstacle. Since the outbreak of the disaster, the plantations in South Green Valley that have managed to persevere to this point are either relatively isolated, having encountered little trouble so far, or have managed to hold on by sticking together, or are just so large that they are not easily breached. But no matter the circumstance, convincing plantation owners to easily abandon their assets and head north along with a massive number of hired laborers is very difficult. In this regard, the Alliance expressed respect, but then demanded that all civilians leave. If the population migrates but leaves behind the plantation owners and their families, you're free to do as you please. If you seek death on your own, the Alliance can hardly save you. However, if anyone dares to incite the hired laborers to oppose the Alliance Army, preventing them from leaving, or spreads false rumors that disaster will strike if they move north, any such acts of resistance will be treated as hostile. The Alliance Army will strike with full force. In any case, the migration of the southern population didn't go smoothly, often resulting in bloodshed. Nonetheless, the army enforced Governor Gu Hang's will with iron and fire. Despite any disturbances, the plantation owners had no chance of stopping the process. On Rage Owl Star, Governor Gu Hang's will was an irresistible force, the wheel of the era. No one could resist, during this month, at researcher Hu Kei's lab, which Gu Hang had been attending to, they achieved breakthroughs in deciphering the spoils recovered by the special forces of the 10th Brigade. Hu Kei personally sought out Gu Hang to share the good news, stating that he had located the target site. Indeed, just as they had anticipated, the Nature Salvation Society did possess a complete and undamaged spiritualized gas field, a relic from the pre-war era. Moreover, their primary current research was aimed at finding out what kind of disaster had befallen the spiritualized gas fields on Rage Owl Star in the pre-war era, and how it had opened the chasms of the abyss. they were trying to replicate this process. They'd already made some progress, which involved a large number of lives and a massive-scale sacrificial ritual. The rapid breeding and loss of control of the aberrant beasts was related to their research. The spiritualized gas field discovered by the Nature Salvation Society wasn't particularly large, but the energy density in any spiritualized gas field was incredibly high. Its location was at the southernmost tip of the Green Valley Peninsula or Green Valley Subcontinenta and about 80 kilometers southwest underwater. The Nature Salvation Society had likely constructed a mining site and laboratory there. Hu Ke asserted that if he wanted to understand what his student truly intended to do, he needed more time to study it. To which Ji Yu Hang was rather indifferent. If Hu Ke wanted to research, then let him. As for solving the problem, Hu Ke need not concern himself too much. When the time came, Ji Yu Hang would dispatch a special task force to destroy everything there with orbital strikes, under the cover of the Air Force. Destroying the spiritualized gas field was out of the question, an unrealistic notion. However, he could obliterate all of the facilities and personnel that the Nature Salvation Society had set up there, severing their ability to continue exploiting the site. Of course, not just yet. The Alliance's air forces were currently too occupied to spare the effort, as fighting was ongoing in the Biqing Valley region. Moreover, the Special Operations Brigade was somewhat short on manpower. Let those cultists live a little longer. Once he could spare the resources, Ji Yu Hang would deal them a harsh blow. And after this month passed, the monthly fixed income was distributed. This time, it was 1432 points, an increase over the previous month. After receiving the funds, Ji Yu Hang did not hesitate to invest nearly all of it into the development of the Phoenix. Just in time before 12 o'clock. Next, I'll be writing tomorrow's noon update. After receiving the 1432 points of grace this month, Ji Yu Hang now had a total of 1440 grace points. With these grace points, even if they were all invested in the Phoenix, he could create about 7 Phoenixes in their ultimate state. Of course, this was hardly possible in reality, considering the losses along the way. Even if Ji Yu Hang was optimistic, it was impossible to succeed with all 7. Moreover, before that, suitable candidates for training had to be selected. The selection process was actually quite straightforward. Firstly, over the past month, Ji Yu Hang had picked out 150 teenagers between the ages of 16 and 18 from across the Union. Some criteria were involved, such as background, past experiences, physical condition, and an assessment of their psychological state and willpower. In short, there was a whole array of assorted requirements. These requirements were not just concocted by Ji Yu Hang out of thin air, but were based on suggestions from Maddens and Rizzo, who had established a scoring system from various aspects, with different weights for each item, to evaluate the 150 people they had selected. On this basis, these 150 had already undergone one round of selection. Now, with enough grace points in his hands, Ji Yu Hang was about to start the second round and the several consecutive rounds of selection that followed. First, all candidates were trained to the T4 level. This cost Ji Yu Hang 17 grace points. Later, when attempting to train them all to T3, some were unable to proceed. This was normal, indicating that some of them didn't have the potential to reach that level. They were divided into 15 groups to be upgraded one by one. 6 groups couldn't make it, so they were divided again. Although this wasn't the most efficient method, it didn't matter. Ji Yu Hang wasn't exactly obsessed with utmost efficiency. In the end, 9 people were eliminated, leaving the rest to be promoted to T3 level. This cost 141 grace points. Truth be told, this ratio was quite high, suggesting that the initial selection might have been quite good. However, during the elevation to T2, the rate of elimination soared, and in the end, only 47 succeeded in advancing. To promote them, Ji Yu Hang spent 470 grace points. Finally, Ji Yu Hang saw that only 3 people were qualified to be upgraded to T1. At this rate, Ji Yu Hang couldn't help but exclaim that finding someone with the qualifications to become an interstellar warrior was indeed difficult. Out of the 150 carefully selected teenagers, only 3 could be trained to the T1 level. No wonder the Phoenix had 3 complete failures in their surgeries. They had only selected 400 to 500 teenagers for training. Not to mention that the Phoenix didn't have enough time to train those teenagers, even if they had been given ample time. And the gene seeds remained fully active. Ji Yu Hang was not optimistic about their chances of success. The Phoenix didn't have any cheats and couldn't simply select the best candidates as Ji Hang had effortlessly done. They could only observe the level of those teenagers through approximately 6 months of training and, guess, the best 3. Out of the 500, maybe only about 10 genuinely had potential. Many had potential that might not fully materialize during training. No wonder mature battle groups needed an entire planet to provide recruits, and a considerable number of them would resort to brutal elimination when selecting new soldiers, even using methods such as battle royale and gladiatorial combat. They needed a vast number of teenagers to participate in the recruitment process and undergo the most severe culling. Compared to the preciousness of gene seeds, the lives of some ordinary teenagers were negligible. A low margin for error. Then select 10 out of 100,000. Surviving through combat and harsh elimination pushes one to tap into their potential. And for those whose potential remained untapped, whether they died or got eliminated, the interstellar warriors felt no pity. Regardless of whether the methods the interstellar warriors used to select recruits were advanced or backward and brutal, they were certainly not as effective as having a cheat. Ji Hang hadn't expected that his soldier card system would come in handy like this. Although the success rate of surgery for those at T2 was actually not bad, Ji Hang had no intention of squandering resources on them. Rather than that, he preferred to give the precious 100-point gene seeds to the 3 most exceptional individuals. Ji Hang upgraded all 3 youngsters to the T1 level. This cost him 300 grace points. Then, Ji Hang spent another 300 grace points to exchange for 3 gene seeds. All the preparatory work was thus completed, and what was left was the surgery itself. The entire process, if also including the training for the special military role of political commissar, ended up costing a total of 1369 grace points. Ji Hang's grace point balance had once again fallen to double digits. It looked like a lot, but when averaged out, each candidate for Interstellar Warrior cost over 400 grace points, which was double what had been anticipated. But the account shouldn't be settled like this. First off, not a single one of those precious, exceptionally talented young people died during the selection process. Furthermore, even the eliminated ones each had their uses. Even the 9 youngsters who didn't make it to T3, whom Ji Hang couldn't be bothered to train as political commissars, were simply sent to regular boot camps. But even so, these 9 least capable boys should still stand out in boot camp, belonging to those who the various units would vie to have when replenishing their ranks. After all, even those who had undergone soldier badge system training in boot camp are generally at T5 level. These 9 boys had at least reached T4. The remaining 141 would all be supplemented into the Special Combat Brigade. Before this, the Special Combat Brigade had only about 100 people and was in dire need of new recruits. Out of the 141 added, at least they were T3 level, consistent with the current level of special combat soldiers. There were also 47 who had reached T2 level, which was much stronger than the average special combat soldier. Thus, the strength of the Special Combat Brigade was replenished to about 230 people, barely forming 2 special combat battalions. It was precisely because the eliminated boys could be put to immediate use that Ji Hang selected boys aged between 16 to 18 when screening candidates below him. Although boys of this age group still had room to grow and would still be considered as junior soldiers in the troops, colloquially referred to as child soldiers. But as long as it wasn't child's play, of course, everyone else in this group of boys was incidental. The crucial ones were those 3 chosen children. Ji Hang now looked forward to their future with great anticipation. Palates Anatole came from the Green Valley region. He was the son of a serf. As a youth, he had a relatively good nutrition because his mother was slightly attractive and had a special relationship with the plantation owner's family. His father must have known about it early on, but kept silent. For a long time, Anatole himself was unaware. He occasionally heard whispers and rumors, but he brushed them off as mere silly insults from other boys during fights. At least, that's what he told himself. But this year, disaster struck, and the plantation disbanded. His father decided to head north, taking his family of 5, including his 2 younger sisters, to seek refuge. Their family had good luck, reaching the Beeching Valley region just as the refugee camp was established. Contagious diseases hadn't spread there, and after a short stay in the camp, they were relocated to the central province and settled in Wying City. It was during this transition that he overheard a quarrel between his parents. The gist of it was his mother lamenting their challenging life, questioning why they hadn't followed their old master, which resulted in his father calling her shameless. In turn, she furiously retorted, arguing that if not for her, how could his father, with just farming and the meager pay from their master, provide for the family? Anatole didn't want to think about those things anymore. In any event, although his parents hadn't split up yet, the family atmosphere had turned very sour since that quarrel. Both his parents had secured an E5 classification and gone to work in different factories. He and his two sisters were allocated E2 and E3 classifications, respectively, and even had the opportunity to attend school. Family life had improved significantly as they had a place to live, enough food to eat, and a warmer, more hopeful future. He didn't understand why, after life had gotten better, the same parents who had never mentioned those things before suddenly erupted into such a quarrel. During 2 months of his parents' Cold War, the day finally came when people with red hats visited the school to select the most promising boys, and he eagerly signed up. On one hand, it was a cool thing to do, on the other, he wanted to leave his home. He didn't know how to solve the family conflicts, but avoiding them was a more comfortable option. Many of his classmates were weeded out after simple tests, with very few passing, but he was one of the few. After being selected, the Red Hats visited his home. His mother, upon hearing that her child would be taken away, wept bitterly, unwilling to let it happen. His father too, with trembling hands, forced a smile asking if it was possible not to go, if there were any other options. They didn't know what might happen to their child after he left. Instinctively, they didn't want Anatole to leave just as life was getting better. According to his father's plan, after studying for a few more months, 17-year-old Anatole could join him at the military factory producing artillery. Although the work was hard, he would start as a stable E5 level and with seniority could steadily advance for a secure future. Why wasn't that visible path a good one? His mother agreed. Truth be told, seeing his parents who had been cold toward each other for months suddenly clinging to one another, united in opinion, made him even more certain of his decision. If his departure could improve the relationship between his parents, then that would be great. But if staying would be better, well, no, there was no staying. He heard the conversation between the Red Hat and his parents. The Red Hat, with a very stern attitude, made it clear that this was a conscription by the Alliance. Failing to follow the conscription policy was a serious violation of the law, subject to severe punishment. Then, softening his tone, he gently explained the Alliance's policy. He described that being a soldier, unlike being forced into service by a landlord or other settlements, came with a rank, benefits, and allowances, and was even better than the average worker. It was a promising future. Moreover, Anat was about to enter a special advancement training class personally established by the governor, a class with rare spots and vast prospects. His future was definitely promising, perhaps even more so than his own. First, the stick, then the carrot, and next, the pie in the sky. After a series of tactics, his parents were persuaded. Anat himself was also persuaded and no longer wished to stay. Besides family trivialities, how could a young person not be interested in a vast but unknown world? Then, amid his mother's tears and his father's reluctant embrace, he left home and was taken to a place on the outskirts of Wying City, a monastery? He had heard of this place. According to the townspeople, it was home to the Emperor's Angels, an area off limits to mortals. There were strict regulations against entry. Violators would be captured and punished with labor, stipend deductions, or even demotion. The latter was a very frightening punishment within the union system. Could it be? I might become an angel? It's quite normal for young people to dream. He anxiously and stiffly awaited his fate, but what transpired afterwards was beyond his comprehension. His training commenced for a week. The content was novel to him, something he had never seen before but was said to be common in the military, nothing out of the ordinary. Yet during this week of training, his peers were continuously divided into different groups. Some were sent away after just a couple of days, while others lasted slightly longer but were also constantly segregated into groups. By the end of the week, only 3 people, including himself, remained in the same group. Moreover, during this period, he distinctly felt that he had undergone tremendous changes. His physical condition had improved dramatically. His abilities in fitness, strength, and agility, which had been moderately above average among his peers, had reached an almost exaggerated level compared to a normal adult within just 1 week. He had mastered many military skills, most of which he had trained in, but at most had only practiced once or twice. However, every skill now felt as natural to him as instinct, and he could use them at will. In his mind, he had also acquired much military knowledge. He had skimmed through the material issued in books only once at night as required by the training, but now the knowledge was deeply engraved in his mind. It wasn't just memorization, it also included understanding, as if he had applied this knowledge in practice many times, deeply integrating theory with practice. All these experiences astounded him. Thereafter, he and his peers were taken to Revival City, to a place called Loyal Air Academy, where they underwent another week of training. During this training, he greatly broadened his horizons, even witnessing the legendary governor himself during the first lesson. And in the lessons that followed, it was as if he understood that the rapid growth from the previous period was a blessing from the emperor, a gift from the governor. Loyalty was deeply imprinted in his mind. After the course at Loyal Air Academy concluded, the majority of his classmates were sent to the new recruits camp, said to be joining the Special Forces Brigade, becoming honorable vanguards of special warfare, also known as stormtroopers. As for him and the other two in his group, they were brought back to the monastery. Then, he was informed that the next day, he would undergo surgery. He would have the opportunity to become one of the Emperor's angels, to become the most elite warrior under the governor's command. I forgot to set the timer after finishing writing last night. Before the surgery began, Anat and his two friends were all quite nervous. Even at the beginning, Anat didn't understand what the word surgery really meant. Later on, he figured out that surgery meant to cut open his own body and implant an organ next to his heart. This organ would grow into a second heart over the next few years, and it would also trigger a series of changes in his body, eventually resulting in 18 superhuman organs. Anat pictured that scene in his mind, and then he shivered all over. Quite terrifying, however, he quickly calmed down. Even he himself was a little surprised by this. He had thought he would be too scared to go on. It seemed that the significant changes brought about by the short period of training were not just physical and skill-based, but also psychological and willpower-related. Anat didn't find anything wrong with that. Of course, he preferred a braver version of himself. His two companions went in first, and it was finally his turn. Lying on the neat and clean operating table, Anat saw an old yet robust man standing by his side. Anat recognized him. This was Priest Rizzo, an angel of the Phoenix. The priest's gentle voice resounded in his ear. "Don't be nervous, it will be over soon. I've seen your performance, you're already excellent, and you will make it through smoothly." Anat nodded. The voice of Priest Rizzo, seemingly carrying a special power, truly stabilized his mind a lot. The surgery began. Mattins, who was standing outside the operating room, waited for Rizzo to come out. "How did it go?" "No problem, it went smoothly. All three of them." "Yes, all three." A deep sense of joy surged into his brain, and a rich smile irresistibly appeared on Mattins's face. Why shouldn't he smile? The issue that had worried him for so long finally showed a glimmer of hope. All three were successful. The most dangerous stage of implanting the genetic seed was right after the surgery ended. 70% of the failures occurred in this stage. Of course, successfully undergoing the genetic seed implant surgery did not mean it was totally risk-free. Afterward, the genetic seed would continue to develop in the recruit's body and gradually promote the growth of a dozen superhuman organs. This process could take anywhere from 6 months to 2 years, depending on the condition of the individual undergoing the surgery. Moreover, there could still be instances of organ rejection leading to death while the new superhuman organs were growing. But overall, the chances were not high. At any rate, the current situation was much better than the 3 surgeries they had previously attempted on their own squadron. Waiting outside the operating room wasn't just Mattins. There were 2 other members of the Phoenix. One of them couldn't help asking, "How could it go so smoothly? Why did our 3 surgeries fail before?" Another one nudged him, signaling him to shut up. He said resentfully, "I just think, if those 3 had also been successful, we would now have 6 new bloods. Which means more than the number we had when we landed on Rajoul Star." "That's impossible," Mattins countered. "Have you seen the level of those 3 young men before the surgery ended?" When Mattins mentioned this, the guy who had been grumbling immediately fell silent. Thinking back, it seemed horrifying. How could 17-year-old boys be so powerful? The young men certainly were no match for them. Even without armor, they could easily overpower the 3. However, the fact that this was even worth mentioning was already shocking. In reality, recalling his own past, before becoming an interstellar warrior, he had entered the training camp of the Phoenix at the age of 11, endured brutal training, survived the final major selection process, literally escaping death multiple times, and learned much before undergoing the implantation surgery. And these three youngsters were much stronger than they had been at the same age. In fact, according to their assessment, these three lads, compared to the average interstellar warrior recruit, only lacked the superhuman physical qualities. In other words, as long as they endured the entire transformation surgery process and all the superhuman organs had grown, they would instantly become legitimate combat brothers, lacking only the rich combat experience of these veterans. This was an outrageous assessment. They simply couldn't understand where Governor Jiyu Hang had found these three little monsters. With such attributes, such tactical expertise, such willpower, they would have no trouble surviving the genetic implant surgery. Genetic seed implant surgery may be difficult, but it's not really a life and death gamble, or else interstellar warriors would have been extinct long ago, right? At this moment, Rizzo finally spoke. Since you are so concerned, why don't you come with me and see for yourself? Is that okay? Mattins was somewhat surprised. Of course, it's okay. Their condition is very stable, unlike the previous batch. The genetic seeds provided by the governor have very ideal viability. When the topic of gene seeds came up, everyone became slightly submerged in silence again. Gene seeds, those mysterious essences, varied more or less from battlegroup to battlegroup. This stemmed from the fact that when the Emperor first created the Starfighters, he established 13 different legions with varying tactical demands and strategic goals. These original legions, therefore, possessed inherent differences in their genes from the onset. Subsequent battle groups were established by splitting off from these 13 original legions. Essentially, all the battle groups today originated from those initial 13. The Phoenix battle group's gene seed came from the 2nd Legion, the Phoenix Legion. Their inception was extremely early. If not the first to be split off, they were certainly among the 2nd or 3rd. After thousands of years of separation, the Phoenix gene seed had developed slight differences from that of the Phoenix. It was not major, but it was real. The Phoenix seemed to have lost the inheritance of the Phoenix Legion's famous flamboyant swordsmanship and close-quarters combat, yet they had become even more resilient, adept at erupting from desperate situations. This was also reflected in the gene seeds provided by Governor Jiyu Hang. Previously, Mattins had been worried that the gene seeds Mr. Jiyu had promised might actually come from another battle group, or even another legion. In fact, that would have been more expected, more logical. Mr. Jiyu having some means, some channel to acquire scattered gene seeds seemed more plausible than him possessing the discontinued Phoenix seeds. Even so, Mattins was prepared to turn a blind eye if it came down to that. The survival of the battle group was paramount. The origin of the seeds. Let it be. The best scenario would be to receive seeds from the Phoenix Legion. The source would be consistent. Even if they were from another original legion, it wouldn't be unacceptable. After all, the differences between a created starfighter and another wouldn't be massive unless one delved into genetic sequencing or surgery. Besides considering the variation in the gene seeds themselves, the individual differences between the starfighters were also significant. Mattins had heard rumors about a ship-based battle group called Blood Shark, notorious for loitering around the Empire's border star sectors without a home planet, scraping by on various levies. Their gene seed was said to originate from the 7th Legion, the Bat Legion, but there was gossip about strange elements being mixed into it, making it a mess. While undesirable, he would have to accept such an outcome if it came to that. What else could be done? Unexpectedly, the gene seeds that Governor Jiyu Hang presented were indeed the unadulterated Phoenix seeds. No matter how or from what angle they were scrutinized, they were undeniably pure Phoenix seeds. Mattins wasn't sure whether to be happy or not. If you look at it from a negative perspective, wasn't it wonderful that the lineage of his battle group could be kept pure and intact? But on the positive side, the source of Mr. Gu's seeds remained a thorn in his side. He had been trying to convince himself that all of this was a blessing from the Emperor, a divine grace. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder, why had the Emperor chosen such a person? As for the less permissible thoughts, to be honest, they had crossed his mind, but he felt they were impossible. Corruption by chaos. Impossible. How could pure Phoenix gene seeds contain the taint of chaos? Absolutely not. With all sorts of strange thoughts swirling in his head, Maddens and the others, following Priest Rizzo, met with 3 youngsters who had just completed the gene seed implant surgery and were now laying in their hospital beds. Upon seeing them, Maddens almost instantly cast aside all the thoughts, appropriate and inappropriate, that had occupied his mind. All he had left was the hope that they would grow up healthy. He could sense a resonance within their shared bloodline as it flowed through different bodies. He sincerely hoped the battle group would grow stronger and reclaim its former glory. Phoenix's death throes. Stage 3. The Phoenix battle group has now sworn fealty to you through open acknowledgement or through cunning schemes. They have pledged to become your private military force. But this is just the beginning. To build a standard starfighter battle group and achieve the rebirth and revival of the Phoenix requires even more effort from you. Gene Seed. You can exchange 100 favor points for 1 gene seed. Starfighter Technology Tree. You can select this option to restrict the outcome of a technology development to technologies related to starfighters. Note that the success rate and tier of the technology pool are not affected by this choice. Unlock Starfighter Training. You can spend favor points to train a starfighter to a higher level. Veteran level requires 200 favor points. Sergeant Major needs 300 favor points. Squad Champion takes 400 favor points. Growth Acceleration. You can spend 100 favor points to accelerate the growth of superhuman organs, completing the process within a month. The above were the recent developments in the Phoenix's Death Throes event line that remained present in his system interface after the Phoenix battle group had sworn loyalty to Ji Hang. This is hardly just an event anymore, it's like opening a whole new series of functions related to starfighters. The technology related to starfighters largely determines the level of equipment, while the training of starfighters, like the Army badge system, has many more training options. Of course, it costs many times more. There's even something like growth acceleration. If there were no other concerns, Ji Hang might really have used growth acceleration to speed up those 3 lads in one go, and get them in shape in a month. But after some thought, Ji Hang still refrained from doing so. There was no urgent need for a large number of starfighters at the moment, so he decided to let them grow slowly, and there was no need to stimulate poor Maddens anymore. He had been through a lot of shocks recently, so it would be best to let him calm down first. The all-out oath of allegiance from Phoenix had brought about more than just a change in the event. Within the Army badge system, Ji Hang could now see a special entry for Phoenix Battle Group. Upon clicking, he could view the details. Phoenix Battle Group. Special, not upgradable. Number. 394, Starfighters. 4, Starfighter New Blood. 3. Battle Group Servants. 387, Battle Group Arsenal, Slight. The numbers 4 and 3 were straightforward. The 387 Battle Group Servants were likely the individuals found by Phoenix when they were authorized by Ji Hang to search and select young people on Rajoul Star. These nearly 400 individuals almost certainly could not become starfighters. Nonetheless, they were still considered assets of the Phoenix Battle Group, becoming Battle Group Servants. They would subsequently take on a range of tasks such as maintaining battle group logistics, armors, weapons, cooking, cleaning, and even taking up arms to fight alongside the starfighters when necessary. However, such situations were not what Ji Hang wanted to see in the long term. In the future, his ideal vision for starfighters was for the Phoenix to only care for their own personnel and their own equipment. As for the rest, whether it be mortal troops or the battle group fleet, they can forget about it. It's not that he didn't have them, but even if he did, Ji Hang certainly wouldn't include those assets within the Phoenix battle group's order of battle. The battle group leader should be concerned with the affairs of the starfighters only. If needed, the Planet Navy, Planet Army will provide unconditional support, but only with Ji Hang's authorization. Even the action of the starfighters themselves must be authorized by Ji Hang. The traditional battle group expecting to become an independent warlord in the Star Sea is impossible. Training starfighters for Ji Hang is, to put it plainly, about nurturing elite enforcers, top-level battle forces designed to deliver decisive blows on the battlefield, not raising a bunch of grandees or a group inclined towards secession and independence. Ji Hang nearly decided to eliminate all mortal troop configurations within the battle groups. Need a flyer? Need air support? The Allied Air Force at your service? Need orbital bombardment? The future fleet at your service? Need heavy vehicles for joint attacks? The Alliance Army Armored Corps at your service? Need logistical and supply support? The Alliance Military and Political Department, Equipment and Logistics Department at your service. Anyway, in Ji Hang's planning, Phoenix is meant to be a hub for super soldiers, not an independent warlord. Everything else that a battle group should have, Ji Hang will provide, but in a different way. Mattins could command the Alliance army granted to him by authorization, but such authorization was one time only, limited to that specific mission, and did not alter affiliation. Only if items like Rand assault boats and Rhino troop transporters, considered to be specialized starfighter equipment, were developed would Ji Hang consider directly equipping the starfighters with them. There has been a correction to the last chapter. The arrangement in the last paragraph was indeed a bit inappropriate. The comments weren't deleted, but after the content was changed, all the comments were swallowed. Another month passed, and Ji Hang had invested all of this month's grace points into the construction of the Interstellar Warriors. This time, out of the selected 200 people, 5 new bloods were created for the battle group. Seeing this, the Interstellar Warriors of the Phoenix no longer complained about the governor at all. With 8 new bloods awaiting growth, there would be more of them by the time they grew up than when they had first landed. The brother-in-arms who used to mutter about why it wasn't so smooth before, now had changed his tune to, "Why didn't we swear fealty to the governor when we landed? That way we would not have wasted the 3 gene seeds left by Schneider. What a waste of half a year's time, if only we had cooperated from the start, our new blood might already be able to don power armor and fight alongside us." Ji Hang, however, could not hear the Interstellar Warriors' private conversations. Of course, even if he did know, it wouldn't concern him too much. Right now, he was just feeling pained. Building the Phoenix battle group was an investment in the future for Ji Hang. Like this time, with an investment of over 1,400 grace points, Ji Hang acquired 3 Interstellar Warrior new bloods. But for them to be truly useful, it would be at least half a year later. Even after the implantation of the gene seeds and the growth of superhuman organs, time was needed. In other words, in 2 months, after having dumped more than 3,000 grace points, indeed he got 8 more Interstellar Warriors, but it would take at least half a year to a year for them to become effective. To be honest, it was a little painful. But that's how things are, always needing time to grow. The earlier you invest, the sooner you enjoy the benefits, and if you postpone, the maturity of the Interstellar Warriors is delayed. Moreover, the 3,000 grace points spent in these 2 months didn't just bring 8 temporarily unusable battlegroup new bloods, it also brought over 300 elite special forces soldiers. Although on the younger side, their combat strength was no less formidable. Building the Special Combat Brigade was also his duty, and they were available for immediate deployment. Since Hu Ke had already calculated the location of the spiritualized gas field discovered by the Nature Salvation Society, it was certainly something that needed to be dealt with. They didn't act last month because the battle in the Beijing Valley region was in full swing and the Air Force couldn't be spared. Additionally, the Central Group Army's main forces were positioned towards the more northern areas. If a special forces team were to be dispatched for operations at the southernmost tip of the Green Valley subcontinent, and something happened, receiving support would be difficult. But now, the situation has become much clearer. The Central Group Army has almost annihilated the last sizable gathering of aberrant beasts in the Beijing Valley region, numbering 500,000. Then, following the main thoroughfares of the Green Valley region, they charged southward, liberating many settlements and carrying out population migrations. In the South Green Valley region, the Alliance forces didn't delve into the jungles, but simply liberated numerous plantations and settlements along their way. In 1 month's time, they nearly completed the migration of around 3 million people. It was a heroic achievement. Relocating the scattered population of the South Green Valley region to the north in such a short time was not an easy task. Despite the migration of 3 million people, the current population under Alliance control in the entire Green Valley region was only about 7 million or so. According to the Alliance's last census of the global population, the Green Valley region was supposed to have a total population of 12 million. Even though this census data is quite old, dating back to the era of the second governor, it's the last valid set of statistics. Based on this data, there should still be about 5 million people scattered across South Green Valley. Of course, in reality, this is unrealistic. Given the current state of the southern Green Lake region, it's very difficult for humans to survive once they're away from major population centers. They face threats from aberrant beasts and also struggle to find a stable source of food. Of course, it's normal that some small, hidden settlements haven't been discovered by the Central Group Army. But it's unlikely that the sum of survivors in those places would amount to 5 million. From this perspective, from the era of the second governor to now, especially since the recent catastrophic surge of aberrant beasts, the total population loss in the Green Valley region is likely in the millions. Secondary are those killed by aberrant beasts, but more probably perished in the chaos and famine that ensued. It's truly heartbreaking. The Central Group Army's operations in the South Green Valley region this past month couldn't possibly have relocated all the population. The remaining hidden settlements, refugees in the midst of escaping, or others scattered for various reasons, the army simply didn't have the time to systematically search every patch of land. They could only erect many signboards in the more conspicuous places, with simple writing explaining alliance policies and directing them to flee north. To accommodate those who couldn't read, the signs were also illustrated with simple drawings. Along the way, there will be some allied supply stations, patrol stations, and the like. In the future, some militias or patrol squads will be stationed there to help those who might still have survived. Jiyu Hang hoped that by doing this, a greater number of people could be saved and brought back to the north. During this period, the Central Group Army, aside from its own duties, also dispatched a team that kept advancing southward. This team was the distinguished 1st Seas Wind Brigade. Their goal pointed towards the southern tip of the continent, advancing towards the direction of the spiritualized gas field as calculated by Hu Ke. Of course, their speed was not especially rapid, as Jiyu Hang did not wish to startle the enemy prematurely. Currently, the 1st Brigade's position was still over 100 kilometers from the southern tip of the continent. This could be considered as treading on a rather sensitive boundary. Meanwhile, more than 40 Wind Falcon rapid attack vessels had also departed from the airstrip in Revival City. They were over 4,000 kilometers away from their target location, but with the speed of the Wind Falcons, it would take them less than 4 hours to arrive. At the same time, Jiyu Hang had already established contact with the Claw Fierce Tiger up in the sky. After discussing with Colonel Yelicia for a while, they confirmed that the escort ship stationed in orbit above Anger Extinguishing Star could provide orbital strike support. The Claw Fierce Tiger would soon be ready for support. As long as Jiyu Xing provided the coordinates, the corresponding strike would fall. Although the firepower of the Claw Fierce Tiger was no match for that of the quintet, when it came to the instantaneous delivery of firepower, Jiyu Hang's land forces were still incomparable to a proper starship. As long as the coordinates were precise, a single round of fire from the Claw Fierce Tiger could destroy all ground targets. In fact, the 40-some Windfalcon fighters that had set out earlier were meant to verify the coordinates calculated by Hu Ke to ensure their accuracy and to check for any special movement the enemy may have conducted in the meantime. Jiyu Hang, waiting in the command center at Revival City, finally received a report from the frontline pilots after around 3 or 4 hours. Indeed, they had found a sizable offshore structure near the coordinates calculated by Hu Ke. Actually, they had arrived above the target location half an hour earlier but had taken some time to search the surrounding waters to find it. After all, Hu Ke's calculated position would not be completely accurate, and a manual on-site correction was necessary. Jiyu Hang thought for a moment and decided not to request an orbital strike directly. Orbital strikes were incredibly expensive, and though Jiyu Hang would not be the one paying for it, if the results of the requested orbital strike were lackluster, it would be quite difficult for him to justify to Colonel Yelicia. Subsequent requests for orbital support might face a lot of red tape. Jiyu Hang did not particularly want that to happen, so despite knowing the risks, he still ordered the Windfalcon fighters to lower their altitude to scout and confirm whether the suspected spiritualized gas field offshore extraction facility was indeed the target they intended to hit. If it turned out to be a blunder and the location was merely a relic from before the war, that would be problematic. The Wind Falcon rapid attack vessels thousands of meters in the high skies, of course, could not all descend. In a previous action, the Windfalcon fighters' central systems were seized by the enemy, a lesson that made the Allied Air Force wiser. When the pilots' skills were not sufficient to independently control the Wind Falcons, they had to diligently avoid such situations from recurring. Under this premise, maintaining distance was the best approach. Actually, only 3 Wind Falcons decreased their altitude. The rest of the fighters continued to circle high in the sky, closely monitoring below, ready to immediately open fire and carry out a strike to save their comrades at the first sign of trouble. However, during the descent of those three fighters, they encountered no danger. The offshore structure that looked rusted and battered was calm and tranquil. It was as if it were indeed a relic from before the war. But they still did not relax their vigilance. Following quickly, three fighters landed on the sea structure, in a relatively flat area. The hatch opened, and half the special warfare team walked out. The three fighters carried a total of 45 Special Forces elites, each wearing exoskeleton armor, complete with tactical helmets, and all at least T3, many of them T2 level elite soldiers. On a battlefield with equal weapon levels, facing a regular army, each of them was confident of scoring dozens of kills in a single combat. According to orders, they were to conduct a detailed search of the structures and maintain constant contact with headquarters. Their individual communication equipment, of course, was not enough to contact headquarters 4,000 kilometers away, but it was enough if they could reach the Windfalken fighters in the sky. The supreme commander of this operation was at this moment on one of the fighters high above. That was Maddens. Commander Maddens was out on a mission again, and his four battle brothers were also here. However, they did not have to directly engage in combat on the front lines this time, or rather, they did not need to go up immediately. Whether they would go up at all was up to him. The 40-some Windfalken fighters from the Allied Air Force's 1st Air Squadron and the more than 200 soldiers from the 10th Special Brigade were all under his direct command. Currently, it looked indeed like just an ordinary pre-war sea structure ruin, perhaps a former offshore mining platform? Whatever its former function, it was likely now obsolete. At least so far, they had not found any signs of abnormalities. However, just as he was thinking this, something unexpected happened below. Fierce gunfire suddenly erupted from all around, and various biotech monsters sprang forth, launching a fierce attack on the three fighters that had not yet finished unloading soldiers, which had no time to ascend, and the Special Forces soldiers who were disembarking. Madden's expression was grave. The enemy obviously had some kind of biological hiding technology. Their recent low-altitude scan had also failed to detect any trace of the enemy's concealment. Clearly, the enemy had initially intended to hide and create the illusion that no one was present, but once the ground troops landed, they knew they could no longer stay hidden, so they simply bared their fangs. For the soldiers who landed and those three Windfalken fighters, it was a perilous situation. But in the grand scheme of things, it was not a major problem. Even if all three aircraft were lost and all 45 soldiers died, it would not hinder their correct determination that this was indeed an important enemy base. If he considered the situation with cold-blooded thinking and based on past battle experiences, he might abandon those soldiers and aircraft below, simply transmit the information back, and call for an orbital strike to finish it. However, now she might need to change her way of thinking. He could not treat the mortal troops below as just allies, as mere cannon fodder for the Star Realm army as in past battles. Now, they were all part of the same alliance under the Rage Owl Star. Besides, those soldiers were elites, and many were close to joining the Phoenix and becoming new blood. He could not be too wasteful of these soldiers' lives. Not to mention there were three Windfalken fighters. He knew that the Lord Governor, despite the rapid expansion of power, overall still did not have a substantial foundation. Losing three fighters would indeed be painful for the Lord Governor. Thus, he issued the order for support. The Windfalken rapid attack vessels still in the sky, following orders, launched a volley of missiles, appropriately lowered their altitude, and fired rapid bursts with their cannons toward the besieged allies. However, their support did not have much of an effect. When the firepower rained down, a huge light screen enveloped the entire sea structure platform. A void shield? When a light curtain appeared around the sea platform, blocking all aerial attacks from the fighter jets, Maddens was momentarily shocked. However, he soon realized that it was not a void shield. Although somewhat similar, it was far from reaching the level of a void shield and seemed to be merely a simple energy barrier. The difference between the two was significant. A void shield fundamentally doesn't directly withstand attacks, but rather creates a spatial discrepancy, forming a thin film that envelops the protected target. When an attack arrives, most types of shells, missiles, or energy rays, upon contacting this film, would get displaced by the misaligned space to another dimension, leaving the protected target unscathed. The defensive efficacy of a void shield was far superior to that of a conventional energy barrier. A successful defense would leave the protected target unaffected. But there were disadvantages, too. Void shield generators were bulky and couldn't be miniaturized. They consumed a lot of power. They were expensive. They couldn't recognize and displace slow-moving targets. And if they were subjected to too much firepower in a short period, causing an overload, they might let some attacks through. However, compared to traditional energy shields, these issues weren't major, as many disadvantages were common to both. For instance, to achieve the same protective effect, conventional energy barriers would consume even more power. They also couldn't stop slow-moving targets. In the case of an overload, instead of letting attacks through, they would be shattered entirely or rendering them useless against any further attacks, with the possibility of the energy shield generator even exploding internally. In comparison, the only advantages of energy barriers were their ability to be miniaturized and their affordability. Mattins, a veteran of countless battles and wide experience, was able to deduce further information after determining that this was not a void shield. The shield generator seemed rather average, not high-tech, but behind it appeared to be an enormous energy reserve. Unless they could obliterate the firepower threshold it could withstand in one go, the task of overloading it through frequent attacks would be extremely difficult. Was there an opportunity? Mattins ordered the entire fighter squadron to execute another full-force strike, and during this process, he carefully observed the energy shield's reactions. His final judgment was, "It's no use." The firepower required to overload the shield generator and to directly destroy it were 2 grades apart. Even accounting for the escort ship in planetary orbit, they might reach the former's requirements, but not the latter's. With the quintet, it would definitely be no problem. Not to mention, just one blast from the Wrath of Loyalty, an L-grade colossal cannon, could obliterate this shield generator. No matter how much energy was behind it, it would be futile. But they didn't have it at the moment, did they? The 20S grade specification weapons on the escort ship, even if fired simultaneously, wouldn't be able to completely destroy the current shield generator. And with a nearly infinite energy source backing it, the shield could quickly recover before the next barrage arrived. In other words, the idea of destroying this sea platform with long-range fire was no longer realistic. At least not until that shield generator was taken down. So, we need to launch a small-scale assault, breach the shield generator, retreat, and then call in long-range fire to destroy this sea platform? I'm familiar with this. Mattins smiled briefly, but then his expression turned solemn again. He was indeed familiar, as space soldiers had performed such tasks too many times. In his 200 years of combat experience, he had carried out similar missions countless times, and he knew the process and the key points inside out. Now faced with a similar task, he felt a sense of familiarity and scoffed at himself. But no matter how many times he had done this type of mission or how rich his experience was, he couldn't hide the enormous danger associated with such tasks. The greatest danger came from the unknown intelligence. What exactly was in that building beneath them? The strength of the enemy, the exact location of their target to destroy. They had no clue about any of these things. Under such circumstances, they actually shouldn't go in. Even an entire team of space warriors could potentially be overturned, as no one knew what kind of monstrosities they might encounter below. Thinking rationally, they could opt to retreat this time and wait for more detailed intelligence later. Mattins had been granted extensive authority, and he could make a decision on this matter with a single word. But he did not choose to do so. His decision stemmed from 3 main considerations. Firstly, he did not want to mark his first official mission as the total commander for the Alliance with a failed operation. Of course, he gave this factor less thought, just a slight consideration. Fundamentally, he was still a warrior, and political considerations weren't his primary concern. Secondly, he was doubtful that if they retreated this time, how would they gather more intelligence later? This sea platform, whether they wanted to infiltrate or send someone inside as an inside man, conducting intelligence would be very difficult. And they didn't have much time to spend several months on intelligence gathering. Who knew when the cult's plans might come to fruition? Yet, apart from these external factors, there was a core reason that drove him to deploy more forces, and that was, the enemy didn't seem strong enough. Or rather, the soldiers of the governor's Special Warfare Brigade were simply too strong. With all aerospace fire support blocked by the energy shield, they were essentially fighting alone, yet they stood their ground. Initially, they did lose over a dozen warriors upon the sudden attack, but their counterattack was quite sharp. Not only did they kill many lizard-like creatures that emerged from the surroundings with their laser guns, But they also took advantage of this opportunity to quickly exit their hatch and used the Wind Falcon's enormous body as a shield, constructing a defensive front in a formation. As the situation stabilized slightly, the enemy became somewhat anxious. Some biochemical shells were launched, and their corrosive effects even damaged the surface of the grounded Wind Falcon. But at that moment, the Special Force warriors quickly responded. They pulled out several rocket launchers and fired towards the direction of the incoming biochemical shells. The rockets, with their trailing flames, had a formidable effect, at least temporarily preventing any new biochemical shells from coming in. Later, they even spontaneously organized a combat team of 5 and, under the cover of their comrades, launched an assault inside a building, aiming to clear out the enemies and establish a secondary defensive position to expand their survival space. If these Special Warfare Squad members on the ground could create such a favorable situation, then what reason did Mattens, as the commander, have to forsake them? In his channel, there was also a clamor for battle from the soldiers of the 10th Brigade. Among them, that individual known as LaCroix, the Mortal Kombat hero, was particularly eager to join the fight as part of the second wave, to provide ground support for the combat and to rescue and cover his comrades so they could withdraw. Mattens let a hint of a smile touch his lips. "I'll allow you to go down, but your objective isn't solely to cover your comrades. I want you to clear out the 6 indoor buildings surrounding the landing site, creating an opportunity for our subsequent forces to land." Upon hearing this request, LaCroix was startled at first but then responded resolutely, guaranteed to complete the mission. Subsequently, a formation of 3 craft rapidly descended in altitude. The leader was none other than the ace pilot of the Allied Air Force, Lieutenant Cucci. He and his wingmen, carrying more than 40 Special Warfare Elite including LaCroix, approached the energy shield after descending to a certain altitude. This was the most hazardous phase. Being too fast was unacceptable. The energy shield was only about 80 meters above the ground, and if they were too fast, they would be repelled. Moreover, a high speed would not allow enough time to decelerate for the landing within the 80-meter height, leading to a disastrous crash. But it was at this time that the enemy's anti-air firepower showed its strength. It appeared the enemy had set up anti-aircraft guns, and there were biochemical shells being fired into the sky as well. With a slower speed, naturally, the enemy's hit rate increased substantially. Fortunately, the Wind Falcon was not a fragile aircraft but a rapid assault craft, cloaked in sturdy armor that offered protection slightly better than that of an armored vehicle. Bravely facing the enemy's anti-air fire, they successfully penetrated the energy shield's barrier. Once inside the energy shield, they did not hold back against those enemies. Outside the energy shield, they couldn't hit them, but once inside, they could confidently release their firepower. The 3 Wind Falcons, while descending, unleashed the 6 air-to-ground missiles they carried, engulfing the enemy in a sea of flames. Soon after, their autocannons began to roar, sweeping in all directions, not only attacking the enemy's anti-aircraft firepower to silence it but also providing some fire support and assistance to the Special Warfare elites who were still fighting on the ground. With the enemy's fire suppressed to a degree, the 3 Wind Falcons could take this opportunity to start their ascent. However, one of them seemed to have a problem and couldn't fly up anymore. But the other 2 that successfully took off launched all their mounted missiles before they left the 80-meter height of the energy shield. At this moment, the 3 newly arrived Wind Falcons had already begun offloading troops. Actually, they hadn't yet touched down, hovering about 10 meters above the ground. But at this height, as soon as the hatch opened, the Special Forces elite began to jump out one after another. They didn't even bother with rappelling, just jumped straight down. To the average person, a fall from 10+ meters could be fatal, but for the elite warriors led by LaCroix, it was an acceptable drop. Soldiers of level T3 and above were already at, or even slightly beyond the physical limits of humankind, not to mention they were equipped with exoskeleton suits that could buffer their landing. Lieutenant Cucci, who had guts to match his skills, once he had dropped off the troops in the cabin, didn't leave like the other aircraft. Instead, he chose to maneuver at a low altitude of 80 meters, assisting the ground forces with his autocannon, providing crucial heavy firepower support. In the confined space, he piloted the Wind Falcon, dodging and weaving. Although he couldn't get up to speed, afraid of crashing into something, he pushed the Wind Falcon's agility to the limit. The unpredictable flight trajectory was exactly how he avoided many attacks while also managing to launch bursts of cannon fire at the ground below, achieving some combat results. With the precious air support, LaCroix's team successfully landed and regrouped with the elite forces on the ground, beginning the task of clearing out the 6 buildings surrounding the landing area, as previously assigned by Maddens. This sea platform was an irregular rectangle, roughly 2 kilometers long and 1 kilometer wide. In the center, at its core, stood a conical tower about 30 meters tall, narrower at the top than at the bottom. Surrounded by densely packed buildings, mostly circular storages or towers interconnected by a network of pipes. A significant portion of the platform stretched below sea level. It was faintly visible that a considerable part of the central and largest conical tower extended underwater. Giant columns and pipes upheld the bottom of the platform, anchored from the seafloor, supporting the entire structure. The landing area chosen by the Allied Special Forces was near the southern edge, where the ground seemed relatively larger and flatter, suitable for the Wind Falcons to land. Once LaCroix had cleared the 6 buildings around the landing area, the pressure on the site was greatly reduced. Soon after, the third wave, also comprising 3 Wind Falcons carrying more than 40 elite warriors, descended. This time, they had also cleared to the south, effectively dealing with enemies from one side. Following that, LaCroix personally led the team towards the central hub of the almost town-sized sea platform, advancing and establishing defensive positions along the way with 2 or 3 soldiers guarding key points. They quickly breached the central spire, clearing the enemies inside. There, they made 2 significant discoveries. Firstly, they found a route leading down from the central spire. The iron door was tightly shut, not easy to enter, but under a thermite bomb, it would be no different than paper. Secondly, when they opened several storage containers on the sea platform, they witnessed a scene that would haunt them forever. They had expected the container-like storage might hold a variety of things. But they could never have imagined that they were filled with people. Crowded together, densely packed, the dead yet still living. The soldiers who opened the storage containers from above saw countless eyes looking up at them. Faces and bodies covered in festering sores, crammed together, almost floating in pus. They were still alive, still squirming, an abominable power sustaining their existence. Conscious and enduring endless agony. Itching, excruciating pain. Maggots crawling all over. A despair of wanting death but not finding it seemed almost tangible. As soon as the storage doors were opened, along with the thick stench, a kind of spiritual energy was formed. The Special Forces warrior who opened the door, even though wearing a fully covered tactical helmet with some protection against toxins, still felt he smelled the terrible odor. The despair and suffering invaded along with the smell, causing dizziness and vertigo. If it weren't for the help of a comrade, he might have fallen from above. All who had seen the sight within the living cans could not endure the psychological shock. Even if one ignored the soul assault rising under the influence of dark magic, just witnessing that scene alone, anyone with the slightest bit of empathy would feel discomfort. Specific intelligence had already been reported up the chain. Upon receiving the message, Maddens didn't say much on the communication channel, just remarked, "The 4th reinforcement will arrive soon." The so-called 4th reinforcement meant Maddens was leading the team himself. After sending down 3 batches of people, these brave mortal warriors had not only stabilized the situation at the landing field but had also pierced through the entire cluster of buildings on the sea level, creating a direct route to the core building. They had established several defensive nodes along the way, and the monsters lurking in various other areas, as well as the cult followers, had no way to cut off this path. With such a situation at hand, what was there to hesitate about? To be honest, Maddens even felt a bit ashamed, like he was stealing the glory of victory. During the Atonement expedition in the past, when had they fought such a battle? Those Imperial commanders didn't treat the Star Warriors of the Atonement expedition like people, just airdropping them into enemy clusters and that's it. Even after the mission was completed and it was time to retreat, they had to carve out a bloody path themselves. Then clear the enemies at the evacuation point and ensure safety before the allies responsible for their retreat would descend. And now? The Alliance's special forces at the landing field cleared it for you. The route to the target was open, your escape corridor was guarded, and the evacuation aircraft circled in the sky, ready to be summoned on command. At one point, Maddens even considered ordering LaCroix to lead his team straight into the central tower's sealed downward gate and solve the problem himself. When reporting back, he wouldn't discredit the warriors' efforts. All the glory would belong to them. However, he ultimately chose not to do so. Achievements were secondary. Who knew what lay beneath the central tower? Encountering some difficult demon or god was one concern. Even if it could be dealt with, Maddens was not pleased with the idea of more casualties. He knew that his Lord Governor had also put a lot of effort into this special operations team. Moreover, the likelihood of such a possibility had significantly increased when those below discovered the despair-filled living cans. After landing, he and Priest Rizzo went to take a look at the open can warehouse. With their mental willpower, such a trifle wasn't much. Even if there was a spiritual assault from the dark magic, neither of them so much as twitched an eyebrow. Their superhuman mental willpower wasn't something that could be affected by a bit of spillover dark magic. As for the psychological impact of the scene itself, it wasn't that the Star Warriors lacked empathy, but they were widely experienced and somewhat numb. In the fight against the Chaos Cult, they had seen too many gruesome things, many atrocities that pushed boundaries. This was just one more incident on the list. They were still able to analyze the situation with a calm attitude. This is chaotic sorcery. Priest Rizzo provided a definite answer. Our previous speculations weren't wrong. Then, he lifted the holy emblem hanging at his waist, closed his eyes, and began to recite prayers silently. It was miraculous. As he started to recite, the surrounding special operations soldiers all felt the previously faint and nauseating sense of spiritual assault dissipate considerably. When the prayer finished, that feeling was gone altogether. At the same time, the wailing noises inside the can warehouse gradually subsided. Then someone brave enough took another look. "All the people are dead," said the soldier looking back. Rizzo opened his eyes and explained, "They should have died long ago. The Chaos Cult tormented them and placed them here, using dark magic to forcibly sustain their lives, in order to amplify and absorb their agony of wishing for death but unable to achieve it, achieving their evil goals. I merely prayed to the Emperor, dispelling the dark magic. Free from its influence, these people could finally be liberated and rest in peace." All those around instantly accepted Priest Rizzo's explanation. It matched the reality they had seen. The people in those cans indeed had no hope, trapped in an insufferable state. Death was not a horror but a release for them. After giving a brief explanation, Rizzo then said to Maddens, "We might be in trouble, if all of these." He gestured around at the numerous can warehouses of all sizes, "are the same, then so much despair, fermenting, combined with the intelligence indicating that there's a spiritualized gas field below with ample spiritual energy. We can't estimate what might be waiting for us behind that door." He gave a serious warning to Maddens. And of course, Maddens wouldn't ignore the warning from the priest with 400 years of combat experience. He thought it over carefully and decided to act nonetheless. "We cannot shrink back because of an unknown enemy. I know, I'm just reminding you to be careful." At this point, Priest Rizzo paused for a moment, then couldn't help but add, "The battle group's new blood still needs your leadership." Hearing about the new blood, Maddens' heart softened a bit. But immediately, he returned to his role as a battle commander. He turned his head and said to LaCroix, "Sergeant Major, I need you to take some men to prepare for the demolition. Next, we will act together." "Yes, sir," at the bottom of the maritime ruins, at the very bottom of the central spire. There were 3 core facilities established by the Nature Salvation Society. The first was a spirit energy field refinery. The second was a shield generator. Both devices, originating from the pre-war era, had been discarded as obsolete. Under Jay Wahia's technical capabilities, and under the twisting reality of chaotic sorcery, they had been repaired, put back into operation, and had even formed a connection with each other. The pure spiritual energy extracted from the spiritualized gas field was poured into the shield generator, providing it with an almost endless source of energy. Beyond these two, there was also a demon engine. The so-called demon engine referred to an abyssal demon that had fused its mental will with a certain machine, gaining a physical entity in the real world, enabling it to act. That monstrosity, like a moldy, flesh-grown machine, stood quietly not far from the shield generator. Jay Wajia was also here. At this moment, he sat opposite the demon engine with his eyes tightly closed. The voice of the demon kept echoing within Jay Wahia's soul. "Accept the gift, fully accept the gift. Only the benevolent Father can save this world. He will grant immortality to all life on the planet. The followers of the false emperor are closing in. Do you really want to let this world return to the cruel hands of that empire?" These voices kept tempting Jay Wahia's soul. Meanwhile, another faint voice echoed from the bottom of his heart. "Don't believe it. Think about those people stuffed into the canisters. Can that be called immortality? Can that be called living? Turn back, let's put an end to all of this. Listening to the voices pulling at his mind simultaneously, Jay Wujia himself slowly opened his mouth. I said, if you keep nagging, I'll sacrifice you. Both voices suddenly fell silent. After a while, that voice from the depth of his heart spoke up again. Would you rather believe these demons that once destroyed our world than the Empire? It was the Empire that destroyed our world. This was Jay Wahia's belief. He had no intention of arguing further. He raised his hands, making an offering gesture. And at that moment, the previously silent voice of the demon stirred once more. That strange laughter, reverberating in his heart and infiltrating the depths, was elated, like a hunter who had finally captured his long-desired prey, eagerly opening his fangs, ready to devour it. At this moment, the voice within Jay Wahia's heart had become incredibly weak and faint. He left one last message. Trust in humanity. Jay Wujia also gave his final response. I trust in the benevolent Father. Ha ha ha. The demon's strange, heavy laughter continued to echo in the depth of his heart, completely occupying the deepest recesses. Yes. Exactly, trust in the benevolent Father. Only the benevolent Father is the ultimate destination for everything in the universe. With the demon's laughter echoing, what Jay Wujia could hear ringing near his ears, the so-called gospel from heaven, grew louder and louder. His body began to undergo violent changes, sprouting numerous tumors. These tumors kept expanding, then burst and oozed pus, only to be immediately replaced by larger ones growing from within. During this process, his size kept increasing, becoming more and more contorted. Eventually, he became a creature nearly 6 meters tall with 3 horns on his head and 3 eyes, almost touching the ceiling. His body developed horizontally into a bloated, yellow-green figure riddled with pus-filled sores. Then abruptly, his swollen belly exploded, spilling a mass of plasma and revealing the intestines inside. But he was completely oblivious, his massive face simply bearing a fierce smile. I am Jay Wujia. I am the Great Unclean. 2 different voices echoed from his mouth, filling the entire space. Matins, Rizzo, and LaCroix, upon entering this space, were met with this sight. A huge, foul-smelling creature stood before them, occupying a large part of the already spacious 6-meter-tall area. After blowing the door open, they encountered some obstructions during their descent. Among the enemies, numerous demons appeared, real demons. A type of monster called the Plague Bearer, with a distorted humanoid shape, 3 eyes, and 3 horns, as if a weakened, miniaturized version of the Great Unclean. These plague bearers, along with some plague spirits, formed a demonic group, and together with the cult followers, tormented by the plague into inhuman forms but still alive, they barred the human troops' assault. The firearms in the hands of those cult followers looked like ordinary kinetic rifles produced locally, but when fired, the bullets had a special spiritual energy effect, significantly increasing their destructive power. The plague bearers were even more terrifying, spitting out saliva like bullets, containing intense poison and corrosive effects. For ordinary special ops elites, the ceramic steel cladding on the exoskeleton provided limited protection, corroding holes in a second or 2, followed by the rapid death of the soldier inside. Even the space warriors were reluctant to expose their Terminator power armor to such loathsome attacks. Even if it wouldn't be penetrated that easily, they didn't want their precious armor pitted and pocked. Logically, after encountering resistance in their advance, they shouldn't be too hasty. Since the enemy clearly had no way to retreat and was not worried about fleeing, they just needed to utilize the terrain, take cover, and gradually push forward, using heavy firepower to clear out enemies step by step. However, during this process, they felt a very unsettling presence emanating from the depths of the building, from even lower levels. Matins consulted Priest Rizzo's opinion briefly and decided to go for a full-on assault, even if it meant more casualties. They had to speed up their pace, or else, they felt that something significant was happening below. For this reason, Matins, as the strongest, led the charge. His Terminator power armor was almost the perfect cover in these cramped quarters. With defense a notch above the conventional power armor, it easily withstood incoming fire. Moreover, Matins wasn't an easy target. Although his mobility was slightly less than that of standard tactical power armor once he donned the Terminator, he could still manage some evasive maneuvers, avoiding the full brunt of incoming fire. And the heavy grenade launcher he held in one hand, like a miniature rapid-fire cannon, mercilessly obliterated all enemies in front of him. The 3 warriors accompanying him also cleared out enemies swiftly with their grenade launchers, relieving the pressure on the commander. The elite troops behind them were no pushovers either. They couldn't withstand a hit from a plague bearer or a cult gunman, but by overloading their laser rifles, they too could take down an enemy with a single shot. Still, they were a step too late. Facing the fully formed, immense demon ahead, even Maddens in his Terminator power armor felt like a small child in comparison. Moreover, Maddens fully understood what he was seeing. This was the Great Unclean, a being known as the Great Demon. Why would such an enemy appear on Rage Owl Star? Was there fertile ground here for the advent of a great demon? Today's update is here. Finally found some time to write in the evening. I'm currently on a business trip, and for the next week or so, I will do my best to ensure the daily 4,000-word update is not missed, though I cannot commit to a noon release anymore. The so-called demons are powerful entities that are neither real nor illusory, not bound by the laws of physics in the material world. Their very existence is a distortion of reality. According to relevant research, demons exist within the chaotic abyss, the dark side of the universe, a pure energy world. Demons can only enter the real universe under specific conditions, such as being summoned in a ritual, or when a rift from the abyss appears somewhere. Even so, they cannot remain in the real universe for long. If they must do so, they need to drag a part of the chaotic abyss into reality, overlaying a part of the real world, creating what is called the demon world. Otherwise, they must be bound to a host, which can be mechanical or a living being. And the Great Demon refers to the strongest among the demons. The demons that bear this title are without exception the most terrifying enemies humanity faces. Depending on their affiliation, the types of great demons that manifest can differ. Very few people have seen a great demon with their own eyes, and the vast majority of those who have are dead. But Maddens and Rizzo are among the very few lucky ones. Their battle group had participated in a battle against the ravages of the plague cult during the penitential expedition. When the Phoenix arrived at that planet, the war had already entered its final phase. Humanity had failed. The mission of the Phoenix battle group was to assist the last Imperial Army troop in withdrawing from the planet. On the battlefield, Maddens saw with his own eyes a creature similar to the one he faced now. It was a plague great demon, classified as the Unclean One. Wielding a rust-stained great sword, it was invincible on the battlefield. Bullets, missiles, laser beams. Various types of weapons that bombarded it seemed only to tickle. Even when they did cause damage, it quickly healed back to normal. There were 2 regiments involved in the battle, in addition to their own Phoenix. There was another clad in blue with red cross stripes, known as the Iris Knights Regiment. He witnessed the commander of the Iris Knights, protected by the firepower of several tactical squads, charging towards the Unclean One with his glory guard, all in their Terminator power armor. In the duel, the great demon's sweeping rust-stained sword effortlessly slaughtered one glory veteran after another. The brave and fearless commander did not waste the sacrifice of his battle brothers. Seizing the opportunity to leap high, his fine-work dynamo sword pierced one of the great demon's eyes. With a mighty pull downwards, it sliced through the other eye and half the head as well. But that was the extent of it. Even though the dynamo sword plunged halfway into the demon's head, and its rust-stained great sword was cut down by 2 other battle brothers, they ultimately failed to defeat the Unclean One. Its other remaining, thick arm grabbed the commander, smashed him to the ground, and with one stomp, crushed him to death. Then, it lowered its head, which had been rapidly healing the split half, and bit into a Terminator veteran. Corrosive saliva made the armor brittle, and with a forceful bite, it was split in 2. Incidentally, it picked up the fallen great sword with its remaining hand and killed another with a swift slash. Maddens watched from a distance as a regimental commander, leading a squad of elite glory guard, all in Terminator power armor, supported by at least 30 tactical squads armed to the teeth with meltaguns, plasma, and heavy explosives, was obliterated by one Unclean One. It can't be said that the Iris Knights did not fight valiantly. To the very last man, they did not retreat. But they were completely annihilated by that Unclean One and the variety of monsters constantly swarming out from behind it. The Iris Knights were a relatively new regiment, their combat experience still lacking. But what of it? If the Phoenix had gone up to fight in the same situation, would the outcome have been much better? Maddens didn't think so. Neither did the battle group leader of the Phoenix at the time. Back then, there were people in the battle group who wanted to go support the Iris Knights, but their battle group leader vetoed the idea. The Iris Knights could afford to lose a bunch of men and still return to their home planet to recuperate. They were on a penitential expedition and couldn't afford such losses. Carrying out their own mission was what mattered. Protecting the retreat of the Allies as much as possible was their duty. Of course, the indifference to their plight left the Iris Knights quite dissatisfied, and they began to harbor resentment towards the Phoenix, souring the relationship between the two regiments. But that's another story, not worth mentioning for now. The reason he recalled that time was because the appearance of the Unclean One before him had awakened those memories. This creature was almost identical to the one he had seen before. Behind this great demon, on the demon engine, a rift in the abyss about 2 meters long and half a meter wide opened starkly, with 3 or 4 demons jostling at the entrance, eager to emerge. If it really was an Unclean One, then they were finished. Everyone present would die. Maddens even felt a shiver of dread. His thoughts drifted far away for a moment. The battle group had just received a new glimmer of hope, with fresh blood and training. What would happen if they died here today? If they all died here, and the rift to the abyss on the demon engine grew ever larger, eventually forming a tide of demons that swept over the world, then, could the new blood of the battle squad escape? Focus, watch closely. Rizzo's reminder pulled Maddens back from his wild thoughts. Rizzo's voice continued, "This isn't the one we encountered back then, they're different." This statement helped Maddens regain his senses even more. He observed carefully but found nothing unusual, whether in the spiritual pressure, the appearance, or the suffocating stench. All seemed unchanged. As if sensing Maddens' confusion, Rizzo explained further the surrounding environment. Maddens had an epiphany. Indeed, as Rizzo said, the presence of demons requires the support of the surrounding environment. The rift to the chaotic abyss did indeed let some of the abyssal atmosphere seep into the real world, but the rift was too small, and it hadn't been open long enough. The extent of the overlay on the real world shouldn't be enough to support the appearance of the most terrifying enemies, like the great unclean ones. Could this one be only for show? But what if this judgment was wrong? No matter the situation, we have to go in, Rizzo said. We have no room to fall back. The abyss rift can be only resolved best now. Delaying will only make the problem worse. I understand. Maddens took a deep breath, then quickly began arranging the battle tasks. Jay Wijia, or rather, the great unclean one temporarily using the name Jay Wijia, had long sensed the humans who had entered the same space. But it didn't care. To it, those insects were inconsequential. The real task was to expand the abyss rift as much as possible in the meantime. It was just a bit slow. Swinging a giant bell, or more accurately, a bronze bell, it produced bursts of sound. Dark magic surged from within, seeking contact with its true form in the abyss. Through its efforts, the abyss rift was finally widened a little. At least, those demons rushing to come forth found it easier now to emerge. But Jay Wijia was still not satisfied. The spiritualized gas field supporting this place was a bit small. The prior despair ritual had not been completed perfectly and had been rushed, resulting in the energy drawn from the spiritualized gas field turning into chaotical despair power too slowly. But these were the conditions it had, no choice, as for whether it would be disrupted by those outsiders. Hey, the great Jay Wijia had already taken a mortal body to come here. Although the body's original essence wasn't strong and there hadn't been enough time to drag out its abyssal essence from the rift, it still didn't think anything on this planet could threaten it, force it out of the real world. However, when those guys actually charged out, it was taken aback for a moment. Especially the one in the lead, the huge red Terminator power armor, which brought back some unpleasant memories. Once, when conquering and devouring a planet, it had been blinded in both eyes by a group of similar beings in different liveries, had half its head split open, and one hand chopped off. Though it had eventually won, repairing those injuries had taken some time. The fierce human assaults, brimming with courage, caused much more severe damage than any gunfire and were much harder to recover from. It took decades, only recently reaching its peak condition again. Having regained full strength, Jay Wijia had hastily continued to serve its benefactor, taking charge of the invasion of a small world. It so happened that there was a mortal here who had received the benefactor's grace, a suitable bridge. By the present moment, it had thought everything was almost in hand, the entire world was about to fall into its grasp. But it hadn't expected that among the human insects arriving at a critical moment, there would also be an annoying interstellar warrior. And one clad in Terminator power armor, at that. He was not too happy. On one hand, it reminded him of some not too pleasant memories, on the other hand, he also felt a bit nervous. If it had been a normal time, he would have killed those 4 interstellar warriors and the human soldiers following them as if it were nothing. But now, the essence of his power was not yet sufficient here, which actually made him a bit nervous. He did not overestimate himself, withdrawing from his expansion of the Abyss Rift, but rather, he lifted the bronze bell in his hand and with a fierce shake, charged towards the approaching humans. From the numerous pustules and open wounds on his body suddenly emerged a great quantity of monsters. Plague fly swarm. The plague flies, as large as puppies, flew out in great numbers, along with the freshly emerged plague bearers and plague wraiths from the Abyss Rift, launching an assault on the humans. In an instant, red laser beams were in full play. The human soldiers who followed right behind the interstellar warriors fired their weapons with exceptional skill, directing their firepower at the monsters. The great unclean one, Jay Wijia, had to admit that, apart from those interstellar warriors, the rest of the human soldiers were no weaklings either. His little darlings had been shot and killed in great numbers in that round of fire. He felt anger, and with a roar, he swung his rust-pocked greatsword overhead at the warrior charging at the forefront. The great unclean one's swing, seemingly without skill, was merely a powerful chopping strike, but Maddens, who bore the brunt of it, felt as though there was nowhere to hide. He could only roar as he lifted his power sword to meet the strike. According to his past experience, anyone who tried to resist the great unclean one's greatsword had met their end with a single slash. He could no longer concern himself with what might happen to him, and could only resist with all his might. The rust-pocked greatsword came crashing down, but amidst the clang, Maddens actually withstood it. Even though he felt like he was withstanding the heaviest slash he had ever encountered in his life, he did indeed manage to bear it with his firm will and the strong support of his righteous model, Terminator power armor. Jay Wijia was full of hatred. Previously, he had been praising the original owner of this body for making the right choice by merging with him, being devoured by him, and allowing him to descend upon this world. Now, he was cursing the frailty of this body, which meant the physical form he had created upon his arrival could muster at most 1% of the strength from his heyday. But what other choice did he have? While he increased the strength of his swing, his other hand furiously rang the bronze bell. With the naked eye, one could see the dark green spiritual energy gathering with the swinging of the bell, seemingly concentrating some terrifying force. Just then, Jay Wijia felt his strength suddenly weaken by a third, and he could not even suppress Maddens anymore. The squad leader seized the opportunity when the pressure suddenly decreased, pushed the greatsword away with force, and then raised his other hand to fiercely bombard the great unclean one's exposed intestines with a heavy explosive grenade. Pus and foul blood spattered. The struck demon staggered back several steps and he sadly found that even his resistance to damage had greatly diminished. This was not the way to fight. He once again turned his gaze towards the priest standing next to Maddens. The priest held the holy emblem of the pseudo-emperor against his chest, reciting the detestable scripture. This was the culprit weakening his strength. It was dispersing the influence of the abyss, causing the power support Jay Wijia got from the Abyss Rift to diminish even further. But this priest was clearly not as difficult to deal with as the one clad in Terminator power armor. Jay Wijia malevolently aimed the bronze bell at him, and the power that had not yet finished accumulating, but was already terrifyingly substantial, was directly blasted at him. The surface of the bell, that thick green light, suddenly shot out. A green sphere, surrounded by what seemed like many mosquitoes and flies, with a long tail trailing behind, flew towards Priest Rizzo. The sphere's flying speed wasn't very fast, and Priest Rizzo attempted to dodge it. However, the thing had a tracking effect and also drew a trajectory in midair following Rizzo closely. LaCroix, who was behind him, noticed this and raised his hand, firing his charged laser gun at the malicious energy sphere with a strange trajectory. It hit the target accurately, but to no avail. The red charged laser was swallowed by the sphere, and the malicious energy within was hardly affected. With no way to avoid it, Rizzo could only raise the scepter in his hand to meet the malicious energy. On the scepter, the gravity field activated, and the holy symbol in his other hand released a fierce golden glow. Then, he slammed it down with his hammer. The ball of malicious energy was actually shattered by the strike. But at the same time, the holy symbol in Rizzo's hand also broke. Wijia let out a hearty laugh. Although he failed to kill that annoying priest with that strike, shattering the holy symbol was crucial. This priest was a bit strange, and the holy symbol in his hand, with its pseudo-imperial power, was even weirder. It could continuously dispel the influence of the chaotic abyss and weaken his power. Now that the holy symbol was shattered, it couldn't dispel the influences anymore. He immediately felt his power rising, recovering. However, he had just laughed twice when his smile faded at once. No doubt the holy symbol was shattered, but his left hand holding the bell also suddenly cracked and then broke into 3 pieces. His bell was a grace given to him by the Father himself. Although what was here was not the actual entity of the Father's artifact, just a projection of a sliver of the power source. But now that it was broken, he had nothing to use. Without the help of this artifact, Wijia's summoning of the power of the chaotic abyss would also be weakened. In the end, he really didn't gain anything and had even suffered a slight loss. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Maddens once again parried his heavy sword strike and came to his front, fiercely cutting a big gash on his arm with the dynamo sword. Behind Maddens and Rizzo, the 2 main forces, the other 2 battle brothers were also busy. Knowing that merely relying on the firepower of a bomb gun wasn't enough to fight the Unclean One, they also carried plasma handguns. The fully charged plasma handgun, with a single shot's power exceeding that of a heavy bomb. However, the Unclean One, who seemed to rely solely on his exposed skin with no external armor for protection, did not suffer serious harm. He was only punctured with 2 holes, about as thick as a human thigh. The damage seemed considerable, but for a plague great demon known for its robust vitality, 6 meters tall and possibly even wider, such injuries were not serious. Even under the squirming of flesh, the seemingly terrifying puncture-scorch wounds quickly filled back in. Of course, it still hurt, and Wijia's powerful sword strike went askew. Maddens found the opportunity and landed 2 blows on him with the dynamo sword. By nature, dynamo weapons attach a disintegration force field to a powerful metal blade, nearly indestructible. With a single cut, even the formidable body of the Unclean One would be sliced open as easily as a hot knife through butter, leaving a large wound. For the Unclean One's vitality, such wounds were not fatal. But healing wounds requires energy, and the foul blood and pus that spilled from the reopened wounds represented the loss of power. All of this was making the fearsome great demon weaker. If it weren't for Wijia being very careful to protect himself, not giving Maddens too many chances to directly threaten his arm, things would have been even more troublesome. If he, not at his peak, were to lose an arm as he had in the past, the fight would become far more problematic. But after he regained his rhythm, with 1 heavy sword and his body's strong resistance to impact, coupled with the plague fly swarm emerging from his body, he managed to keep fighting back and forth with the 4 phoenixes. For a while, neither side could overcome the other. The battle reached a deadlock for the moment. However, LaCroix, standing slightly to the rear, was somewhat anxious inside. In his view, the balance formed by this battle was extremely fragile. The reason was simple: the Star Warriors were consistently lacking a fatal means to take down the plague great demon. The battle seemed intense, with gravity scepters, dynamo swords, plasma weapons, bombs, a barrage raining down on the massive monster's body. But despite the onslaught, the wounds they inflicted could not threaten its life, as those fatal injuries to ordinary people were slowly healing. On the other hand, although the great demon didn't seem to have landed an effective blow yet, it only needed 1 success. If Maddens or any Star Warrior were slightly negligent, not guarded, or if the great demon came up with some unexpectedly tricky move, it would be over. 1 hit from that rusty greatsword, at least 3 meters long, would bypass any power armor, leading to certain death. Even Maddens's Justice model, Terminator, would probably not withstand it. Once that situation arose, the balance of battle would have been broken. But what could he do? Together with him, 9 teams of elite Special Forces soldiers, over 40 people, had infiltrated the underground space along with the interstellar warriors. The others were above, guarding the route of retreat, ready to provide support at any moment. What they could do now was just to use the firepower in their hands to help out a bit, killing off the swarms secreted by the great demon. They hadn't refrained from attempting to use stronger firepower against the great demon to assist the interstellar warriors in their attack. But the effect was minimal. They had brought down 9 rocket launchers, each firing 3 rounds in volleys, but the power was only slightly better than that of a single high-explosive bomb. Madden's volley of high-explosive bombs hardly had any effect, not to mention the rocket launchers that could only fire 1 round at a time. Rather than waste heavy firepower like that, it was better to use it against the ordinary demons. As for the laser rifles they had on hand, they were even weaker. No wonder sometimes the enemies of the Empire would jokingly refer to them as flashlights. Although it was a mockery when facing the great demon, no matter whether the rifle was charged or not, overloaded or not, a blast of a laser beam was indeed not much different from a flashlight at just lighting things up. Moreover, they had to allocate a significant portion of their firepower to the slowly widening abyssal rift. Various types of plague demons were constantly emerging from there, but fortunately, when they arrived, the enemy numbers were not yet substantial, resulting in only a 2 to 3 meter long rift that could be targeted by gunfire, killing each demon as it came out. However, even so, LaCroix also felt there was a hidden danger. As the abyssal rift gradually widened, he noticed that their firepower seemed to be doing less damage to the demons. In fact, this was due to the chaotic abyss's power gradually eroding the real world. Demons are conceptual monsters. When the chaos corruption in a place is too high, not only can demons draw much stronger power from it, but it also causes the rules of the chaotic abyss to replace the physical laws of the real world. Firearms, lasers, and artillery that are founded on physical laws will see their power diminish. Conversely, all close combat methods symbolizing human courage will conform to this rule and won't be affected much. But to ask humans to fight plague demons with their flesh and blood. Of course, LaCroix didn't understand all these notions. He just noticed that a demon that used to be killed with 3 or 4 shots now took 4 or 5. And once the difficulty in killing them increased further, their firepower might no longer ensure that all the demons emerging from the rift could be killed in time. If a few plague carriers or benevolent beasts managed to slip out, tangling up the interstellar warriors for a moment or two, creating a good opportunity for the terrible great demon to attack, then the current balance would crumble instantaneously. LaCroix made up his mind that he had to do something. He began to take action. He first set his sights on that great unclean one, as he still had thermite bombs in his possession. But this time, his action failed. The battle awareness of the plague great demon was still very sharp. It noticed LaCroix's move, identified the high-threat weapon in his hand, and spat a glob of thick phlegm directly at him. If it weren't for the fact that LaCroix, too, had his level raised by Jiu Hang, possessing a superhuman physique and reflexes, he would really have been in trouble this time. He deftly dodged and watched as the ground was corroded into a large pit, from which a plague wraith was crawling out. He raised the bomb gun in his hand. His physical condition was sufficient to support the use of a bomb gun, making up for the instantaneous lack of firepower in laser weapons, and after blasting it, he abandoned his original plan at the call of Madden's. Madden's meant that his actions were very dangerous, and even a thermite bomb wouldn't be enough to kill the great demon. A great unclean one was not a beastman overlord. A thermite bomb could at most burn off a small part of its body, also failing to be fatal. But although LaCroix heeded the advice, he still didn't intend to halt his actions. Blasting the great unclean one might not be effective, but it seemed like a viable tactic for other targets. He then shifted his aim to the demon engine positioned behind the great unclean one. That demon engine, drawing supernatural powers from the spiritualized gas field beneath and connected to the abyssal rift above, served as the source of power for the expansion of the chaotic abyss. If it could be destroyed, the battle might be turned around. He led a combat team, circumventing the battlefield from the flank, with the other soldiers providing cover fire to assist in this maneuver. Madden's and the other 3 interstellar warriors also noticed his action. This was a smart move, so they too launched corresponding cooperative moves. Madden's and Rizzo began to attack more fiercely, even somewhat recklessly, mainly to draw Jay Wahia's attention so as not to let this terrifying creature turn its gaze toward the action squad sneaking up behind the great demon. The great unclean one was not easily distracted, but it had no choice. It must be emphasized that he was not at his full strength, possessing merely 1% of his power from his prime. Otherwise, he would have already slaughtered everyone present. After getting involved, he even found it difficult to turn his massive body in such a confined space. If Madden's really went berserk with his power sword, he could stab him dozens of times in a short period, enough to kill him. All he could do was to release more plague fly swarms to harass the action squad while dealing with the interstellar warriors. Moreover, he would occasionally turn his head to spit at the squad. His actions were effective. In a short span of time, at least 3 elite soldiers met their demise. One was surrounded by gigantic flies that failed to be cleared by firepower. Their sharp mouthparts pierced through the exoskeleton armor, injecting venom, leading to a swift death. The other 2 were hit by the spittle of the Great Unclean One and dissolved into a puddle of goo. After paying a significant price, the combat team led by LaCroix finally managed to approach their mission objective. Next, all that was needed was to place the thermite bombs. Sue! A loud bang sounded, signaling the approach of something heavy. The Great Unclean One, at the last moment, ignored the fierce assault of the interstellar warriors, partially turned its body, and swung its rusted greatsword in a terrifying sweep at them. In the nick of time, LaCroix desperately dodged. He managed to escape, but the other 2 were not so lucky, nor did they have his level of skill, and were cleaved in 2. Of course, that was the only opportunity the Great Unclean One had. He immediately had to turn back to face the fierce attacks from Mattins and others. But that one strike served as a clear warning. Under threat, he would not hesitate to unleash a death blow. Immediately afterward, multiple plague flies flew out towards LaCroix, determined to drive him away from the demon engine. Since LaCroix himself was already close to circling behind the Great Unclean One to reach the demon engine, and at that moment, a dozen plague fly swarms attacked, his teammates' lines of fire were blocked by Jay Wahia's immense body, and he could only rely on himself to resolve the situation. Despite his outstanding agility and with his rapid-firing bomb gun, he wasn't killed but was inevitably forced to retreat in another direction. But at that moment, in the midst of the chaos, he threw the activated thermite bomb. It definitely couldn't reach the demon engine, it was too far and easy to intercept. But in this space, there was another important target, the shield generator. When the Great Unclean One swung its heavy sword, LaCroix deliberately ran towards the shield generator, away from the demon engine. He continued to do so when pursued by the plague fly swarm. Unintentionally, he was less than 100 meters away from the shield generator. He threw the activated thermite bomb, like a grenade, a great distance away. It wasn't easy, the thermite bomb was not designed to be thrown, and it was larger than a grenade, making it awkward to throw. Maintaining precision over such a distance to land it on the shield generator was difficult as well. But Soldier King, that's exactly what he could do. It was a minor surprise, after all. LaCroix not only had to throw the thermite bomb like a hand grenade over a distance of more than 100 meters, but also had to be extremely precise. Moreover, he had to complete this task under the pursuit of about a dozen plague flies. While doing this series of tasks, he really was busy. He had already relayed the tasks to the best of his ability, far from being flustered. Each step was precisely calculated with impeccable execution. But he couldn't ensure absolute perfection in every issue. The thermite bomb was thrown accurately, but its activation time was slightly early, so it exploded before even touching the shield generator. However, the problem wasn't too significant. The thermite bomb that exploded about 1 meter above the approximately 2.5 meter tall shield generator still scattered a substantial amount of red, high-temperature material that splattered and flowed onto the shield generator. This triggered a further reaction. The outer shell of the shield generator dissolved, and its internal energy went out of control. After a sizzle of blue sparks, there was a loud boom, and the shield generator exploded. From the perspective of the Wind Falcon rapid attack vessels of the Allied forces outside, the sprawling cobalt blue shield that enveloped the entire offshore structure flickered a few times and then disappeared. Immediately afterward, the Wind Falcons tentatively fired a few rounds of their autocannons down below, and they indeed penetrated smoothly. Had the ground troops succeeded? They immediately relayed the relevant message to the commander below. Mattins, locked in fierce combat with the Great Demon, and LaCroix, dealing with the surrounding plague fly swarm using a bomb gun and tactical knife, both heard the message. They were invigorated. They certainly hadn't forgotten that their original mission was to destroy this shield generator. Now, they had completed the mission. As for the unexpected arrival of the Great Demon and the Abyss Rift, it seemed that there were other ways to deal with it. In any case, it seemed impossible to kill the filth-covered creature unless they destroyed the demon engine behind it, but with it, the demon engine couldn't be dealt with either. Then just forget about it. "Retreat, retreat, retreat." As the highest commander, Mattins ordered decisively. A group of them fought and retreated, with Mattins covering the rear to resist the pursuit of the filth-covered creature. The elite special forces, along with 2 Phoenix veterans, retreated while firing, inflicting casualties on the demons and attacking the filth-covered creature to provide cover for Mattins. Previously, the filth-covered creature had no way to deal with them, and now in chase mode, it was even less capable. This space, which seemed vast with a ceiling height of 6 meters and large open areas, had only a few pieces of equipment and structures that had been damaged earlier in the fight. However, for a fatty that is 6 meters tall, wide, and thick, this space was still too cramped, making it inconvenient for Jia to maneuver. The greatly restricted filth-covered creature gradually fell behind in the chase. It could only emit waves of impotent, furious roars. Too frustrating. As a great demon, when have I ever been toyed with like this? Even in my most tragic times, when I had half my head chopped off, 1 arm, and countless injuries, those were casualties from a fair and square battle. The enemies I faced then were strong and numerous, but in the end, I killed them all, and although I had to recover for some years afterward, at least that battle was satisfying. But today, it's all frustration, not at full strength, frustrating. The enemies dodging and evading, frustrating. They targeted the shield generator and demon engine, which I could not protect at the same time, frustrating. And what's worse, I realized something wasn't right. According to the memories left by the body I occupy, there's supposed to be a starship constantly present above this world. Jia was fully aware of what it meant for a starship to be in orbit. Now, here I am without any anti-orbital equipment, just a shield generator backed by the infinite energy of the spiritualized gas field, which could have still been useful. Now, the shield generator is gone. What to do? Although the demon engine is still intact and the abyssal rift remains, the power of the chaotic abyss continues to erode the real world, transforming the vicinity into an environment more suitable for demons and continuously summoning more demons here. Before long, I could raise a demon legion from this core, and my own power will keep growing, eventually reaching my peak state. According to the memories of this body, once that step is reached, conquering the entire planet and offering another gift to my benevolent father would be within easy reach. But, what if an orbital strike hits later? Nothing has been established yet. If this demon engine behind me explodes, then it's all over. I will be sent back to the chaotic abyss because the source of the laws will be cut off, and the short time in between wouldn't be enough to build another demon engine and continue converting the energy of the spiritualized gas field. Watching those human vermin escape into the narrow passageway, rendering me completely unable to pursue, my enormous body, along with many plague demons who had just crawled out from the abyss rift and were not yet aware of what fate awaited them, stood bewildered in this space, unsure of what to do next. Commander Mattins and others found their retreat from the sea platform quite smooth. The Special Forces elite, who had been deployed outside, had successfully held the retreat path clear from the central tower entrance to the landing site. Indeed, there should still be a considerable number of aberrant beasts and cult members from the Nature Salvation Society within these upper structures, and they did indeed attempt to attack the Special Forces warriors holding the corridor. Initially, the warriors of the Special Forces Brigade had a bit of difficulty in combat. Although each of them was an elite of T3 or even T2 level and they were equipped with some of the finest individual gear available to the Union, barring the Star Warriors, they were outnumbered. They had to guard the landing site and the entirety of the corridor. Under the assaults of the various monsters and cultists far more numerous than they of the warriors had a tough fight on their hands. There were casualties, exhaustion from running from place to support and put out fires, and the defenders' positions sometimes changed hands. But ultimately, after paying a costly toll in lives, they managed to hold their ground. When the energy shield in the sky finally dissipated, the days of hardship came to an end. A large number of Windfalken fighters rapidly descended in altitude and commenced strafing and launching missiles at various ground targets. The enemy's few anti-air defenses, those biotech AW guns, boomed towards the sky, but to little effect. The protection on the Windfalkens, slightly stronger than that of armored vehicles, wouldn't be easily compromised. Moreover, once the energy shield was gone, they could maintain a higher flight altitude, supporting the ground forces even better. Flying higher meant they were less likely to be hit by anti-air defenses. In these circumstances, the pressure on the human defenders on the ground was greatly alleviated. Then, the allies who had gone down earlier were back up as well. At Commander Madden's call, everyone rapidly retreated and assembled at the landing site. He then personally led the charge to knock out several of the enemy's anti-air fire points, and established a defensive perimeter around the landing site. Subsequently, once the landing site was relatively safe, the Windfalcons landed in groups of 3, taking on 10 people each before withdrawing. This continued until Commander Madden's and 3 other interstellar warriors were the last to evacuate. As the final batch of Windfalcons took off from the sea platform, Commander Madden sent the signal for orbital strike authority to the skies above. It was very difficult to communicate with Revival City from here, nearly 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers away. The Union had not yet installed a complete communications network nor launched communication satellites. But wasn't there a starship in orbit? As long as the starship was properly positioned, not on the other side of the planet, communication could be achieved. Before departing, Gu Hang had specifically instructed both Commander Madden's and the Claw Fierce Tiger on the orbit, giving Madden's full authority to request an orbital strike. His request would be treated as if it were his own. This was a significant authorization. Aboard the Claw Fierce Tiger, Major Du Zhicheng and Colonel Yelixia received the request for an orbital strike. Since there was prior authorization from Gu Hang, the 2 commanders of the Imperial Navy followed the standard procedure. The planetary governor requesting an orbital strike didn't mean they would automatically carry it out. They were part of the Imperial Navy, not the Rage Owl Planet Navy. Upon receiving the request, they would still need to briefly assess it. The main assessment was the value of the target. If the target was insignificant, or not considered an enemy of the Empire, then they had to be more cautious. Today, after receiving the strike request from Commander Madden's, they were in the process of assessment. It's not about whether the value of the target is enough for an orbital strike. A great unclean one, and about to open abyss rift, that's more than enough. What they need to evaluate instead is this for real? Major Du Zhicheng, upon seeing the short message on the application report, clearly written with these matters, was dumbstruck. His age was not young either. He was an honors graduate from the Naval Academy and had served on a starship for many years, working diligently and fostering his experience. Moreover, by holding onto the Fufana family's coattails, he finally made it to the position of a starship captain at the age of 55, holding the rank of a major. But in his 30 years of military career, his main experience was fighting pirates. The biggest scenario he had ever encountered was, when he was not yet a captain, following the main force of the Tianma fleet to combat the Greenskins. And even then, he was just an engine system administrator who followed orders during the battle, hardly entering the command bridge and seeing much of anything. The moment he heard the name of the Great Demon, he truly felt bewildered. Major Du Zhicheng turned his head towards Yelixia. "Colonel, has life in the orbit of Rage Owl Star always been this thrilling?" "Indeed." Yelixia could only respond with a bitter smile. Several months ago, an orbital strike on the proliferating green-skinned tribes on the surface was one thing. But later, she was inexplicably coaxed by Gu Hang to participate in a one versus many interstellar naval battle, which was already thrilling enough. She thought that would have been the end of it, but the Great Demon. Honestly, Gu Hang brought a new meaning to her. She hadn't expected to face such an adversary and also realized the enormity of the situation. Never mind why Rage Owl Star had so many issues. That was not particularly strange. The proliferation of the Greenskins was due to pre-war era research samples leaking after the world was destroyed. And demon rifts, too, were normal, considering Rage Owl Star was a planet destroyed and then rebuilt because of a demon wave. But what concerned her more was that this seemed to symbolize military achievements. The appearance of a great demon signaled an impending disaster. Right now, Rage Owl Star was not the prosperous place it used to be, capable of supporting a vast planetary defense force with ample funds. Once the demons gained momentum, under the leadership of a great unclean one, it would strike at the entire planet with overwhelming force. Yelixia admitted that Gu Hang had his ways, having built up a wasteland into what it was now in just half a year. His forces were also excellent, and in fact, not much worse than some of the Star Realm Army Corps. Despite this, numbers were always a problem. With an army of only a few 100,000, it was impossible to resist the ravages of a demon wave and hold out until Imperial support arrived. If demons were to actually succeed in occupying the entire planet and transform it into a demon world, dragging it completely into the chaotic abyss, then the situation would be far more serious. It would no longer be a matter of whether Rage Owl Star could be held, but rather that this demon wave might spread to other star systems. After corrupting an entire world, the numbers of demons would be incredibly large. They would also have the capability to drag an entire chaos fleet out of the chaotic abyss, and at that point, the whole star sector might face war. Ji Hang would certainly be doomed, and she, Yelicia, would probably not escape being tainted by association. Her family was still capitalizing on the momentum of the last war, crafting a reputation, shaping an image for her as a rising star in the military. She couldn't afford any mistakes now. But on the other hand, killing a great demon here and preventing the opening of an abyss rift would also be a great achievement. Even though commanding a starship to perform orbital strikes against the ground didn't fully count as a naval achievement, and paled in comparison to the solid merits brought by a hearty naval battle, on the whole, it was definitely better than doing nothing in the planet's orbit. With this in mind, Yelicia gave her orders decisively. Fire, strike hard, in the next 20 minutes. We must execute at least 5 rounds of maximum firepower at the surface. We must prevent the forces of the demons from rising again on Rage Owl Star. Yes. Major Du Zhicheng did not have any objections. Terrible fire from the heavens rained down upon the sea. Colonel Yelizha's orders received the resolute execution of all officers and soldiers aboard the Claw Fierce Tiger. 20 minutes, 5 rounds of firepower, what does that mean? It was roughly equivalent to a full-force bombardment by the quintet, minus the firepower of the high-caliber Wrath of Loyalty and Hot Hammer. 100 scalpel missiles, about half of what the quintet would launch in one volley. 100 hits from the Defender kinetic cannon, actually slightly less effective than the scalpel missiles, but could arguably be considered about the same. While the total firepower was much less, the key point was that the target area for the quintet back then was much larger. Back then, there was an entire urban cluster with many pre-war buildings remaining, which objectively provided cover for those green skins, making the firepower cost-effective ratio quite low. But here, the space was small, 2 kilometers long, 1 kilometer wide, at most the size of a village town. The firepower that came down packed a considerable punch for each unit of space. Madden sat aboard the Wind Falcon, silently watching. In fact, he couldn't see much. When the first round of strikes hit, the sky was filled with smoke, flames, and the sea platform, especially the central spire area, was densely covered. With the experience and vision of a battlegroup leader, he could fully judge that the intensity of the current strikes was far more than necessary. Technically, he could have been the real man who doesn't look back at explosions now. But in reality, he couldn't. The current firepower against this complex of buildings was enough. But nobody could guarantee whether it could deal a fatal blow to the demon engines and great unclean ones hidden in the deepest part of the buildings. This was Madden's greatest uncertainty. He had witnessed the strength of a great demon. Although the ones encountered today, compared to that world destroyed by the plague demon, were much weaker, otherwise he would have been slashed with a single blow. But even so, he was still worried. Mainly because the memories of the past sieges were just too terrifying. A great demon capable of withstanding battleship bombardments with its flesh, truly killing one, even with several battlegroup champions working together, was exceedingly difficult. Perhaps only those legendary warriors chosen by the Emperor could manage a one-on-one victory? But the champions chosen by the Emperor, such top-tier warriors who could bear this title and power, were scarce, with only one having emerged in the entire history of the Phoenix that spanned thousands of years. Certain battlegroups with a shorter history might never have had such a warrior from their founding till now. Therefore, he was reluctant to leave. He made an effort to eat a lot of nutrition paste and synthetic starch, replenishing the essential energy his body needed. The evolved superhuman organs of a star warrior. Iron stomach, rapidly digested the food, converting it into energy. Although it was not guaranteed, who knew if a desperate battle would ensue later? He needed to keep himself in as good a state as possible. Maddens had already decided that after the orbital bombardment, he would go and investigate the effects of the firepower in person. He hoped the effects would be good. 20 minutes passed quickly, and after various booming explosions, when the smoke cleared, the Wind Falcon took them back over the sea area. The sea platform had changed beyond recognition from its original appearance. Those pipelines, storage tanks, and sea surface structures had been almost completely destroyed by the terrifying firepower. The undead within the tanks were now physically liberated. Those aberrant beasts and cultists who had previously survived could certainly not have lived through such an onslaught. But these were not what the crew of the Winged Falcon were focusing on. Maddens gazed at the central building of the sea platform, which had been completely demolished. The surging seawater had already filled that area. Just by looking at it, there was no way to tell anything. He ordered the Winged Falcon to descend. The Special Forces elites of the 10th Expeditionary Force couldn't help much with what was to come, so there was no need for them to go down either. Maddens, with his 3 battle brothers, left the Winged Falcon and jumped onto the sea platform, now completely unrecognizable. The main structure here had already been destroyed by the orbital strike and was slowly sinking. More and more water was flooding in, and at the current rate, in no more than 30 minutes, the support structures below would lose all effectiveness, and the entire sea platform would completely sink to the seabed. But this did not affect what they were going to do next. Maddens led his team through a blasted, water-filled breach into the sea platform. As Star Warriors, their training, of course, was to cope with all kinds of combat environments in space. The life support systems of their power armor allowed them to operate in the strong acidic seas of some planets, let alone the ordinary seawater of Rage-Owl Star. And after switching to underwater combat mode, several tons of metal could still move in the water, though not as conveniently. After entering the underwater environment, they spent some time finding the original battleground. The process was tough. The previous bombardment had completely destroyed the structure here. Trying to locate the original spot was like navigating a maze, compounded with the task of breaking through obstructions. But after some time, they still managed to do it. Upon finding the original spot, they saw a body that had mostly dissipated, presumably that of the Great Demon. It was completely unrecognizable. In Rizzo's judgment, this was not due to being bombed, but rather, after the demon engine was destroyed and it lost its connection with the chaotic abyss. Such impurities had no way to continue existing in the real world. What remained of its body was still rapidly evaporating. Next to it, they found fragments that seemed to be the remnants of the destroyed demon engine. The abyssal rift had disappeared. So, this should count as a success, right? Maddens asked, somewhat uncertain. Rizzo closed his eyes, carefully sensed his surroundings, and replied, it should be. Then I'm relieved. Just then, Maddens received another communication from the Winged Falcon, which was relayed twice, originating from Revival City. Governor Gu Hang had sent the message to the starship. The starship then transmitted it to the Winged Falcon, and the Winged Falcon relayed it to him. Bring back whatever the Great Demon's body leaves behind after it disappears. Maddens and Rizzo exchanged glances, both somewhat perplexed. They had just managed to clear the flooded ruins and had found this place, confirming their victory. How could Mr. Gu, thousands of miles away, be certain the Great Demon was dead? Gu Hang had seen it on the event panel. At first, he was unaware of any Great Demon, because after Maddens and the others broke into the lower levels of the central spire and encountered formidable enemies, they had no time to send out messages. It wasn't until the orbital bombardment was about to be executed that he received information from the Blade Tiger. Right after he got the message, his event panel updated with new information. Unclean One, Zhe Wijia. Zhe Wijia is not the Unclean One's true name, but it is the name he currently uses. He is about to tear the veil between the abyss and reality, bringing his vast army to descend upon the Rage-Owl Star. This is a catastrophic threat. What will you do? Gu Hang was genuinely startled the moment he saw this message. My goodness, could this be any more thrilling? What does Rage-Owl Star have to deserve the attention of a great demon? What is wrong with this planet that it encounters all kinds of monstrous deities? To be honest, if Gu Hang didn't have the system, he would have died countless times upon coming here. Even with his extraordinary abilities, having resolved many issues that multiple previous governors could not fix and having united the Alliance and all the surviving forces, if either the green skin disaster or the demon disaster had taken root, that would have been the end. Even then, with the system, neither the green skin calamity nor the demon calamity was something that a still developing Rage-Owl Star could perfectly resolve. In the rear, Gu Hang was even contemplating whether to fly personally to the south. After all, he was a level 5 spiritual energy user, an entity not inferior to Maddens in a one-on-one fight, which might be somewhat useful. In any case, should the worst happen, his fate would be sealed regardless. He'd either die on Rage-Owl Star fighting an endless number of demons or perish under the subsequent Empire's judgment. With such significant issues arising on the planet that might even affect other star sectors, he, as the governor, wouldn't escape responsibility. In any case, the matter had to be resolved in its incipient stage. Thankfully, it didn't come to that. About an hour after he was on tenterhooks, a new message appeared on his event panel. Unclean One, Jay Wijia. Resolved, the Unclean One, Jay Wijia has been driven back to the chaotic abyss. This time, he would need to recuperate for a while. Reward: 7,777 blessing points, selectable blessing. After driving away Jay Wijia, the chaos essence he couldn't escape from has condensed on his rusty greatsword. Spending 777 blessing points, you can transform it into a holy artifact weapon suitable for humans. Looking at this message, Ji Yu Hang felt a chill run down his spine. The number of blessing points offered as a reward was substantial, but something about this number seemed odd. And besides, the essence of chaos left behind by a plague great demon being used for a holy artifact, for a weapon? Are you eager to die? The required divine gift points are also 777. However, Ji Yu Hang noticed the phrase, usable by humans mentioned in the description. If that's the case, it seems, maybe, probably, it could really work. The thing is, sacred artifacts were something he had only heard of in legends. What if it's really powerful? It's just 777 divine gift points anyway, and if spent, so be it. After all, he still had 7,000 left. So, he gritted his teeth and exchanged for the optional reward. Inferior sacred artifact. Purifying God Plague Greatsword, imitation. Containing a small portion of the chaotic origin from a major unclean entity, it can be used by humans after being purified. The holder gains the effect of +2 to physical constitution and +2 to spirit, which ceases to function if either attribute exceeds 22 points. The holder is immune to plagues and diseases. The greatsword has a gravity-like field. It also has a guaranteed hit feature that can be activated once a day. Even after purification, an inferior sacred artifact has a very low probability of becoming a bridge to the abyss, causing the owner to occasionally hear whispers from its original master. Those with unstable wills should not use it. Looking at this thing, Ji Yu Hang felt a bit of a toothache. The artifact was strong, especially in the hands of someone who was already powerful. A dual boost of +2 to both spirit and physical attributes meant that the holder's physical and spiritual prowess could more than double on their existing basis according to the system's calculations. With it, Ji Yu Hang would effectively gain an entire level. With it, a squadron champion like Mattins could reach the true strength level of a Starship Warrior squadron leader. But Ji Yu Hang was quite conflicted and hesitant about the part of this inferior sacred artifact saying it could be influenced by the abyss. He didn't want to use it himself. On one hand, he wasn't a warrior, and the enhancements to his physical attributes, the latter two features, were of no use to him. Besides, the chances of him having to fight personally on the battlefield in the future probably wouldn't be too high. The main effectiveness of the equipment he could utilize would be those 2 points in spirit. On the other hand, Ji Yu Hang didn't want to personally test whether he was susceptible to abyssal corruption. He didn't think of himself as a person with an unstable mind, but it wasn't necessary to gamble, not even on a 1 in 10,000 chance. The most suitable person to use this inferior sacred artifact was Mattins. But that guy. Ji Yu Hang was worried about his level of willpower. A Starship Warrior who had gone through a penitent expedition and was now tasked with rebuilding a combat team, who also had the level of a squadron champion, should absolutely be a person of firm will. However, after arriving at Rage Owl Star, Mattins's performance, which had been influenced by Ji Yu Hang's psychological tactics, made it difficult to fully trust him. Even though the chance of the abyss whispering was already very low, Mattins's chance of corruption was also very low. But as long as it wasn't zero, Ji Yu Hang was reluctant to take the risk. Having an extra piece of powerful equipment was good, but it wouldn't be worth it if it caused serious issues. Mattins could stick with his fine work dynamo sword. Did I just waste over 700 divine gift points for nothing? If it's wasted, so be it. Better to have the sword kept in the sea, a sword with a great demon's essence. Who knows what trouble it could cause otherwise? It's been purified by the system and then collected, kept under strict supervision, which is better than letting it be out there. Ji Yu Hang could only console himself in this way. Overall, the gains were significant. An enormous divine gift reward, the largest and most unexpected reward Gu Hang had ever received. He felt as though he had struck it rich. An inferior sacred artifact that seemed unusable but at least posed no hidden risks. And the greatest gain of all was averting a potential world-ending crisis. Flying Wing Star, the Gu family residence. A middle-aged woman, wrapped in a bathrobe, nestled on the sofa, looking through a stack of letters and reports. As she read the first half, her brows were tightly furrowed. But as she got to the latter half, her expression relaxed. Seeing the lady of the house's dramatic change in expression, the standing housekeeper couldn't help but ask, "Is it news about Hang?" Said the middle-aged woman, who was Gu Hang's mother, Wang Qi, as she casually passed the correspondence to her confidant. "You take a look too." The housekeeper received the letters, read them thoroughly, and couldn't help but show shock on her face. The appearance of a great demon on Rage Owl Star, the opening of a demonic rift. Such news, of course, was heart-wrenching. But since the matter was resolved, that was good. She patted her chest, calming the aftershock of her fear, and handed the correspondence back to the lady of the house, saying, "The things Hang has done are too thrilling. We should still find a way to have Hang return, so we wouldn't have to live in fear every day. It's not that easy. A planetary governor's position isn't something one can simply step down from. But it's good that brat went to a remote and desolate place and actually became sensible and accomplished. Going out to gain experience, a big change for the better, is certainly better than all those useless years he spent here on Flying Wing Star." At this, she couldn't help but feel melancholy again. Why couldn't it have been sooner? If her son had been sensible earlier, if he had shown his maturity, his responsibility, his capabilities sooner, she wouldn't have had to exhaust herself these past years. She could have gradually handed over many matters to him. The housekeeper had been with Wang Qi for many years and could semi-guess what her mistress was worried about. She thought for a moment and cautiously suggested an idea. "What if we still give Hang a hand?" Wang Qi looked up at her long-serving subordinate and asked, "Help? How do you suggest we help?" She actually started to think it over. Perhaps we could help Hang's planet by building some factories under the guise of aid. If ownership is tricky, we could put them under a new Gu commercial fleet, dedicated to serving Hang. Building factories, too few is pointless, and too many. How could the family ever approve such an investment plan? Avoiding investments in heavy assets other than the fleet is the Gu family's principle. While saying this, Wang Qi let out a derisive chuckle, seemingly somewhat scornful of the idea. However, she eventually sighed, "That won't work, at least not now." Her gaze turned toward the window. "I need to resolve the issue at hand first. If it all goes well, what's ours will be ours in the future, without having to heed the meddling of those old fogies." Upon hearing this, the housekeeper became anxious. She hesitated for a moment, then said, "Should we tell Hang about this matter? He's a governor now. Perhaps he could offer some help?" "Don't," Wang Qi said decisively, "not a word. You're worried he'll still be influenced by his uncles, his older male cousins. But it seems Hang has grown a lot now, he probably won't. Better safe than sorry. Once my affair is settled, he might hate me, but no matter what, the entire Gu family will be his." The housekeeper wanted to persuade further, but seeing Wang Qi's demeanor, she ultimately held back her words, only lamenting, "I hope Hang will understand your good intentions." Wang Qi scoffed, "No need for his understanding, I'm merely transferring what should have been my husband's to his son. That brat, he better not cause me any trouble." The housekeeper bowed her head but couldn't help rolling her eyes. This mother and son, each was more stubborn than the other. "All right, you may go now. I'll rest for a bit myself." "Okay." With the mistress dispatching her, the housekeeper did not linger and turned to leave. Wang Qi, left alone, couldn't resist picking up the already read letter and going through it from start to finish once more. Then, she stood up, took a wooden box from the bookshelf next to her, opened it, and placed the correspondence inside. This wooden box was already filled with a thick stack. Gu Hang, far away on Rage Owl Star, had no clue what his old mother was planning, let alone the big trouble she was preparing to stir up for him. At that moment, he was discussing the affairs of the Green Valley region with his team of bureaucrats after multiple rounds of deliberations. He had thought, after having demolished the stronghold of the Nature Salvation Society and banished the prominent aberrants back to the chaotic abyss, that things in the south would settle down. But they had not. There was a fundamental problem with that land: the aberrant beasts. After hearing from Hu Ke, Ji Yuheng roughly understood that the aberrant beasts on Rajiao star were not the doings of the Nature Salvation Society, nor of demons. Essentially, they were a climatic disaster that appeared following the ecological collapse of Rajiao star. Rajiao star was once a developed world of energy extraction. The spiritualized gas fields were its main output. The barrier between Rajiao star and the dark side of the universe, and the spirit realm, seemed particularly thin. In the thinnest places, the energy of the spirit realm pierced the barriers of the two worlds, congregating in a certain area, and over the years, formed the spiritualized gas fields. However, after the last disaster, most of the spirit energy fields on Rajiao star had collapsed. The howling, unconstrained force of spiritual energy formed various strange disasters. Low-energy storms are the most typical, and they are still whirling around the high tower ruins outside Rubbish Town. The energy collection devices placed there, and the energy compression equipment, ensure a monthly output of energy crystals worth about 80,000 tax currency. This is hard currency. And the aberrant beasts, which are very common throughout the wastelands and especially numerous in the Green Valley region, are actually plants that have been influenced and animated by spiritual energy. Zhe Wujia utilized these things and, with his technical knowledge and what he called the grace of the benevolent father, he disseminated a certain virus capable of controlling these plants into the vast forests of the Green Valley. But now, Zhe Wujia was dead, the great demon he summoned had been banished, and the influence of the chaotic abyss that eroded reality in the Green Valley region no longer existed. This meant that the supernatural virus that had widely spread and infected most of the aberrant beasts lost its foundation and vanished. However, the central nervous systems of those mutated creatures, reformed by the virus, did not recover. Aberrant beasts with a missing piece in their central nervous systems all went mad. They wildly charged out of the woods, attacking all living beings. Without any rhyme or reason, without any plan. To tell you the truth, these monsters were not difficult to handle. Although among them there were many special breeds developed over the years by the Nature Salvation Society, with formidable strengths. However, mindless things, no matter how powerful, could still be dealt with. Not to mention, they were even more mindless than before. After all, although previously the aberrant beasts lacked the ability for independent thought, they still had their controllers. In the past, almost every large-scale operation of the aberrant beasts showed traces of the followers of the benevolent father. With the control virus, they could roughly direct the actions of the entire monster group. It was because of this, they could put out cannon fodder in front, cover the pus spewers as they approached to shoot. The bio-artillery bombarded from a distance. The zombie dogs waited for the right moment to launch deadly assaults when the enemy's formation was in chaos, causing heavy casualties. However, after the loss of the cultists' control, these brainless creatures even lacked that bit of the most basic tactical coordination ability. In front of the army, weren't they just beasts waiting to be slaughtered? There was just one problem. Their numbers were far too many. According to Huke's calculations and estimates, there might be between 150 million to 300 million various types of aberrant beasts living in the vast jungles of the Green Valley region. This was a terrifying number, much greater than the population of the entire planet. It was 30 times the total population of the Green Valley region. Even the Nature Salvation Society only had the ability to infect most of the aberrant beasts, not to command so many creatures at once. But now, when these creatures lost control and madly rushed out, the trouble was enormous. No matter how stupid, the sheer number of 150 million to 300 million made producing enough bullets and shells to eliminate them take who knows how long. However, thankfully, when these creatures went berserk, they didn't recognize kin and didn't just target humans or other lifeforms. They attacked their own kind just as indiscriminately. It was also because of this, the pressure faced by the Central Group Army in the Green Valley region was relatively weaker. Luckily, the Beeching Valley region had executed large-scale terraforming works to eradicate the jungle, and the number of aberrant beasts there had been reduced. All the settlements and towns began to tighten their defenses, not venturing out unless necessary. The military then staunchly defended each node, ready to call for fire support when waves of creatures attacked. The Alliance's Air Force squadrons were incredibly busy, striking everywhere. Even the Blade Tiger in the sky would occasionally help by launching a few surgical strikes to clear large concentrations of enemies. The unrest in the Green Valley region lasted for a full 3 months before it gradually subsided. After these 3 months, the settlements reported fewer and fewer sightings of aberrant beasts emerging. Under such circumstances, Ji Hang finally felt assured enough to call back the Central Group Army. Nevertheless, people still needed to be left behind in the Green Valley region. Hu Ke went on a business trip to the Green Valley region and, protected by the Special Combat Brigade, conducted field investigations in some jungles. He discovered that some aberrant beasts still survived. Although their numbers had greatly decreased, there was a possibility that they could breed again. However, without the influence of abyssal power, their breeding speed should not be especially fast. It wouldn't be easy for them to return to their original population size. Moreover, the central nervous systems of these aberrant beasts were gradually becoming free from the influence of the chaos virus after its disappearance, and they were becoming much calmer. If things go without accident, they should revert to their traditional patterns from decades ago, breeding normally in the jungles until the population reaches the environment's carrying capacity, then spilling out and forming waves of aberrant beasts. When the numbers drop significantly to a normal level, they would continue to breed in the jungles. Their breeding and growth rates are related to the seasons and sunlight. This is why the traditional waves of aberrant beasts are seasonal. If it is merely this way, these aberrant beasts will no longer pose too great a threat. After this wave of calamity, there probably aren't many survivors left in the South Green Valley region, and those still alive would have fled north. The Beeching Valley region now has a population of about 8 million, and once the jungles and aberrant beasts are cleared out, there would only be issues from the south to deal with. The former Green Valley region had almost no industrial production capabilities, relying only on its own armed forces within each manor, so it was normal not to cope. Now, with the regular Alliance army present, the conventional, traditional waves of aberrant beasts will be annihilated as soon as they emerge from the jungles. For this reason, Ji Hang still had to leave a force in the Green Valley region. He kept the 15th to 25th Divisions, which were established from the Green Valley region, and formed the Green Valley Garrison Group Army. All 11 divisions were garrison divisions, cheap but sufficient. They would be responsible for the long-term defense of the Beeching Valley region. In fact, the best way to deal with the aberrant beasts was to penetrate the jungles and eradicate them at the roots. But that was clearly not likely. The Green Valley region was too vast, and with the current total number of troops under Ji Hang's command not yet exceeding 200,000, it was not feasible to accomplish such a task. Moreover, according to Hu Ke's assessment, aberrant beasts were a manifestation of spiritual energy disasters, and as long as the jungles remained, even if they were all killed, new ones would regenerate. If the jungles were cleared, then the aberrant beasts would indeed no longer regenerate, but the spiritual energy disasters would not subside and would most likely transform into low-energy storms. It would be better to clear the aberrant beasts on a regular basis every year. At least the eliminated aberrant beasts could be repurposed, turned into synthetic starch, and the land would become fertile. If it turned into low-energy storms, farming would become impossible. Ji Hang's vision for the entire Beeching Valley region was to be the Alliance granary. With the Alliance having resolved the annual disaster of the aberrant beast waves and unified the whole region, establishing a singular government, agricultural productivity can be optimistically estimated to grow tremendously. If the entire Beeching Valley region was turned into an agricultural zone, with a large number of farms built and some hub-type cities established mainly for transportation, trade, primary processing of agricultural products, and service industries, that would suffice. Crook Manor was also renamed Baegu City, serving as the capital of the Beeching Valley province. Jason Morgan, who played a significant role in the recovery of the Beeching Valley region and the quelling of disasters, was transferred out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. He was entrusted with the establishment of the Beeching Valley province government and took on the role of the first provincial governor. His rank also soared directly to C1 level. Jason Morgan felt that this appointment was within reason, but when it actually happened, it still seemed dreamlike. I was just an employee at a small company in Revival City, and in just a few months, I'd become the head of a province? Jason Morgan became the province governor with a C1 level position. This was almost akin to stepping into the upper echelons of the Alliance official system. After all, any higher and one would only have the central minister of the Alliance. Even higher, one would have to reach the level of Osenia. Moreover, his position was particularly important. After the establishment of the Beeching Valley province, it became the most populous and largest province within the entire control area of the Alliance. The combined population of the three central provinces added up to only 6 million, 1 million of whom were migrants from the Beijing Valley region. Under Morgan's jurisdiction, there were a full 8 million people. As long as he secured his position as the province governor, he would be a feudal lord within the alliance with an exceptionally high status. C1 level? This was merely a beginning. Of course, Jason Morgan was extremely delighted. Who wouldn't want to hold high authority? It all seemed too dreamlike. The person he most wanted to thank now, other than the governor, was his wife, the current Dean of Academic Affairs at Wind Extinguishing Jiangxi Academy, Hire C. Morgan. The series of decisions he made after the establishment of the alliance were basically from his wife. Being the first to respond to the call of the alliance without waiting and watching like others made him one of the first employees of the alliance government. Actively participating in dangerous external assignments earned him multiple merits. Striving to take part in the training at Wind Extinguishing Jiangxi Academy. Being dispatched to the Green Valley region. All these were what his wife had asked him to do. Among them, there were many things he was initially somewhat resistant to, yet ultimately, his wife pushed him into them. He had to admire having a wife with outstanding vision. It was an immense fortune. Overall, his promotion progressed as swiftly as a rocket. But in fact, each step he took along the way was solid. Many times, he faced life and death crises. Undeniably, there was an element of luck involved, riding the tide of the era. But when such a tide swept in, how many could really rise with the wind? He was one of them. He made many correct choices and shone in many critical moments. One could only say, he had scored big. But he was also aware of an even more important point. His past efforts had won him his current status. However, this was just the beginning. Whether he could develop further in the future would depend on the outcomes he could achieve within his first tenure as governor of Beijing Valley Province. If he did well, he would continue upward. If not, he might not even be able to maintain his current position. The alliance government probably couldn't accept a governor of the most populous province failing to achieve anything. The alliance's emphasis on Beijing Valley's development was evident to the naked eye. In the early days of the provincial government's establishment, Osenia would fly to Baegu City every other day. Speaking of Osenia, she also had a change of position over these 3 months. She was officially appointed as the alliance premier, becoming the top official in the administrative field. Her most important task, after being formally appointed, was to personally visit Beijing Valley Province to guide the establishment of the provincial government and supervise the planning and construction of various levels of farms and hub cities. She was very motivated. She was originally from Green Valley, and felt an undeniable duty to rebuild her homeland. Agu Hang entrusted the administration and production reconstruction of the Beijing Valley Province to his female premier and played the role of a hands-off manager. In reality, he didn't need to worry or get involved himself. Even if that newly promoted Jason Morgan wasn't reliable, Osenia should be trustworthy. Moreover, Gu Hang could monitor the current reconstruction situation in Beijing Valley in real time through the monthly fixed income of the Beijing Valley Province displayed on the system interface. Monthly fixed income symbolized the population size, level of development, and encompassed factors such as public order, production, culture, happiness, and the quality of administrative management among others. This wasn't a metric that grew linearly, but in general, the better the development of a region, the higher the grace points it would provide. Currently, within the alliance's rule, Wying City provided the highest monthly grace point with a population of approximately 1.65 million, contributing 773 grace points to Gu Hang each month. 1 million of that population had recently migrated from the Green Valley region. Wying City was actively integrating these people into the real industrial populace. Next were Revival City and Beijing Valley Province. The former provided 297 grace points with a population of just over 1 million, and the latter provided 417 points with 8 million people. Other places were more fragmented. The other areas of the Central Province, Gaota Province, and Central North Province had a combined population of about 3.3 million, providing 322 grace points in total. The total amounted to 1,809 points. From this structure, it was still apparent that the Wying City industrial area, painstakingly built by Gu Hang, was very effective. Despite having a relatively smaller population, the grace points were plentiful. Wying City currently supplied the alliance with the bulk of its industrial goods, especially heavy industrial equipment. The role of Revival City was to focus on light industry, administrative center, along with the service industry. People from Wying City would take vacations to the central city area of Revival City to have fun. The other places were all subpar. However, Gu Hang still held great expectations for the Biqing Valley province. Unlike other areas, the Biqing Valley region had a huge population base and an industrial foundation. Although it was an agricultural industry, as long as agriculture could prosper and enable the 8 million people on that nearly 3 million square kilometers of vast land to have an average of 500 mu of arable land each, they would be able to live an idyllic life. If that were the case, the per capita standard of living and the per capita agricultural output would both be very high. In terms of the overall system points supply, even if it was not as good as the heavy industrial center of Wying City, it should not be much less. In the past 3 months, Gu Hang's monthly system point income accumulated to 4,928 points. Adding to that the 7,000 point reward after the end of the Great Unclean One Jia incident, that made it 11,928 points. But this was still far from the limit of the system points Gu Hang had in hand. After the turmoil in the Green Valley region ended, Gu Hang once again saw the war campaign settlement interface after a long time. Comprehensive victory. Received 6,424 system points. Lost 11,288, killed 16.29 million, captured 0, Alliance Army. Since Gu Hang started executing his Green Valley strategy, especially since the Central Group Army moved south into the Green Valley region, almost half a year had passed. During this time, there were a series of battles by the Central Group Army against the aberrant beasts. And now, the system finally considers that the regular campaigns have mostly come to an end, and thus, the rewards for the entire campaign were settled. Killing aberrant beasts really wasn't lucrative, millions were killed, yet the system points earned were only over 6,000. But Gu Hang had nothing to regret, he was truly wealthy now. The total system points lying in his account had reached 18,352 points. Looking at this number, he always felt a sense of unreality. It seemed like just a short while ago, he was spending system points in the hundreds and thousands, meticulously calculating these precious system currencies and deciding where they should be allocated to contribute to the construction of his territory. And now, all of a sudden, the magnitude of the number had inflated to a terrifying 18,000 plus. This even made him somewhat bewildered for a moment. He had never been this rich, and he didn't even know how to spend so many system points. Of course, that was just a manner of speaking. In reality, he had no mind to personally attend to the construction issues of the Biqing Valley region, mainly because his attention was occupied by so many system points. Spending money was quite a laborious task too. The first thing he did was to boost the number of new Star Warriors from 8 to a total of 22. This expenditure alone cost Gu Hang over 4,000 system points. Of course, this also brought about approximately 600 T2 or T3 level special warfare elites. As of now, the 10th Brigade also had a strength of 1,000 men. Having gone through the battle against the Great Demon at the Maritime Ruins, Gu Hang once again realized just how important it was to have top-tier individual fighting forces like the Star Warriors. And even with the system's enhancement, the training of Star Warriors still required a relatively long cycle. Even though they were expensive, Gu Hang still wanted to have them ready in advance. Under ideal conditions, in another half year or so, the Phoenix battle group would be able to recover to a strength of 26 people. For a battle group, this was still scarce, but at least there would be 4 formal tactical squads. The reason for setting the number at 26, instead of more, was because Gu Hang had a total of only 22 sets of power armor, including the old armor left by the former Phoenix. If Gu Hang were to train more new blood for the battle group, once they grew up, there would be no power armor for them to use. Of course, if Gu Hang was really flush with resources, he could actually train even more new troops. These new soldiers could temporarily go without armor and then buy it later on. Or, once Gu Hang had the technology to manufacture power armor, this issue could be somewhat resolved. But for the moment, there was no great need. After all, no matter how many blessing points Gu Hang had left, there were plenty of places to spend them. The first thing to do was to expand the army. Not counting the militia in the Green Valley region that had not been fully disbanded, the alliance had a total of 25 division and brigade level units, amounting to a total force of 170,000 men. Ji Yu-hang felt this number of troops was not quite enough. He had calculated that, according to the imperial tax currency, the total value of these 25 divisions should have already reached around 2.8 million tax currency. That meant that after another year, when the imperial tax officers arrived, if these troops were converted in place into a Star Realm Army Corps, then Ji Yu-hang's first issue with the imperial tax would be resolved. But Ji Yu-hang could not possibly just stop military development there. Two perspectives. Firstly, Rajal Star still had plenty of troubles. The eastern provinces hadn't been pacified, the Northlands remained unrested, the western desert was still in a state of independence, and Blackbird heavy industries on the far west was a big deal. There was no such thing as having too many troops. Moreover, Ji Yu-hang also needed to worry that if his troops were converted locally into the Star Realm Army and one day actually got transferred away by the Imperial Military Department, leaving him without armed forces on the planet, what then? Based on the current population of the alliance, which was over 14 million, Ji Yu-hang planned to expand the regular army to a force of 300,000. He had already discussed this with Colonel Tadius, the chief of the military affairs department. The alliance's army would gradually expand by another 13 division and brigade level units over the next 6 months. And also, he had to solve a problem that had long existed. Currently, within the alliance's 25 land divisions, there were 4 types: mechanized combined brigades, motorized infantry divisions, garrison divisions, and special brigades. Except for the most unique, the singular 10th Special Warfare Brigade, out of the remaining 24 divisions, there were only 2 mechanized combined brigades, 4 motorized infantry divisions. The other 17 divisions were all garrison divisions. In the organization of the Alliance Army, a garrison division only has over 6,000 people, and the equipment is very cheap. G9 individual equipment package plus squad and platoon, support fire at company and battalion levels, plus some artillery, that's it. This is the most basic, line-filling, division. The term, garrison, itself represents the role Ji Yu-hang assigned to them. In some places, it's enough just to hold the line. They are not the main force to be relied upon. However, the 13 divisions that Ji Yu-hang was going to expand, numbered 26 to 38, would be different. First, he expanded all motorized infantry divisions from 3 battalions to 4, bringing the full strength to 11,700 men. Next, he formed 9 new motorized infantry divisions, and 4 mechanized brigades. Counting the existing troops, the Alliance Army's total strength would reach a scale of 310,000 men. And among them, the main field forces, namely the motorized infantry divisions and mechanized brigades, would account for the majority, reaching a scale of 200,000 men. And to train these 13 divisions, as well as to fill out the rosters of all the previous divisions, the Alliance would need to recruit about 140,000 new soldiers to enter the military. To train this batch of recruits to T5 level, Ji Yu-hang would spend 1,400 blessing points. Plus, it's conservatively estimated that it would take half a year to produce all the various equipment they needed. Of course, that's another matter if the productivity of Wying City has significantly improved during this time. When someone asks Ji Yu-hang, how many divisions do you have? Then Ji Yu-hang could pat his chest and say, I have 38 divisions. However, Ji Yu-hang couldn't really just wait for several months until the troops were all ready before starting the next military action. In fact, after the end of the turmoil in the Green Valley region, the Central Group Army left 11 garrison divisions behind to stay and station locally, and the 7 main field battle divisions returned to the vicinity of Revival City. The soldiers were given half a month of leave to reunite with their families, spend some money buying things, and enjoy life a little. Then, they were reassembled and began advancing to the east. They would pass through the central North Province and enter the previously unstepped eastern provinces of the Alliance to reclaim that land. The Central Group Army had their vacation, then replenished their ranks with new recruits from the training camps to make up for losses sustained in the battles in the Green Valley region, and set off for the eastern provinces. Their actions were very smooth. The connections between the eastern provinces and the central 3 provinces as well as Revival City were very close. The situation there was completely different from the Green Valley region. The food production capacity of the eastern provinces was rather weak, even weaker than that of the central 3 provinces. This was mainly because, in the pre-war era, the eastern provinces were the core urban areas on the main continent of Raj al-Star, especially closer to the coastal areas. Unlike the central three provinces with only one urban relic, tower ruins, such relics were ubiquitous in the eastern provinces. Although there was still some flat plain soil suitable for agricultural production, the overall amount was not quite sufficient. The main food supply for the 5 to 6 million people living in the eastern provinces actually also depended on the Green Valley region. After the unrest in the Green Valley region, it was not surprising that a famine spread in the eastern provinces, leading to upheaval. The Union still had a kind heart. Gu Hang had always valued the population greatly. He did not want an uprising in the eastern provinces, leading to a great number of deaths from starvation, and then more deaths from fighting over food. A serious famine could even be more terrifying than the reduction of population caused by war. In this situation, under Gu Hang's direction, Bradford, who was effectively in charge of the Alliance Commerce Department, followed the governor's ideas and continuously supplied food to the eastern provinces. Initially, driven by his merchant nature, Bradford wanted to take this opportunity to sell food at a high price, which would surely lead to huge profits. However, this merchant instinct was fiercely criticized by Prime Minister Osina. Amidst the criticism, Bradford finally remembered that he was no longer a merchant. He was in charge of the Commerce Department, true, but he was a politician now, and he needed to act according to political rather than commercial logic. For a long time in the past, the food supply provided to the eastern province was maintained through large import orders from the western desert. Recently, there were also increased imports from grain produced in the Biching Valley province. The Green Valley region had conducted their autumn harvest a few months ago, and despite the yield not being as high as in the bountiful years, it was at least sufficient to support the 14 million populations of the Union. And the abundant cleared jungles and trees, as well as the aberrant beasts that had been killed in previous wars, were all fed into the synthetic starch factories. About half a year ago, the Union had mastered the self-researched technology for producing synthetic starch. Every production line completed, a set would be sent to Biching Valley. Currently, the Biching Valley area had put into operation many large and small synthetic starch factories. The output of these synthetic starches was increasing. Including this not so tasty, but definitely life-sustaining food, the Green Valley region could produce more food than in the high-yield years. That was enough. The various food items exported in large quantities to the eastern provinces were mainly exchanged for various industrial raw materials on the business front. Industrial raw materials were the most important basic output of the eastern provinces, a traditional output. To put it bluntly, it was similar to the production mechanisms at tower ruins. It relied on garbage collecting. Supplying food at fair prices in exchange for industrial materials was a basic business not for profit, or rather, for normal profit. But as mentioned, since there were political considerations involved, it was essentially a political deal. Besides maintaining the millions of population in the eastern provinces from uncontrollable widespread famine and warfare, the extra profit not made from the business side needed to be earned back in other ways. Through increased trade actions, the Union established very profound influences in many settlements in the eastern provinces. Only the Union could provide abundant food supply, which forced many settlements to sell raw materials at fair prices to the Union. Of course, strictly speaking, this wasn't coercion, since food wasn't sold at inflated prices and raw materials weren't underpriced, it was a fair trade. However, some associated conditions, such as propagating the Union's system and reiterating that their own settlements were members of the Union, were mandatory. Don't underestimate these, for the will of the people is subject to change. In their own settlements, if one couldn't have enough food or clothing, had to pick garbage every day, faced wasteland mutant beasts, and worried about raiders, whereas in the Union, as long as one became a Union citizen, secured a rank, one would at least have no worries about food and clothing. As for work, could it be more arduous than picking garbage? Not to mention, as per Union propaganda, every rank had basic healthcare benefits, Levesa. Compare the two, and it becomes clear which is preferable. And with the second point of propaganda, that one's own settlement is also a member of the Union. Wouldn't the low and even middle-class residents think, why is our standard of living so poor when we are all part of the Union? So, if one day the Union arrives, saying it wants to take over the entire settlement under its direct governance, then, how strong could the resistance of the entire settlement be? Forget resistance, there would probably be welcoming parties everywhere. Beyond the minimal requirement of allowing union merchants to promote the union, there were other deeper cooperations as well. For instance, they began to gradually accept the advisory influence of some officials dispatched from the alliance's various ministries and commissions. The official reason was to help these settlements build their homes and bring the alliance's advanced experience to them. Dispatched officials would not directly lead and manage each settlement, but rather acted as consultants, providing reasonable suggestions to the leaders of the settlements. That's how it was said, but in reality, it was indeed the case. However, in this process, the alliance's influence naturally strengthened further. Those who constantly listened to the advice of the alliance's dispatched officials and yearned for the alliance's system, what kind of strategy would they adopt when the alliance's troops arrived? In other words, the alliance's long-standing food trade strategy and the export of its values brought strong political influence expansion. In the past 6 months, they had laid a great foundation in the eastern provinces. In fact, if not for Governor Gu Heng's urgent push, the alliance might not even need military action. By simply fanning the flames at the right moment in the future, a revolution sweeping across the entire eastern provinces could easily annex the area, which covered millions of square kilometers and had a population of 6 million. Military action, then, was a double-edged sword. Indeed, it could speed up the process of bringing the entire eastern provinces under the alliance's rule, without waiting for that so-called right moment. But correspondingly, some who could potentially be persuaded might now end up standing on the opposite side of the alliance. It was of little consequence. At present, the newly planned units of the alliance army had not yet completed their reorganization, and corresponding weapons and equipment were still in production. The Central Group Army that had set out now, had only 7 divisions, amounting to over 70,000 people. But they still reported victory after victory. The eastern provinces were vast, and many urban ruins stood tall on desolate land, causing great geographical division. It was difficult for the various settlements to unite, and many places inherently lacked a strong will to resist. As a result, faced with the actions of the Central Group Army, many simply submitted without a fight. The alliance had corresponding policies for this. Those who did not resist were not considered enemies. Everyone from the populace to the original ruling class would receive relatively good treatment. As for those who resisted, they were vastly overestimating their own strength. To put it plainly, even if the entire population of the eastern provinces, all 6 million people, gathered together, they could at most assemble a few 100,000 soldiers, with their terrible arms and logistics, and the fact that the alliance could immediately starve more than half of them by cutting off food supplies, they had no capacity to resist. Not to mention, they couldn't even unite. Yan Fengshu's forces made rapid progress in the east. Often within a few hours, they would report having taken 1 or 2 settlements. Later on, Yan Fengshu himself began to feel embarrassed by the constant stream of good news. What's there to boast about? Just station a regiment near a settlement, without firing a single shot, and they would surrender in 3 minutes. Those with a bit more backbone might endure a couple of barrages from the regiment's artillery and a few scare shots from the infantry whose actions were more about intimidation than assault, before surrendering in 15 minutes. If any dared to stubbornly resist to the end, they would be killed. All the rebels would be wiped out, all leaders captured, and there was no need to send them back to Revival City for prosecution, they were executed on the spot. The local population, depending on the situation, would be distributed to other camps. This could be described as swift and severe measures. Even when only a regiment was deployed for an operation, it often took less than a day to finish the task. In any case, no matter the situation, there were corresponding, well-established methods of handling it. This set of strategies, which they had effortlessly applied when reclaiming the 2 million population of the central province, was nothing more than repeating it again on a larger scale in the more spread-out population of the eastern provinces. Such victorious reports really didn't seem to warrant being passed on any further. Latterly, Yan Fengshu simply made a summary-style military report every week, and that was that. Gu Heng was too lazy to look through Yan Fengshu's various reports. It was nothing new. Today a city was taken, tomorrow a town, nothing interesting. To tell the truth, he had no doubts whatsoever that the Central Group Army could easily flatten the entire eastern provinces without a hitch. The only thing to worry about was that nothing like a god or a devil should pop up from the east. Just the local survivor forces alone posed no threat at all. He was still fussing over how to spend his remaining favor points. In areas such as Phoenix Newblood, the construction of the 10th Special Warfare Brigade, and the expansion of the Alliance Army, Ji Hang had spent around 5,500 points of favor. He still had over 12,000 points left in his hands. And he planned to invest all these favor points into the construction of his territory in one go. This was divided into two parts: technology and building enhancements. First, about the building enhancements. After the war settlement in Green Valley region, Ji Hang found that three new types of buildings had appeared in the building interface. They were Farmite National Church and Court of Justice. Ji Hang guessed that the farm buildings became available because, after he secured the Green Valley region, the area dedicated to agricultural production had greatly increased, reaching a certain target built into the system, thereby unlocking the farm buildings achievement. The Farmite building, like the Civilian Factory I and Military Factory I he had already unlocked, spent 100 points of favor on an existing and operational farm to increase its production to a certain extent. Previously, he didn't have the extra favor points to spend on these production-enhancing buildings, but now he had a considerable amount, so he could afford to use them. After some thought, he did not exchange for any farm buildings. It wasn't necessary. According to a rough report recently sent back from Biqing Valley Province, it mentioned the production plan for the coming year. Based on an optimistic estimate, in the next year, the total value of the food production in Biqing Valley region, including agricultural produce and synthetic starch, could reach around 6 million tax currency. With the imports from Western Desert and some of the food production from the central provinces added together, the food would amount to a value of about 3 million tax currency. This batch of food was sufficient to support a population of over 18 million in comfort, which was at the Alliance E9 food supply level, with a bit of attention to food rationing and supply at the subsistence level, or Alliance E5 level, it would sustain over 27 million people, and if one were to be a bit more draconian, at the starvation prevention level, or Alliance E3 level, that would be enough to feed 45 million people. Even if you added the 6 million from the entire eastern provinces, the total population of the alliance would still be around 20 million. It was more than enough. Instead, industrial production, and military production in particular, always seemed insufficient. The production in civilian factories mainly revolved around various consumer goods. These items, whether used to pay taxes where the empire also accepted them or used in interstellar trade, were in lesser demand. Trading them didn't fetch high prices, and the tax value assessed by the empire also tended to be lower than their actual production value. However, the opposite was true for weaponry. It was the hard currency of interstellar trade, a hot commodity in trade deals, and the empire gave full tax value for it. In this situation, Ji Hang exchanged 16 military factories and 4 civilian factories all at once. The former were all applied to the various military industries in Wying City. The latter would be allocated to basic heavy industries like clay and plastic steel smelting, as well as metalworking. Not to mention that the monthly production of the Wind Falcon in the Alliance had risen to 10 units. After swapping for these 20 enhancement cards for factories, the yearly industrial output of Wying City was estimated to increase by about 400,000 tax currency. And the cost was only 2,000 favor points. He still had 10,000 points left. Ji Hang did not divert these 10,000 favor points elsewhere, instead, he used them all on the tech card lottery. The thrilling moment of the draw had arrived, and Ji Hang was rubbing his hands together with eagerness. If it comes to drawing technology cards, currently, Ji Hang's first choice would certainly still be the 1000 tier. The 10 and 100 stores are no longer under consideration, both prize pools have been drained, leaving a too low probability of good items emerging to be worth the gamble. Currently, for the 1000 tier, the probability of getting items is as follows: for basic level, 40%, for intermediate level, 30%, for elite level, 20%. There's also a 10% chance that, unluckily, it would come up empty. In Ji Hang's first 3 draws, luck wasn't great. Didn't come up empty, but there was no jackpot either, 1 intermediate level and 2 basic level items. The intermediate level technology was for the Lion tank. At this reward, Ji Hang couldn't stop smiling. This was an armored force that the Star Realm Army had equipped for a long time, a genuine tank, wholly different in concept from the old Challenger, imported by the old Alliance Army. Even though within the Star Realm Army's arsenal, the Lion tank is only considered a light tank. But a light tank is still a tank, possessing both thick armor and powerful firepower. The Challenger tank's armor could be penetrated by an interstellar warrior's explosive rifle, but such rifles would merely tickle the Lion tank. Even heavy explosives or plasma guns of that caliber couldn't threaten the tank through its frontal armor. The Alliance's currently equipped 155mm howitzers are also nothing but an annoyance to the Lion. On the offensive side, it boasts a 125mm kinetic main cannon using magrail cannon technology, which can be outfitted with a plasma cannon. It is equipped with 2 heavy explosive coaxial machine guns, possesses smoke screen active defense, special Cermet armor protection. Such a king of land warfare cannot be compared with the Strider armored vehicle. The Star Realm Army is known as the Hammer of the Empire, for a good reason, with formidable armored capability at its core. Without these heavy tanks, how could the Star Realm Army contend with the fearful entities of the universe with mere human flesh and blood? And now, the Alliance Army finally has real tanks. Moreover, Gu Hang calculated that the Alliance could directly set up production lines for the Lion tank. They were capable of producing basic Cermet and grindstone engines. With the Lion tank's technological blueprints, the Alliance could also replicate the main cannon, setting up a separate production line for it. This could even optimize the Alliance's own artillery technology. However, equipping it with plasma cannons was impractical since the Alliance couldn't produce them yet, unless they chose to use the black box to directly manufacture parts for the Lion tank with a plasma cannon option, but that output would be pitifully low. But there was no need for that. The magrail cannon and heavy explosive rifles were already powerful weapons. And the 2 basic level technologies were both related to production, superconducting power grid, and basic engineering machinery. Both of these are foundation building technologies. The former, as the name implies, is a type of technology for constructing power grids. Compared to the current traditional power grid construction technology used by the Alliance, its main features are less energy loss, stronger load capacity, and the ability to conveniently perform wireless charging. The latter is a type of engineering machinery. By equipping different sets of tools, it could function as an excavator, road paver, among many other types of engineering machinery. And these could be used for various purposes, but Gu Hang saw that they were mostly used for basic projects such as laying roads, railways, tracks, and the like. These 2 foundation building technologies are very important. As the Alliance's controlled land area and population grow, some basic infrastructure constructions began to be insufficient. The most direct example is the Alliance's current power grid, which barely covers the Twin Cities and Rubbish Town. Other settlements in the central 3 provinces are still not electrified, not to mention the more distant Biqing Valley province. It's not that there isn't technology to build power grids, it's just that construction takes time, and a large portion of the Alliance's efforts is focused on other areas that require development. The power grid project has been placed on hold. After all, apart from the Twin Cities, the productivity of those other small and medium-sized settlements, even if preserved as much as possible, is still weak, so rushing to electrify them doesn't hold high value. The same is true for the road and rail networks. But obviously, this isn't a long-term solution. Gu Hang wasn't planning on following the mold of some nest capital worlds, where building just one super metropolis would suffice. Super cities, of course, serve their important purpose. A more dense population and industries lead to stronger cluster effects. However, regions like the Biqing Valley Agricultural Zone and the eastern provinces, industry for recycling pre-war urban ruins are all indispensable. Now, transport relies on the iron bull trucks, chugging along muddy, dirt, and gravel roads. Though it's already more reliable than the old beast-drawn carts of past years, it's still not fast enough, at least not for an industrial system, it's too insufficient. Moreover, Gu Hang wasn't just concerned with the development of the Twin Cities. Considering the entire Alliance's productive capacity, not to mention this year's taxation being problem-free and future tax revenues could be offset by stuffing forces into the troops of the Star Realm Army Corps being established, the Alliance's annual gross production value was still only 1.2 million tax currency. Gu Hang was responsible for the tax revenue of 50 million people on the planet, netting 5 million tax currency annually. If not for the cheating capability and military training provided by the system, and the additional help of the operational Star Realm Army Corps, his days would have been incredibly tough. An annual output of 12 million tax currency, if 5 million had to be paid in taxes, would leave his subjects in a state not much better than destitution. Of course, there were some other objective factors involved. He only had 14 million people under him, and the planet was not yet unified. There were a large number of human resources not yet under his control. But at the same time, there was another problem. The disparity in development levels across different regions of the alliance was too great. In Wying City's heavy industry zone, the per capita annual output could reach 1.6 tax currency. For Revival City, it was only 1.02. These two were still in the positive, reaching the quota set during the establishment of the imperial tax standard, which considered the total annual production per person as one tax currency. But other areas could not even reach one. All regions of the alliance still had significant room to improve production efficiency. If you want to be prosperous, build roads first. An extensive electrical grid could transmit the power from the nuclear reactors constructed outside Revival City without loss and at a high load to every piece of land in the alliance. Extensive road and railway networks would greatly enhance the efficiency of material transport. The saying that roads are the arteries of industry is no idle talk. It's necessary to connect all areas so that Wying City's advanced industrial system can better promote the development of all other towns. At the same time, more developed roads, railways, and energy transmission lines will in turn feed back into Wying City, the industrial hub, for its further improvement. This was what the Alliance Development Department had planned to do next. And the two new technologies just obtained, without a doubt, could accelerate this process greatly. Gu Heng was looking forward to a further increase in the output of Wying City's industrial core and also to the development of other regions of the Alliance, hoping they could benefit significantly from the abundance of logistics and energy. After an average haul in the first 3 draws, Gu Heng's luck took a turn for the better. In the next 7 draws, he hit 2 elite level, 2 advanced level, and 3 basic level technologies. The 3 basic levels were construction engineering machinery, agricultural machinery technology, and servant mech transformation technology. There's no need to elaborate on construction engineering machinery, it's a significant boon. All around the Alliance, there was a need for development, even in Wying City, which already resembled an industrial center, where new house construction was in constant demand. The building of housing districts to accommodate a significant population increase, factory buildings, and various types of public facility construction. The Alliance's construction teams were among the busiest groups. In fact, they didn't have much time to build residential areas, spending most of their efforts on constructing factory buildings. Wying City now had a population of 1.6 million, but most of them didn't even have a simple shack to live in. Slums built with scraps of waste materials were scattered around the outskirts of the city. This was clearly unacceptable. These people, just escaped from peril and from various places, may now have a stable job, steady food supply, and even some extra allowances to purchase some consumer goods that they could not have imagined or seen before. However, as time goes by, people's demands for a better life will only increase. An improvement in living conditions is an essential step. In fact, in Wying City, there were many housing plans already. At present, the entire city was planned according to the specifications of a 5 million strong industrial population for various functional zones. It was just that there had never been enough construction teams to build them. Now, with a series of construction engineering machinery, the efficiency of each construction team should be greatly improved, and this issue should be resolved. Agricultural machinery technology also arrived at just the right time. Tractors and accompanying equipment for cultivating, sowing, weeding, fertilizing, harvesters, balers. This series of agricultural production machinery was timely. The Biqing Valley province will have a great need for these agricultural machines. Their arrival will directly transform the many years of manual and animal-driven farming in the Biqing Valley province into mechanized agricultural production. Theoretically, the maximum per capita land area in the Biqing Valley province reaches 500 acres. It is estimated that about 1/5 of that is cultivable land. In the past, this was just a theoretical value, as vast amounts of land were jungles that couldn't be utilized. The constant threats from raiders and aberrant beasts meant small farms couldn't survive. The exploitation by plantation owners tied the population to a limited amount of land.
But now, these circumstances have changed. A large amount of jungle has been cleared, and the uncleared areas are waiting to be cleared. The threat from raiders and aberrant beasts has essentially been eliminated. The plantation owners have been wiped out as a class, replaced by local officials of the alliance who draw from the alliance's finances rather than the surplus value of the land. Although there might still be corruption, and a lot of land may still not be utilized. Overall, it is very possible to develop more farms and farmland. 8 million people, in relation to 3 million square kilometers of fertile land, that's sparsely populated. It's definitely impossible to cover with manual farming. This has to be shifted to mechanized, large-scale farming. Once agricultural production is fully mechanized, given Green Valley region's natural conditions, the pastoral lifestyle for every person there would no longer be a dream. It might even be possible within the next 2 years. A family of 4 to 5 people, with 2 or 3 laborers, could lease 1,000 acres of land, become full-time farmers engaged in fully mechanized production and plant the high-yield seeds previously imported from the Cousins merchant ship. The annual grain output of the land could probably reach 50 tax currency, even if the empire were to be a bit greedy, and there was a big difference between market selling price and purchase price, that would still be at least equivalent to 20 to 30 tax currency. If currently in the Biqing Valley province, there's an assessed 1.2 billion acres of cultivatable land, and if all of it could be put to use, that's an annual output value of 60 to 30 million tax currency. Just this food production alone would not only be able to feed everyone on Rajal Star, but there would also be enough surplus to pay the entire planet's imperial tax. Moreover, after paying the tax, there could still be a large surplus to store, to give to the empire in exchange for tax currency, to engage in interstellar trade. Food, in the whole Star Sea, is a bona fide currency. Actually, Yu Hang had been considering this for a while. Even if he hadn't won the agricultural machinery technology in the lottery, he would have had the 2 technical officers under him, namely Wu Zhirong and Hu Kei, fully tackle the relevant technology. This was a true path to prosperity. And now, having won it directly from the lottery was certainly the best outcome. It saves Yu Hang from waiting for them to develop it. He could use it right away. As for the final, servant mech transformation technology, Yu Hang didn't really care for it. It's not that it's useless. Back when he started, he used servo soldiers as well. Although they lacked intelligence and didn't think proactively, they counted as qualified soldiers, servants, laborers. But Yu Hang was not too keen on it. The mechanical cult guild liked using servant mechs, but Yu Hang really did not. This technology needed only slight development. In the future, it may, like the servo skull manufacturing technology, be reserved as punishment for criminals. Condemned prisoners would be put to good use. For ordinary people, Yu Hang would not allow the occurrence seen on some planets, where living beings can be bought and sold, and innocent people could be turned into servo skulls or servant mechs. In his view, a living, normal human being can create more value than a servant mech. As for servo skulls, those biological computers, wetware, indeed have high value but are relatively less versatile in their applications. Donations from death row inmates, terminal patients, and the elderly whose life is nearing its end would suffice. Apart from these 3 fundamental technologies, Yu Hang also won 2 elite level 1s, Transition Identification System, and Starport Blueprint, and 2 advanced level 1s, Reflector Orbital Air Defense System, and Chainsaw Sword technology. Among these 4 high-level technologies, Yu Hang's attention was immediately captivated by the Starport Blueprint. Starport. Yu Hang initially thought that such a thing would be found in a more advanced technology pool and was surprised to get it within the elite class. Its importance was too high. Currently, the connection between Rajal Star and space was very weak, only manageable by various landing transport ships. This resulted in low transport capacity and high transport costs. Generally speaking, those with real demand for bulk interstellar trade cannot do without a starport. As the name suggests, it's an interstellar port, built in a geostationary orbit around a planet, allowing incoming starships to dock easily, ships can be serviced and repaired, cargo can be transferred more conveniently and quickly. The difference a starport makes is like the difference between docking a cargo ship at a port to offload goods by the truckload, as opposed to using small boats or speedboats for transportation. The efficiency gap is huge. The transfer of materials between the starport and the planet's surface mainly relies on 2 methods: orbital tugships and space elevators. Both of these supporting facilities were included in the technological blueprints obtained from the lottery. Orbital tug ships require a launch site on the ground and a connection with the space starport in orbit, formulating a corresponding force field tunnel. The tug ships themselves have propulsion and can fly up and down within the force field tunnel, quickly carrying heavy loads. On the other hand, the space elevator is another solution, constructing one or multiple physical conduits from the planet's surface to the space starport. The elevator has kinetic energy and moves up and down a physical track. The main difference between these two solutions is whether the up and down passage is a physical conduit or a purely energetic force field tunnel. However, these two solutions for linking the starport with the planetary surface are not conflicting. It's perfectly feasible to construct a space elevator at the point on the ground that corresponds with the geostationary orbit starport. The initial construction costs might be higher, but the transport costs are lower. The force field tunnel and the tug ships don't necessarily need to be constructed at the corresponding geostationary point. When not in use, it can be turned off, resulting in relatively lower wear and tear. When heavy transportation is needed and the capacity of the space elevator is insufficient, then tug ships can be implemented, as they are costlier to operate each time compared to the space elevator. After acquiring a starport, Raijal Star would have the qualifications to participate in interstellar trade, unlike previously dealing with the Beautiful Lady, where it could only purchase high-value but small-sized items and use transport ships to slowly ship things. The trade between the Beautiful Lady convoy and Blackbird Heavy Industries even took 3 months. If there had been a starport, such a duration would not be necessary. The job could be completed in 1 or 2 days. This was because the Beautiful Lady came to support Raijal Star and persisted through the 3 months of loading and unloading due to some other factors behind the trade with Blackbird Heavy Industries. A typical merchant, upon seeing no starport and relying solely on transport ships for cargo, well, they might as well forget about it. Without a starport, small high-value goods trading could be an option, but forget about bulk goods trading. Only with a starport does one have the ticket to participate in normal interstellar trade. And that's not all. A starport is also the foundation for a series of space technologies. Starship construction is not ideal on a planetary surface. It's not entirely impossible, but very impractical. To elevate a completed starship, akin to a town, from a planetary surface into space, not to mention the energy consumed, the process itself would be a massive destruction to the environment on the ground. Generally, the primary construction work of starships takes place in interstellar shipyards. At most, certain key components might be crafted on the ground and then transported to the interstellar shipyard for assembly. And naturally, the interstellar shipyard would be constructed within a starport. Beyond that, a starport is also a very important link in a planet's orbital defense. Due to the fact that a starport does not need mobility like a starship, which flies around in space, and does not need a propulsion system, it can be equipped with extremely thick armor and formidable firepower. Of course, at that degree, it should no longer be called a starport but a star fortress instead. Additionally, with sufficient anti-orbital firepower on the ground matched with a star fortress, a planet can be far from just a passive target when facing a space fleet. On the contrary, should the enemy dare to approach and their fleet is not powerful enough, the planet's anti-orbital firepower combined with the star fortress's robust combat capability can make any would-be aggressor space fleet experience despair. Looking at it from the aspects of commerce, future starfleet construction, planetary defense, building a starport is the most fundamental of foundations. It is essential. The only problem, Ji Hang realized after careful examination, was that the construction cost of the starport was extremely high. Its black box was the largest among the many technology black boxes he had obtained so far. However, this black box could only produce some of the important components needed for the various starports. Final assembly and the basic construction work still had to be done by conventional manpower. In fact, it was the same for not only the starport but also the Wind Falcon rapid attack vessel and the recently acquired Lion tank. They were similar. The black boxes weren't so big that a touch of a button would produce a gigantic war machine. They would manufacture numerous components according to a program, but assembly was still required. For the Wind Falcon and the Lion tank, the problem wasn't too big. The components produced by the black box weren't many in number and were quite straightforward to assemble, so they would be quickly dealt with. But building a starport was a different matter. Constructing a starport was akin to building a city in space, orbiting a planet. Even with the help of the black box, that would only significantly reduce the complexity of the construction, but the time saved in the building process wouldn't be that substantial. Moreover, orbital construction also required sufficient construction technology. The individual equipment of workers, construction processes, and knowledge of site selection, all of these posed challenges. Fortunately, in the Starport Technology Blueprint, there were complete solution sets for these things. It all depended on implementation. After looking through this information, Ji Hang pondered for a long time and finally came to a conclusion. Even for building the most rudimentary and lowest grade starport, excluding weapon defenses, energy shields, hardened armor, and starship fabrication capabilities, and maintaining only the trading attributes with the ability to dock ships as such a starport would likely cost upwards of hundreds of millions of tax currency. Which equated to 20 years of imperial tax from Rajal Star. And to add various functionalities on top of that, the cost would head towards astronomical numbers. Given the current situation on Rajal Star, it certainly couldn't be achieved in a short time. But that did not mean that Ji Hang planned to postpone this matter. It was precisely because the cost was so high and the construction period so lengthy that this work needed to be started even earlier. After all, Ji Hang's role as the governor wasn't a one-off deal. If nothing unexpected occurred, he'd be the governor for life, without terms or limitations. Thus, it was imperative to undertake projects of lasting significance. First, he planned to get the corresponding site selection and starport's ground engineering started. Then, extend the space elevator, using the orbital end of the space elevator to begin constructing space station platforms, from which to gradually expand and build out the starport. Considering the whole project, a three-facet Ji Hang planned to initiate the first phase. Aside from the Starport Technology Blueprint, the other three technologies were not worth discussing. Transition Identification System was a prerequisite system required for the construction of starships. The starships of the human empire, to engage in interstellar travel through hyperspace, must utilize the star realm tunnels that connect two star systems. These tunnels, filled with spiritual energy and formed through the power of subspace, existed naturally and were opened by the Imperial Psychic Association's Star Guidance Hall. And this identification system was the accompanying technology. It was essential for locating the entrances and exits of the star realm tunnels. At the moment, Ji Hang didn't need this technology. The starport technology had just been drawn, and constructing starships was still out of the picture. However, obtaining it was quite fortunate. It was a necessary technological reserve for building large ships in the future. The chainsaw sword didn't bear mentioning either, just another weapon configuration for interstellar warriors. At most, it could be made lighter and with reduced power, similar to providing an attenuated version of bomb guns to the elite forces of the Special Combat Brigade. Once equipped with exoskeleton armor, they were capable of using the basic version of the chainsaw sword and bomb guns. As for the last one, the Reflector Orbital Air Defense System, as the name implies, it's an active orbital defense system, and of course, the most important component was the reflector laser cannon. It was even a sort of energy weapon that could be installed on starships. The Claw Fierce Tiger was equipped with 10. Besides the reflector laser cannon itself, there was a whole set of air defense systems, including fire control, radar, recognition, and precision interception capabilities among a series of functions. Its primary target was to conduct air defense operations, shooting down planes, fast attack boats, and the Lycia one-shot per target. It could also be used to intercept firepower descending from orbit, such as scalpel missiles and kinetic cannons. If one wanted to wash Revival City or Wying City from orbit, then the reflector would be able to intercept them mid-air. Of course, it could also be used as a normal laser cannon if one were to set it up on a flat surface. However, that would be a bit like using a steam hammer to crack nuts. Speaking of anti-aircraft guns being used as flat as a joke, of course, but it also side-heeled to express that the firepower of these ship-mounted guns, even just an S-Specca, was powerful enough to breach walls and break the ground. Wu Zhirong stared at the large pile of black boxes lying before her, numbed by their sheer number. In the past, whenever the governor brought out a new black box, she genuinely rejoiced. Although she was far from having the ability to crack these black boxes, by studying them and the high precision, perfectly crafted objects they produced, she always managed to gain some insight and advance her mechanical expertise. This was a critically important gain. Her previously stagnant knowledge had skyrocketed over the course of the year. In the sect of mechanics, she had been recognized only as a technical specialist and, at most, after so many years, had the level of a formal mechanic. But now, she felt she had surpassed the average mechanical priest in the sect of mechanics. Initially, when the governor had recruited that engine prophet named Huke, she had been a bit worried, wondering whether she could be replaced. But soon, she no longer thought that way. The man clearly did not have the governor's trust as much as she did. Moreover, with her current rate of progress, it wouldn't take long to reach the engine prophet's level, which would not be inferior to Huke's. All thanks to the numerous different types and outcomes of the black boxes. Theoretically, the more black boxes the governor brought, the better. But, there were just too many. She simply couldn't keep up with the research. Within the Mechanical Cult Guild, only some top figures had the opportunity to possess a black box and the chance to comprehend it and the perfect creations. Even in the headquarters of the guild, which had a significant number of black boxes, there were more people queuing up to study them. And there I was, Wu Zhirong, spending long durations each morning, struggling to decide which black box to study from the countless options. This was truly bothersome. Nevertheless, she didn't neglect her main tasks. After briefly listening to Ji Yu Hang's introduction and then conducting her own examination and testing, she offered her assessment. The electric grid, 2 types of construction machines, and the agricultural machinery, we can quickly start mass production. However, we'll need to coordinate with the development and production departments to maximize their effectiveness, she said. The chainsword, reflector interception system, and lion tank are a bit more challenging, but we should now have the capability to mass produce them. The hardest part of the lion tank is the anti-gravity engine, but we already have some reserves. As for the Star Harbor technology blueprint, I need more time to fully grasp it. Ji Yu Hang stroked his chin and nodded. We can also use the black box to make a transition identification system first. How many can we produce with the black box? He asked. 1 every 2 months. That few. Ji Yu Hang was somewhat dissatisfied. Ah. Wu Zhirong was baffled. What's there to be dissatisfied about when you can produce 1 a month? This equipment is for starships, and we don't even have the technology to build starships yet. And with the black box, getting 1 virtually for free every 2 months, so 6 in a year would make a tidy profit just from exports. Ji Yu Hang seemed to realize he might be asking for too much. Okay, let's go with that. Start production on those that can be started, and as for the Star Harbor technology blueprint, I will assign the development department with the task. Let's start the first phase of the ground construction without delay, he said. Understood. 3 months had whisked by in a flurry, heralding the end of spring and the impending arrival of summer. In the past, Ji Yu Hang had pondered this issue. The seasonal cycle on Rajowl Star was almost identical to that of Earth as he remembered it. However, that was the peculiar part. Wasn't this an alien planet? How could things like the length of the day and seasonal changes be so similar? Later, he recalled a very likely answer from his memory. It was the human pioneers of old who had shaped it this way. It was before the emperor became the emperor, known as the Golden Age of mankind. In that Golden Age, humans stepped out from their ancestral star, became the masters of the universe with their powerful technology, their profound exploration of spiritual energy, and the assistance of super-intelligent AI. They opened numerous spiritual energy tunnels, traveled at faster than light speeds, and transformed one promising planet after another into environments similar to the human ancestral star using climate modification and orbital change technologies. And then, all of a sudden, at some point, a colossal disaster put an end to everything. The civilization of the Golden Age collapsed in a very short time. The vast, unified, and efficient human federation disintegrated, faster than light travel technologies became ineffective, and each human colony planet instantly turned into an isolated island in the cold and dark universe, until the Emperor emerged, the human empire was established, and the myriad worlds of humanity were once again united. The Golden Age, that was now an era beyond verification. The research related to it was the most arcane part of historical archaeology. As far as current knowledge was concerned, the collapse of the Golden Age was related to 2 wars against some alien forces. The core reason was the rebellion of artificial intelligence. And now within the human empire, computer technology was strictly taboo, because in this age, all computer electronics were at risk of rebelling. Even in a physically disconnected state, the infiltration of spiritual energy could cause electronic demons to enter, lie dormant, and cause significant damage at critical times. The humans of today would rather develop and use cervicranium, an apparently inhumane wetware, to achieve similar effects than dare to use electronic computers. Without electronic computers, there was obviously a considerable negative impact on societal production. Many things in Gu Heng's memory couldn't be reproduced at all. Quite regrettable. He had no intention of challenging the Empire's ban in this area, nor did he desire to witness firsthand just what these electronic demons were all about. At present, the various developments on Rage Owl Star were smooth sailing, and Gu Heng had no interest in seeking any additional thrills. It was a blessing in disguise not to have those monsters knocking on his door. He had no interest in courting trouble. Focusing on farming, steadily advancing, everything was just fine. In this period, the entire alliance did indeed enjoy a rather tranquil existence. That isn't to say there weren't any events within the alliance. On the contrary, the changes within the alliance were significant, and describing them as transformative day by day was not an exaggeration. There was a war raging in the east, and it was almost over. Before departing, Yan Fengshu had made a bold vow, claiming that pacifying the eastern provinces would take only 3 months. As it turned out, his promise was indeed on the verge of being fulfilled. The east hadn't encountered any monsters, just the routine survivors of the wastelands, who were swiftly swept aside. Now, in the east, the frameworks for 3 new provinces had been erected. Adjacent to Gyeota Province was Xiangya Province, to the south by the sea, bordering Biqing Valley, lay Nanwan Province, and in the far northeast was Tvu Province. The names of these areas were derived from the most famous cities in the region during the era before the collapse. By now, officials from the alliance had moved in and were establishing the ruling structure of the alliance in the 3 eastern provinces. The Central Group Army would continue to be stationed there for some time. On one hand, there were still some matters to settle. On the other, they had to wait for the construction of local defenses in the eastern provinces. In short, they weren't in a hurry to return. At the alliance capital, there was still a regular garrison stationed, and several new main force divisions had been formed, so there wasn't any concern about the defense of the core regions. By now, it's fair to say that the eastern provinces had been pacified, with 6 million people brought under the rule of the alliance. At this juncture, the process of unifying the entire planet was more than halfway complete. The western desert and the northlands remain, and the last 3 places to the west of the continent. Judging by the population, the approximate 40 million people on the planet, over 20 million were now under the rule of the alliance. Changes were abundant even in the core region of the alliance. Wying City continued to absorb a steady stream of population and launched several new industries, especially the military-industrial production of the Lion tank. Within all the mechanized composite brigades, there were tank companies allocated to the 5 major combat battalions. And now, these tank companies could finally live up to their name. Each company comprised of 3 Lions, truly formidable in siege warfare. When necessary, the combined force of 18 Lions formed an even more terrifying armored horde. Don't consider the Lion tank as just an ordinary little tank. A Lion tank crew consisted of 9 people, necessitating coordination to effectively operate the tank. Labeled a light tank, it was nevertheless twice the size of a Challenger tank. When it moved, it resembled a steel fortress shifting across the field. It is said that the upgraded version, the True Star Realm main battle tank, Lion King tank, requires a crew of 21, much larger than the Lion tank, and its firepower, even more exaggerated. Although the Lion tank is fierce, its production is also very difficult. Black Box can only produce 4 per month, the tank factories that have been built can only turn out 4 per month as well. It takes 2 months to replenish the tanks needed for a composite brigade. Infrastructure construction is being heavily promoted in the 3 central provinces, and with the help of superconductive power grids, basic construction machinery, and construction engineering machinery, the overall speed of construction has soared dramatically. The spring plowing in Biqing Valley Province has almost finished, and according to Jason Morgan's report, it looks very successful so far. The new agricultural machinery has been of great help. It is estimated that by the end of the year, not only will the projected production plans be met, but there may also be a substantial surplus. Although there have been so many changes, these are all driven by Gu Heng and the alliance government. These changes are within the expected scope. they are what he wanted to see, and there aren't any particular surprises. Moreover, the monthly grace point income from various places is also gradually improving with the implementation of the production plan. The income for the recent month has already reached 2,104 points. And for the recent 3 months, the income totaled up to 5,988 points. This number even made him feel a bit surreal. Back when he was very poor, the monthly grace points would only be a few dozen or hundred, and he mostly relied on making money through wars. Now, just the fixed monthly income is already so high. The over 18,000 grace points he had before were reduced to just over 500 after setting up a bunch of things in a 1,000 tier technology prize pool with a 10 draw. But now, altogether, he once again has over 6,000. Gu Hang spent 3,000 to find 10 new Star Realm warriors and added over 500 elite soldiers to the Special Warfare Brigade. He considered the remaining grace points and decided to bring 2 previously unlocked new buildings into being. National Church and Court of Justice. These 2 buildings appeared as new items in his construction list after the incident involving the Great Impure One, Zhe Wajia, ended. However, Gu Hang didn't prioritize them too highly. The 18,000 grace points he had previously planned to use didn't allocate anything for these 2 items. Now, with grace points in hand again, he could consider them. Mainly because it wasn't a good option to draw more technology cards. On one hand, the 1,000-point tier technology cards were heavily drawn last time, and having Air Force was considered a fairly decent outcome. Drawing more now would not be cost-effective, as a few empty draws would be too damaging. On the other hand, even without the Air Force, if he did draw them, the Alliance currently lacked the ability to assimilate more high-level technology. Since grace points wouldn't grow by keeping them, Gu Hang simply spent them to see how much these 2 new buildings could help. National Church. When you have built a church with the imperial state religion as its faith and put it into operation, you can exchange this option to designate a particular church. It increases the determination of the faith within the coverage area of the church, reduces various types of corruption, and slightly increases the probability of finding activatable religious talents. It can train a new troop type, military priest. Exchange value, 1,500 grace. Court of Justice. When you have established an organization dedicated to eradicating evil with the faith of the imperial state religion, you can designate its headquarters building as the Court of Justice. It improves the efficiency of all law enforcers affiliated with the Court of Justice in eradicating designated types of evil targets. It can train a new troop type, Demon Hunter. Exchange price, 1,500 grace. After constructing the Court of Justice, you must select a specific target for eradication. There are 3 options: demons, aliens, heretics. The construction of the church is a bit of a loss for Gu Hang. It may be because of the social awareness he had before the transmigration, he never thought religion was that important. But in reality, he might have been overlooking this aspect all along. As a planet that had experienced apocalypse once before, religion's presence on Rage Owl Star is not particularly strong. But, generally speaking, almost everyone has heard of the imperial state religion, remembers some of its doctrines, and even certain customs have developed from religious traditions left over from the past. When Rage Owl Star people encounter certain things, they like to exclaim, "Divine Emperor above," to express surprise, anger, or joy, just as people in Gu Hang's previous life would say, "Oh my God." However, regarding whether he should strengthen the construction of religion, Gu Hang still has his reservations. As for the new troop type of military priest, he glanced over those and didn't pay much attention to them either. The price, grade, just like a regiment political commissar, and even their functions overlapped greatly in many areas. One emphasized loyalty, the other faith, both in spirited morale and enforced discipline, just with different methods and forms. So there was no significant need for them. Among the many specific effects of the church, the only one he relatively valued was the reduction of corruption. Moreover, since the construction of the Court of Justice behind it required a church as a prerequisite, he built one somewhat reluctantly. The selected location was Wying City. In truth, if there was any place that needed it, it would certainly be Biqing Valley Province. Although the problems in the Green Valley region had been resolved, building an edifice to suppress corruption still seemed more reliable if one wasn't at ease. But the coverage area of a church was limited, and Biqing Valley region was vast with a sparse population. After establishing many farms, the population became particularly dispersed, reducing the value of building large churches significantly. In contrast, Wying City was bound to become the core, most populous city of the entire alliance. In fact, Wying City's population had recently continued to absorb people, reaching a scale of 2 million. With more people, the difficulty of management was bound to increase. Gu Heng did not wish for Wying City of the future to resemble the lower strata of some nest capital worlds he remembered, where heresy and cults proliferated everywhere. Building a church to suppress corruption was meaningful after all. Then there was the Court of Justice, which was quite interesting. Currently, the Alliance did indeed lack a spy agency. And establishing a Court of Justice was a good opportunity. Among the three categories to choose from, demons need not be mentioned further, and aliens were mainly meant to combat non-human interstellar species. But Gu Heng would not have much use for that. It was the heresy option that was the most interesting. Heresy referred to human traitors. Essentially, these were people who did not believe in the Lord of humanity, but the term could be broadened. Those who believed in the Emperor, yet believed in an incorrect manner, could also be labeled as heretics. So since it dealt with human enemies, it became quite interesting. If one day, Gu Heng had to go to war with Blackbird Heavy Industries, situated on the other side of the planet in the westernmost part of the continent, what did he need? Aside from full-scale hard power in military and economics, political aspects could not be neglected. Blackbird was not a local power, and they had the support of the Fatches family behind them. If Gu Heng made his move, he had to consider this influence. If there were judges able to gather some evidence that could determine Blackbird Heavy Industries as heretical, wouldn't that make it justifiable? This was called creating a pretext. On the other hand, Gu Heng's understanding of the far west of the continent was limited. He indeed needed a team to go there and see what the situation was really like. So, he first instructed the Alliance's Chief Justice, Lambert Hodgson, to establish an organization for the Court of Justice and recruited 2 teams. Next, he added the building's function, selecting it as the Heresy Court of Justice. Subsequently, the 2 teams that had been recruited were all trained as heretic demon hunters. One team was dispatched to the west, carrying out the task of investigating the heresy situation in the western desert and the western regions of the continent, which in effect was intelligence gathering. The other team operated secretly within the various domains of the Alliance's homeland, with the task of investigating the internal heresy situation of the Alliance, essentially undertaking anti-corruption work. Within the Alliance system, corruption equated to heresy, no question about it. After chatting with Lambert Hodgson about the recruitment and preparation of training for the heretic demon hunters, Gu Heng received a special gift. It was brought by a spaceship. The Claw-Fierce Tiger intercepted the spacecraft briefly before reporting the information to Gu Heng. Upon learning the spacecraft came from the Gu family, Gu Heng thought for a moment and allowed the visitor to come in. It was a small spacecraft which barely met the standards for interstellar travel. After allowing them in, it wasn't long before he met the person. It was an acquaintance. The visitor, named Zhang Shicheng, was a servant of the Gu family. He had been serving the Gu family, or rather, his sickly mother since that big Gu Heng could remember. In Gu Heng's mind, Zhang Shicheng had no particular talents and struggled to handle certain matters independently, but he did have one redeeming quality: he was honest, reliable, and loyal. It's worth mentioning that the only attendant who had come with Gu Heng to Rajiao Star was Zhang Shicheng's son. Now, the 2 of them were reunited. However, before visiting his son, Zhang Shicheng took care of the formalities. In front of Gu Heng, he respectfully said, "Heng, along with me on this ship are another 100 people. The lady mother worries that you're in a desolate place with no one to use, so she sent us to help you out. They are all new recruits of the family, top graduates from the various higher education institutions on Capital Wing Star, and have all signed long-term work contracts with the family. I've brought the contracts with me. In short, whatever you need us to do, just arrange it." In Zhang Shicheng's presence, Gu Heng didn't say much. But what he was actually thinking was, "Now you're worried about me not having people to use. Where were you earlier?" He didn't lack people to use now. Even if he truly needed help, he wouldn't want to use a bunch of people from the Gu family about whom he knew nothing. He feared that the Rajiao Star Alliance's various pieces of intelligence would mysteriously get leaked to the heavens if he were to use them. Of course, Ji Yu Hang wasn't so afraid that he felt the need to be overly cautious. He merely considered briefly and decided to assign this group brought by Zhang Shicheng to Oceania. Oceania had been extremely busy lately and genuinely needed more educated people to help. However, it wasn't possible for them to be involved in the important core work. Send them off to the countryside. Zhang Shicheng also maintained a cautious attitude and didn't say a word to these people. He had brought them here, and it was up to Hang to use them however he wanted. He could even send them all to the mines to labor. After handing over this group, Zhang Shicheng brought up a second matter. He called people to carry out several large boxes from the spacecraft. This is a star speech communication tower. Our people will assemble it, Zhang Shicheng said. With the help of a star speaker, it can tune to specific frequencies and communicate with other star language towers. The Lady Mother says that you're like an isolated island here, completely cut off from the outside world. This device is meant to help you. In contrast to the 100 young men and women, the star language tower was a pure delight to Ji Yu Hang. To communicate at an interstellar level, conventional means won't suffice. Rajoul star was physically many light years away from the Tianma capital wing star. Normal communication would be impossible. Only by sending star speech messages, through the star realm tunnel, interstellar communication becomes feasible. However, this device was also an unequivocal high-tech product. At least Ji Yu Hang had not been able to get his hands on one until now. With it, Ji Yu Hang wouldn't have to go through the Imperial Navy in the heavens for every message he wanted to send. That would only compromise his secrets. As for needing a star speaker to operate the star speech communication, that was not a major issue. The term star speaker refers to psychic users with special skills in a particular profession, rather than requiring any special abilities. In theory, if Ji Yu Hang didn't have a suitable star speaker among his people, he could learn the relevant technology and operate it himself. For someone of his level 5 psychic abilities, it shouldn't be too difficult. However, even for this, he didn't need to act personally. His sickly mother had already thought of it. The ship came with a star speaker. What more could Ji Yu Hang say? He understood the meaning behind it. Establishing interstellar communication capabilities was certainly the official reason. But, when a mother gives her son a mobile phone with a SIM card, what could that mean? Ji Yu Hang understood. At first, he was somewhat conflicted, but then he figured it out. There was no need to worry about being recognized or anything. First, his younger cousin hadn't recognized him. Next, since the family relations were not too good and it seemed like Ji Yu Hang had run away from home to experience the world, his temperament had undergone a great change, so what was there not to understand? Accept it if you want to, otherwise, forget it. Why make the call? The Ji Yu family was the largest commercial organization in the Tianma star sector, even extending its influence to several external star sectors. He was also a direct descendant of the family. Not to take advantage of this relationship would indeed be a waste. He had no psychological repugnance to completely severing ties with the predecessor's family, keeping no interactions at all. Keep it normal. Construction of the star language tower was quick, and the tower itself was not very large, at just a 4-meter-high metal latticework tower. The most important part was actually the complex psychic device located underneath. This thing, Ji Yu Hang simply placed it on the rooftop terrace of the governor's building that had been remodeled from the old Alliance Council building. After connecting a communication line, his office could now directly conduct interstellar communications. The star speaker had a lounge in the building, and when Ji Yu Hang needed him, he would go to the rooftop to work. This first, interstellar phone call, he really made to his mother. About a minute later, the communication was connected. However, contrary to his expectation that his old lady would appear in their family estate on Flying Wing Star, Miss Wang Qi was currently dressed in formal attire, apparently on a starship. Mother, Ji Yu Hang called out. He thought that calling a stranger mother would be difficult for him. But the word came out smoothly. Possibly, the lingering influence of his predecessor was still there. Dressed in an outfit akin to a dark blue military uniform, yet different, with her long hair coiled up at the back into a bun, Miss Wang Qi looked stern, just as Ji Yu Hang remembered her to be. She said, "Xiao Hang, what's the matter?" Ji Yu Hang resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said indifferently, "Nothing much, just wanted to say thanks. Uncle Shicheng and his people have all arrived, and the star speech communication tower has been erected." Just wanted to let you know. Alright, I got it. Okay. The two then fell into an awkward silence. Ji Yu Hang's thoughts inadvertently drifted away. According to the memories of his predecessor, after he grew up, his interactions with his mother seemed to always be like this. Either they had nothing to say to each other, or they were arguing. Gathering his thoughts, Ji Yu Hang chuckled lightly. Miss Wang Qi on the other end, seeing her son's relieved, calm, and carefree smile, was somewhat stunned. She hadn't seen her son smile in front of her for a long time. It felt as if her heart had been struck by some kind of specialized weapon. But she quickly gathered her composure. However, Ji Yu Hang started a new topic. Where are you now? On my way to Heijian Star. To Heijian Star. Ji Yu Hang frowned, quickly recalling something. The family meeting that happens every 6 years is due again, isn't it? Yes, Wang Qi nodded, then added as if remembering something, I decided not to invite you. Don't mind it, you're not suitable to participate right now. I know. Ji Yu Hang nodded, then asked, will Uncle Ming continue to be elected this time? The Uncle Ming he referred to as his father's cousin, the current Ji Yu clan head. Hearing this question, Wang Qi showed a strange smile, looking somewhat disdainful, somewhat nervous, but in the end, it turned into indifference. You'll know in a few months. Ji Yu Hang was not as naive as his predecessor, and he keenly sensed something. Mother. Are you planning something? You don't need to know, we'll talk about it when the time comes. At this point, Wang Qi once again showed her typical assertiveness towards her son. But Ji Yu Hang would not back down, nor would he indulge his old mother. I need to tell you, Ji Yu Hang said, if you are planning to take any action, please make sure to inform me. No matter the actual situation, in the eyes of the outside world, especially within the family, we are one and the same. Wang Qi laughed scornfully out of habit, but before she could speak, Ji Yu Hang interrupted her. She only saw her son on the screen slowly stand up, speaking to her with a serious and earnest expression. Everything on Rage Owl Star is steadily improving, the potential here is infinite, and in my view, it's worth more than the entire Ji Yu clan. I do not wish for changes within the Ji Yu clan to interfere with my development plans for Rage Owl Star. What are you talking about? Your pathetic planet with an annual tax of only 5 million tax currency, compared to the entire Ji Yu clan. Ji Yu Hang, have you become so deluded by a little success that you have forgotten your own surname? Ji Yu commercial firm, with its 14 major convoys, one single convoy is worth far more than your planet could ever be. Ji Yu Hang didn't want to steer the conversation into an argument. He calmed down and took a different approach. Perhaps you're not aware, but I project that this year my planet will generate 34 million tax currency. Subtracting taxes, local consumption, and other expenses, my planet can still earn at least 10 million tax currency. By next year, I'm confident I can double that number. Do you grasp the concept, mother? That would match the income of a family convoy. And how much does it cost to establish a family convoy? The beautiful Lady Convoy with its 5 armed commercial ships costs at least 1 billion tax currency to build, while their annual profit is at most 20 to 30 million tax currency. Does a convoy have room to grow? My planet does. With population growth, the restoration of productivity, and the resumption of interstellar trade, the profits from here will only increase substantially. Why does the Fatches family scorn the star sector authorities and ignore the naval families in the Tianma star sector? Because they own 3 well-developed planets, they are the biggest sponsors of the Star Realm armed forces there, that's their confidence. And I could possibly make Rage Owl Star a place that rivals the 3 planets owned by the Fatches. Do you want to stand in my way? Miss Wang Qi fell silent. After a while, she said, my son, of course I wouldn't obstruct your path. On the contrary, if I succeed in what I'm planning, your journey will be all the more smooth. And if you fail, I won't fail. Ji Yu Hang laughed, is there really such a thing in this world as a plan that cannot fail? Not even the Divine Emperor can claim that. Mind your words. Just the truth, Ji Yu Hang replied, so, can you now tell me what you're actually planning to do? Miss Wang Qi hesitated for a moment, but ultimately her son's performance made her sigh. It was time to stop treating him like a child. It's time you knew. Then, she outlined her idea. It didn't involve specific strategies or implementation plans, just a concept. Miss Wang Qi wanted to vie for the position of Ji Yu clan head. And it wasn't a position Miss Wang Qi could sit in herself. If she succeeded, Ji Yu Hang would be the one to take that seat. She had been planning for many years, vowing to personally reclaim everything her husband had lost. And without a doubt, the lost possession referred to the position of family head, which should have fallen into her husband's hands, but due to an accident, became owned by Ji Ming. Although the Ji family had an air of a federation with the family head's words not being absolutely final, especially in recent years, after Ji Hang's grandfather's death and power being taken by his cousin Ji Ming, this decentralized situation had worsened. Ji Ming's prestige within the clan was far from as profound as the old family heads. However, after taking over the business, Miss Wang Qi, with her exceptional skills, came to directly control 4 of the 14 great Ji convoys. 4 more were her allies, more than half. The remaining 6 convoys were also under her certain influence. The family convention, held every 6 years to elect a new family head, was approaching. With such a situation at hand, she, of course, had all the rights to strive for the position of family head. Her original plan was for Ji Hang to become the family head. But the Ji Hang of the past, in her opinion, was worthless, and she had intended to oversee everything herself, like an empress dowager, for a few years. She planned to hand over all the business to Ji Hang once he matured. Of course, if Ji Hang failed to mature, it wouldn't matter. She would have Ji Hang sire many children, train a new successor among his sons, and find a true heir later. However, Ji Hang's taking up the position of planetary governor before getting married and having children had caused a significant disruption to her plan. Her allies began to doubt whether the plan would succeed. In this sense, Ji Hang's predecessor needn't have worried too much about his safety. His mother wouldn't let him die, after all. But Miss Wang Qi's intention was to use her funds to fill the gap for the first round of imperial tax and then find a way to move Ji Hang away from the position of planetary governor, getting her plan back on track. Unexpectedly, Ji Hang had settled into his role as planetary governor over the year, and it looked like paying the imperial tax wouldn't be an issue anymore. Moreover, Rajal Star seemed to be prospering more and more. This was an unexpected and pleasant surprise. Ji Hang's arrival at Rajal Star indeed put her mother in a passive position. She was supposed to vie for the position of family head, but the designated family head was gone, which could still work out. However, his performance on Rajal Star brought about a twist in the situation. Ji Hang's outstanding performance at Rajal Star not only saved Wang Qi millions needed to fill the imperial tax pit, but more importantly, it enabled Ji Hang to establish his own industry. Did the Ji family not want to own their own planet? Certainly, they did. But acquiring a planet of their own, especially one with positive assets, was extremely difficult. Yet, worlds like Rajal Star, which were wastelands, they didn't want. The initial investment required for development was too high, the period for recouping costs was quite lengthy, and there were numerous risks involved. For example, during the past year and a half, Ji Hang had already encountered disasters like the Greenskins and the invasion of the demon cult. Any of these risk factors could be catastrophic to anyone normally tasked with redeveloping Rajal Star, turning a high investment into a total loss. Moreover, the biggest problem with seeking an unreliable planetary governor position is that you can't just cut your losses and walk away. If other investments fail, you just accept the loss, but if investing in a planet fails, the Imperial Taxation Department won't cut you any slack. You have to pay the full imperial tax owed, without missing a dime, and keep paying in the future. It's precisely because of this that Ji Hang's performance over the past year has been surprising. Although due to Rajal Star's isolation and the slow flow of information, not many people were aware of it, and the upper echelons of Flying Wing Stars society still considered Ji Hang's appointment as planetary governor to be a joke. However, in the eyes of some who were paying close attention, the reality was crystal clear. The people of the Ji family, of course, belonged to this attentive group. Because of Ji Hang's absurd actions, Wang Qi's allies began to question her plan with increasing intensity. Some of the most serious doubts were bordering on slipping out of Wang Qi's control. Even with some remedial measures taken by Wang Qi, they worried if elevating such a family head could indeed increase their interests. But Ji Hang's performance alleviated many of their concerns, anger, and indecision. What they once believed to be a good-for-nothing, a prodigal son dragging his mother down, had transformed into a planetary governor. And, in fact, without any support from his family, he had managed to run his enterprise successfully on that wasteland world. Not only was he no longer in need of external subsidies, but he was also able to pay the taxes on his own and achieve a rather impressive output. At this moment, by next year this output might already match one of the family's merchant fleets on a planet, so who would dare to look down on him? Industry and commerce, these are two different matters. Moreover, this is only the current comparison, the potential of a planet, with future development improving, a growing population, and a more complete industrial structure, everything still has great potential for enhancement. And could this potential be realized? At least judging by Ji Hang's performance over the past year and a half, it was quite likely. To be honest, many found it hard to believe it was true, even suspecting that these were rumors fabricated by Wang Qi to maintain support from her old allies. How else could it be? How could Rajal Star, which had troubled Pei Desi's leadership for a long time and been a burden on the Star Sector government for many years, be so easily managed? Turned from wasteland to treasure in just a year and a half. Could it be that the guy who used to have the reputation of a wastrel was actually a chosen of the emperor, blessed by the divine emperor? However, as more and more information was disclosed, even the doubters had to believe. For this reason, before Wang Qi could even launch some of her additional arrangements, her circumstances began to improve. She probably wouldn't need to take special risks anymore, just slowly proceed with the original plan. She was not even afraid of the current family head learning about her intentions. This matter couldn't be hidden anyway, and it was all above board. Everyone could just proceed with their strategic moves, and the winner would be decided at the next family assembly when the votes of the 14 family merchant fleets were cast. However, an unexpected event happened. The current family head, Ji Ming, convened the Ji clan's family assembly ahead of schedule. The meeting was to be held on Heijian Star. Among the 9 major planets of the Tianma star sector, aside from Rajal Star, the most lackluster was Heijian Star. It was a feudal world, where the overall technological level apart from a few privileged nobles enjoying some interstellar technological conveniences was not much better than the Middle Ages in most places on the planet. It wasn't that there was no technology, but the entire social production relationship was just off. Serfs operating advanced agricultural machinery contributed to their lord knights. The lord knights, vassals to various lieges, piloted knight mechas to fight for their lieges. The lieges, in turn, were vassals to kings, assisting the kings with tax collection. The highest ruling body of the planet was the King's Alliance. The planetary governor was traditionally taken on in rotation by the largest kings of the world, responsible for ensuring that each kingdom was able to pay their taxes in full. Should there be any shortfall, the King's Alliance would launch punitive wars against the deficient country, making up for the taxes through plunder. Ji Hang was quite speechless about such a backward place, but this was the overall policy of the empire. As long as you pay taxes, I don't care about the rest. As long as the taxes are paid and there are no other major issues, the empire truly doesn't care about the development of the planets. Ji Hang even suspects that after the empire reconquers some worlds, it seems to intentionally maintain their original states. I really don't know what the supreme lords of the empire are thinking, but that's the status quo. Heijian Star has a population of 400 million. Of feudal production relations really cannot support too many people, not to mention that their industrial capacity is virtually non-existent. However, the relationship between this planet and the Ji family is very good. Those kings, when they want to confer more lords and more knights, need a tangible standard, mecha knight armors. Obviously, with Heijian Star's current state, they can't even manufacture agricultural machinery properly, let alone mecha. The mecha used by those conferred knights obviously rely on foreign trade. So, it is quite normal that they have a good relationship with the Ji clan. The last 6 family councils of the Ji clan were all held on Heijian Star. This time is no exception. Wang Qi believes that Ji Ming is doing this now because he wants to act while the achievements that Ji Hang has made and the reputation he has built are not yet significant enough. And when Rajal Star pays its first tax in 7 months, definitively proving its capacity, it will be too difficult to reverse the situation. He wants to initiate the family council before then to set the agenda for the next 6 years while the mess stirred up by Ji Hang has not completely settled down, at a time when Wang Qi's allies are severely shaken, and before Wang Qi has had a chance to gather more votes. It is certainly a clever strategy, but Wang Qi also says she is not worried. She currently controls at least 8 votes. Ji Ming can't overturn the situation. If all goes as expected, you will be the Jiyu clan head in 4 months, Wang Qi told Jiyu Hang. Jiyu Hang smiled. He has always felt that the current business structure of the Jiyu family is very unstable, purely a merchant convoy, with all their assets on those fleets it's too intangible. Although the present value of Rajal Star is not enough, it might at best be equivalent to a merchant convoy by next year, and the Jiyu clan has 14 convoys. But he would not trade his foundational enterprise for the position of Jiyu clan head. With further development, an actual planet, countless populations, a massive army, tangible industrial and agricultural output, wouldn't that be more solid than being a traveling merchant? Of course, becoming the family head wouldn't prevent him from continuing his role as the planetary governor of Rajal Star. If it really could be like this, it wouldn't be bad at all. The Jiyu family lacks nothing else, they truly have a lot of money. Even star sector leaders seek to curry favor with them, which speaks volumes. If he could indeed mobilize the entire clan's power, then the future development of Rajal Star would skyrocket. Even if, by that time, the actual person in charge of the Jiyu family is not him but his mother, it wouldn't be a big problem. However, when people plan things, they can't just look on the bright side. Are you so confident? He asked. Yes, Wang Qi displayed her confidence. But what if Mr. Ming flips the table? Huh? Wang Qi was stunned. Flips the table. What do you mean? Jiyu Hang put it more bluntly, as the security for the family council arranged by you. No, Wang Qi said, do you think he would commit murder at that time? Why wouldn't he? Impossible, nothing like this has ever happened in our family. Wang Qi's first reaction was to object. The Jiyu clan's family tradition has been maintained for so many years, we have never had internal bloodshed. We have always been united. She hadn't finished speaking when Jiyu Hang interrupted her. Everything has a first time, convention is made to be broken. Are you saying we shouldn't consider extreme situations? Wang Qi was silent for a moment. I actually have considered that he might be desperate. I have brought enough guards. Moreover, the current planetary governor of Heijian Star, King Miaoer, has a good relationship with me and is a supporter. Don't place your safety in someone else's hands. Can you be sure about King Miaoer? Even if he is reliable, did he personally arrange security for the venue? Wang Qi was stumped by these questions again. Jiyu Hang paused, then continued, and as for the guards by your side, hey, I probably know who they are. Are they the ones who used to catch me and lock me up when I did something reckless? Not that I'm looking down on them, but, they're just not up to it. Do you have a better candidate? Of course, I do. To tell you the truth, their level is just the average level of the soldiers under my command. I can find a team far larger than your personal guard anytime, and more skilled than they are. Little Hang, you've really come into your own. Wang Qi didn't know whether to believe him or not, so it was hard to tell whether her remark was sarcastic or admiring. Perhaps it was both. Jiyu Hang didn't dwell on it, continuing, besides, what you need is not just a guard squad, but an army. After disconnecting the communication, Miss Wang Qi sat there, lost in thought for a long while. Until the door of the office on the starship was knocked on. Come in, Aunt. The visitor was Wang Zhirong. After the beautiful lady convoy returned, all the ships needed to undergo repairs before setting out again. So, she returned to her aunt's side to help out as a secretary, something she used to do before being released in the past year or two to lead a trading convoy completely under Wang Qi's control. She asked cautiously, your call with cousin, it's over. Yes. That's good, you and cousin haven't had such a lengthy chat in a long time. It was all business. What exactly about? Wang Zhirong asked, appearing very curious. Wang Qi revealed a smile. Your cousin, he's worried about your aunt being swindled. Wang Zhirong felt a surge of happiness, thinking the conversation went well. Of course he'd be worried, after all, you're his mother. At this, Wang Qi sighed. He's changed so much. Even though his voice and appearance are the same, his demeanor is completely different. Isn't that a good thing? Cousin getting better is what you've always wanted, isn't it, Aunt? Indeed, it is wonderful. Wang Qi said with a smile. However, we need to change our route. We will head to the Rajal star system first. To do what? To bring back an army. Providing an army to his mother to escort her to Heijian Star and to ensure her safety there had practical significance. Apart from the fact that she was the mother of his current body, Jiyu Hang had at least two other significant reasons. For the position of the family head of the Gu clan to fall into his hands was of great importance. The leader of the wealthiest merchant family in the Tianma star sector, commanding a fleet of 14 starships capable of interstellar travel, ranging from armed merchant ships to transport vessels, represented a tremendous wealth. Even though this wealth wouldn't belong to him all at once, nor even to his power-wielding mother, since those trading convoys were all franchisees, the ability to mobilize this force and name, the power of this wealth, was already substantial enough. This was of immense significance for the development of Rajal Star, serving as a major thrust for its entry into the interstellar community. And the second reason, which was actually realized based on the first, was that he needed a stage to showcase his strength. Keeping a low profile and making a name for oneself were not entirely conflicting actions. Gu Hang had certain things in his possession that required discretion, needing him to quietly amass wealth. But the information about Rajal Star's growing strength, prosperity, and sufficient potential, that information should be widely disseminated. The more people knew, the better. It would draw attention. And attention meant money, which was the source of development's momentum. In short, whether from a personal emotional standpoint or from practical interests, this mother, she was still needed. One simply couldn't do without a mother. After discussing with his mother, Gu Hang decided that he could dispatch a force of about 30,000 people to accompany the mission to Hajian Star. The reason for this number was mainly due to consideration of loading capacity and delivery ability. They would stay inside the starships in the capacity of sailors and crew members. It was not that they couldn't carry more people. In fact, Dennis and Henry's fleet that was conducting the operation consisted of 9 starships, among which 4 were big belly transports. This thing was quite famous in interstellar trade. It wasn't fast, it had no heavy armor, and it didn't even have designed ports for weapons, lacking the potential to be modified into an armed merchant ship. But it had 2 advantages that made it dominant in interstellar trade. 1. It was big and could carry a lot. 2. It was cheap. A big belly could carry a population limit of up to 20 million people, although that would mean a very poor quality of life, treating people like cargo, but it could indeed carry that many. However, aside from loading capacity, delivery ability also needed to be taken into account. If Gu Hang really gave Dennis and Henry a force of 100,000, with the delivery ability of this merchant fleet, it would take a long time to get the people to the ground. 30,000 was the limit. The troop Gu Hang selected included the 34th Motorized Division and the 37th and 38th Mechanized Brigades. 3 division and brigade level units, totaling more than 28,000 people. Gu Hang also dispatched a few hundred of the 10th Brigade's Special Forces elites, along with some civilian military officers, amassing a total of 30,000. Gu Hang hoped they wouldn't be needed, that they were just there to stage an armed march, and, at best, to hold a small parade at Hajian Star to display the demeanor of Rajal Star. If it came to a point where they were needed, things could become very troublesome, and the worst-case scenario Gu Hang anticipated might occur. He really didn't want to witness that scene, but he was indeed preparing for it. The fleet led by Wang Qi had just departed from Flying Wing Star. Generally speaking, the quickest route from Flying Wing Star to Hajian Star would be through 2-star realm tunnels, first traveling from Flying Wing Star to the Corellia 3-star system, then on to the Hajian Star system. However, since Wang Qi had decided to visit Rajal Star first, she could travel from Corellia 3 to Rajal Star, and then use the Star Realm Tunnel to Hajian Star. Within the Rajal Star system, there were a total of 3 Star Realm tunnels, 2 of them led to Corellia 3 and Hajian Star, respectively, and the third exited the Tianma Star sector, heading to Orange Chrysanthemum Star in the neighboring Amber Star sector. Based on calculations, it would take her fleet about half a month to reach Rajal Star. In that case, no special preparations needed to be made, just ensuring that the troops were fully equipped would suffice. During this half-month, several things happened. Matters among our own people. Just as Gu Hang had decided which troops would be sent to Hajian Star to serve as guards for his mother, a senior official from the alliance came to seek an audience. He sat in his office chair, listening expressionlessly as Dennis and Henry rambled on with his complaints. Speaking of him, he had also joined Gu Hang's power early on. Initially just a merchant from Rubbish Town, he had not even managed to secure the position of Rubbish Town's representative, but he had invested in Gu Hang early on and provided some help. This investment brought him enormous returns. Now, he had become the governor of Alliance Hightower Province, fulfilling his initial investment. Back then, his goal was to have the governor support him in becoming the head of Rubbish Town. Today, not only is Rubbish Town under his control, but the broader region surrounding Rubbish Town and Gayota Ruins had been incorporated into Gayota Province, all under his jurisdiction. Previously, Gayota Province had been the smallest of the central three provinces, both in terms of population and area. Recently, when Yan Fengshu led the Central Group Army to pacify the eastern provinces, a large amount of border territory and settlements were planned into Gayota Province's jurisdiction. This expansion increased the area of Gayota Province by more than threefold. Its population grew from the original 300,000 to 1.4 million, almost 4 to 5 times the original. Not only that, the exploitation of low-energy storms inside Gayota Ruins was also leading across the entire alliance. Solely from that industry, the output of compressed energy crystal blocks was sufficient. With this contribution, coupled with being one of the founders of the alliance, Denison Henry could easily rely on old relationships and the close proximity to the energy source, and since Gayota Province was near to Wying City, it was easier for him to acquire those relocated industrial lines. In principle, Denison Henry should have been satisfied. His job was only to manage his province well. But he wasn't. He was still after one thing. He hoped that the ground portion of the starport to be built on Rajal Star could be located within his jurisdiction. Speaking of this matter, the relevant technological blueprints had already been given to Wu Zhirong to arrange. After on-site inspections, she found several places suitable for the construction of a starport. There were several alternative locations, generally concentrated to the east of Revival City, at the border of Gayota Province and Xiongya Province. Naturally, a strife, both overt and covert, began between the two sides. Obviously, if one could ensure that the surface component of the starport was built within their own jurisdiction, the completion of the starport in the future would bring tremendous economic benefits and would have an obvious, significant uplifting effect on the development of their own province. Initially, Henry had been confident that he would secure the construction rights. But the final result left him extremely disappointed. The ultimate site chosen was a place in Xiongya Province called Skaro Highlands. Henry was outraged by this. He made more than one disturbance at the alliance government and had several intense confrontations with Oceania, accusing the alliance development department of cronyism and excluding him. The new provincial governor of Xiongya Province was a former official from the development department. They were looking after their own, disregarding several investigative reports issued by the Alliance Research Institute. He insisted that the alternative locations for the starport in Gayota Province were more suitable than Skaro Highlands. In his direct words to Oceania, "Playing favors, are we? Fond of playing favors, are we? Isn't my network stronger and more solid than anyone else's? Even you came from the first batch of refugees I brought to the governor from Revival City. I was also the governor's first investor. That Raphael guy, what is he? Even deserving to compete with me. Why did Ji Yu Hang know this so clearly? Because it was the Ministry of Internal Affairs that had passed the information on to him." Oceania found it somewhat difficult to handle Henry's assertiveness. In practice, she indeed rejected Henry's requests many times, even face to face. Still, when being berated, it was not easy for her to stand firm and have the guards throw Henry out. After all, he was a high official of a province in the alliance, an elder statesman, and what he said about Oceania being brought to the governor by him was indeed the truth. Making it too ugly in public was indeed not good. To give him a good talking to was one thing, to firmly refuse unreasonable requests was another. But Henry was clearly not satisfied with this. Seeing that Oceania, the alliance premier, was unwilling to satisfy his demands, he angrily left a few ugly words behind. "Ungrateful, your role as premier is utterly useless," and then he came to see Ji Yu Hang. Of course, in front of Ji Yu Hang, he couldn't possibly behave as arrogantly. On the contrary, his demeanor was very humble. He prostrated himself as soon as he entered and began to tearfully recount his grievances, not rising until Ji Yu Hang repeatedly and impatiently told him to get up. Only then did he consent to rise and sit on a chair brought by an attendant, continuing his complaints. Ji Yu Hang grew increasingly annoyed the more he listened. Finally, unable to endure it any longer, he lifted a document in his hand and hurled it at Denison Henry's face. "Take a good look at this for yourself." Ji Yu Hang stared at him. "Are you going to continue your talk in front of me?" The crying and complaining abruptly stopped. Henry had not anticipated that Ji Yuhang would erupt in such anger, and was momentarily stunned. He glanced at the white paper that had flown into the air before landing. He was quite familiar with its content, having seen it many times before. It stated that the site selection for Gyeonggi Province was indeed slightly superior environmentally to the Skaro Highlands. And that had been precisely his excuse for causing trouble on numerous occasions. Ji Yuhang looked at him, seeing not a trace of remorse, and was extremely disappointed. He said, "Just for your personal gain, you've delayed my starport construction project for over a week. Do you think I have time to spare?" Yes, the site selection for Gyeonggi Province is indeed a bit better in natural conditions, but not by much. It's highly replaceable. But in other aspects, the Skaro Highlands simply crush you. The Alliance's major infrastructure projects started 3 months ago. Look at what you've done during these months. With roads, railways construction, you've barely completed a route from Rubbish Town to Wying City and Revival City, and the rest of the projects are dragging on and on. Especially the eastward projects, they have been delayed until now and haven't even started. Do you think I'm not aware of your little schemes? Thinking the land carved out from Yan Fengshu's eastern campaign is not enough, thinking Gyeonggi Province hasn't expanded enough, thinking Gyeonggi Province and the eastern provinces have similar industries, both important resource production areas, with little room for cooperation but intense competition, and if the railway and road networks in Gyeonggi Province were connected with Gyeonggi Province, it would allow them to reap the benefits without any effort. That's absolutely not what I was thinking. Henry knelt on the ground with a thud. Ji Yuhang was even more disgusted. Since when does the Alliance have a ritual of kneeling on the ground? Embarrassed, Henry got back to his feet. I don't care whether you think that way or not. I'm not interested in arguing with you about it, Ji Yuhang continued. I only look at the facts in front of me. The development department has laid out several phases of the infrastructure plan. If you don't understand the significance behind these plans, that is your own blindness, your indifference to the overall development of the Alliance, and is a dereliction of your duty. What's worse is that you fail to comprehend and also refuse to execute. A phase of the project was given 4 months, and now 3 months have passed, and the construction goals for your Gyeonggi Province have only just been barely over half reached. Every other province has done better than you. Even the newly established Tvu Province has pushed their projects over the halfway mark. Gyeonggi Province has even completed their Phase 1 construction and has built many additional roads in the Skaro Highlands to facilitate future logistics work after the starport is established. Raphael's planning, from the transportation of materials needed for the starport construction, to personnel support, to the planning of the transport hub city grounded on the starport, has all been schemed, and implementation is already underway. Why should the development department abandon that location and choose your Gyeonggi Province? Just because you haven't even finished building the railways yet. When the time comes for the starport construction, are the construction teams supposed to drive bull trucks over muddy roads to transport construction materials valued at tens of millions to the site? Henry's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. It's not that there has been no construction, I have also been part of planning. Enough, your messing about has already forced us to delay the starport construction plan by a week. Do I need to wait another 2 months for you to complete the basic infrastructure that should have already been built, and then proceed with the plan? At this point, Ji Yuhang had lost any desire to continue discussing the matter with Dennison Henry. He made his final decision. Henry, I appreciate your help a year and a half ago, but you've gained more from it. My tolerance for you is limited. I don't wish for you to constantly bring up those things and ignore your actual duties. To put you in charge of Gyeonggi Province wasn't meant as a reward for your past merits. Frankly, do your past deeds deserve a province as a reward? I put you in charge there hoping you would contribute your abilities to advance our cause, not to rest on your laurels. I am extremely disappointed with this matter. I think you're not suited to govern a province. I'll have Osania pick a more suitable replacement. However, your grade C9 position, as well as all related benefits and allowances, will be maintained as my thanks for your help initially. Hearing this, Dennison Henry's face turned deathly pale. Am I being dismissed? To think that I am the first provincial and ministry-level official to be dismissed since the establishment of the alliance. Henry was filled with deep regret.